Welcome to Midrand in Johannesburg, South Africa for what promises to be the most important 12 hours in this season's SimGrid VCO World Cup. It's the penultimate race of the championship, and after 48 hours of intense racing over 3 rounds, we're still no closer to knowing who will take the top honours this year. What we do know is that the passion, determination from these teams is as fierce as ever, and with just 2 rounds remaining, today's race is going to play a critical role in telling the story of this year's championship. It's the number 41 Simware.pro team who currently lead the championship from DV1 Triton Racing and third place Unicorns of Love, but with less than 120 points separating the top 20 teams in the championship, and with the topsy-turvy nature of this year's season, a strong performance today could bring almost any team back into contention ahead of the final race at Nurburgring. Good afternoon, everybody. It's wonderful to have you here with us on one of the biggest weekends in motorsport. I'm David Christie, and alongside me in the commentary booth today to get things started is no stranger to these machines in real life. It's Andy McEwan. Andy, a great day in store for us and a pivotal day for the championship as well.
Yeah, good afternoon, David. Really excited about this race. It's the 4th round of the championship, which means that we are down to the final 2 races, and this could be, as you said, the most important one of the season, because for the teams that have championship aspirations, and there are still plenty of them that are mathematically in contention, both Split 1 and Split 2, this is a race in which they can't afford any mistakes. But of all the 5 circuits we race at this season, this is by far the most unforgiving. You make a tiny mistake here and you will be punished. We can see from the pictures there's no tarmac runoff areas. There is grass, gravel, and then either a concrete wall or a tyre barrier. If you hit them, you'll get damage, and that's your opportunity to score big points gone. So over 12 hours, the teams have to operate flawlessly if they're to stay in championship contention.
They really do. We've got a couple of things coming up for you on the lead up to the race, which is just about 10 minutes away. We've got 2 interviews coming up with both the 777 Sim Racing Masterclass on their essentially their home race and the number 5 Williams esports team. But Andy, it's been, we're delighted to have our very own silly season. It's been musical chairs with the team so far and a lot of driver changes.
An awful lot, yes, which is not necessarily what you expect to see midway through the season, is it? But we've got the likes of George Boothby, for example, moving over to Yas Heat, so he's going to be in the 149 car, unfamiliar surroundings for him. Boothby's seat at the Racing Line Motorsport team has been taken by Maciej Malinowski, who is no slouch. He's moved from the 211, the car that he raced at Spa back in May. So Andrea Capoccia has left Yas Heat as well. Sidemax Motorworks are no longer an esports team, so they're racing under a new name now. It has all changed, it seems, but what hasn't changed is the fact that we've still got what I think is the most competitive series of its type, certainly, in sim racing. And the qualifying session on Thursday evening that myself and Alex Goldschmidt were lucky enough to cover really backed that up, didn't it, David? It was so close.
Yeah, it really was. And inconsistency, Andy, has been the theme of the season so far for pretty much all the teams. But without further ado, let's crack on with some driver interviews. Andy, I believe you're away to chat to Raymond Mooney from Sim Racing Masterclass. So let's bring him in for a little chat.
Yeah, Raymond, I believe, joins us now. Raymond, good morning to you. You're not racing today, are you? And there's actually a very good reason for that. It's not just that you can't be bothered today, is it? You've got a really good reason for not being in the car.
Yes, a really good reason. I became a dad for the second time last weekend, so my little girl entered the world 2.5 weeks early, which obviously hampered our plans for me driving today, but I'm obviously more than happy with that reason and happy to sit and help the guys from the sidelines.
Yeah, and the sleepless nights that come with being a new father, I'm sure, aren't great preparation for a 12-hour race. It takes a lot, doesn't it, to mentally and physically actually prepare for a race like this?
Yeah, I mean, the 12-hour ones are quite good for me. I mean, I don't mind being up, to like midnight or so. It's the 24-hour races where I always get the short straw up until 4 or 5 in the morning that really does it. But that's more the preparation for me. I wasn't going to be able to prepare anywhere near as much as I would like to this week. So even though now my little girl, she's sleeping quite well already, so I probably would have been okay, but the preparation would have been really lacking. So I was happy to, hand the reins off to Bash for this one.
And clearly the preparation for the rest of the team has gone really well, because the car was quick in qualifying. You were the only Bentley that made it into the top 10 shootout in Split 1. It is also the team's home race, isn't it? A South African team. So does that add some extra pressure, or is it actually a race that the team probably can enjoy a bit more?
I think it's more enjoying it. I mean, the season hasn't went the way that we wanted it so far, so we're less worried about how things go and just more, throw it in there. Zahir did an immense job yesterday. That Bentley shouldn't have been in the top 10. Anywhere near it, I don't think, with its outright pace. It's good in race pace, I think, obviously with its fuel and its tyre usage, but Zahir, I don't know how he got it in the top 10 yesterday. It was just a bit of luck and I guess maybe he's got a couple of tenths for being in his home race, I don't know. He lives 10 minutes down the road, so he knows that place pretty well.
Now, you had a 5th place finish back at the Bathurst 12-hour earlier on in the season, didn't you? So there's no doubt about it that when the conditions are right and you're at a track that suits this car, it is still capable of doing well, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, every race so far we've had the, except from Spa, obviously, with the rain and our ballast that we were carrying, it was quite impossible to do well there. But every other race, we've had really good pace and we've been able to be there. It's just that, things haven't went our way. I know Donington, I had a bit of a howler. I had quite a few drive-throughs that were totally my fault. So, and track limits and stuff. So things just don't go your way. And obviously, turn 1 at Donington, straight away we were smashed into and on the back foot. So if we can make it through turn 1 and get through the first couple of stints cleanly, I think we can do well. It's just a case of getting that's the most important bit, I think.
Well, I'm sure that even though you're not in the sim today, you'll be watching on and cheering the team on. Best of luck to you all today.
Thank you so much just for having me.
Welcome anytime, and indeed any driver or team member involved in the race today, please do feel free to come along and have a chat with us at some point. We've got 12 hours to fill here, and although the racing action, David, is always hot, it's always nice, isn't it, to get an insider look at what it's really like to compete in a race like this.
Yeah, it really is. It gives us that inside edge. And to wrap things up then, we do have Martin Stefanko from Williams Esports here, Andy.
We do indeed. Great to have Williams Esports involved in the SimGrid VCO World Cup, and Martin's been an integral part of that. Your season, Martin's been an interesting one so far, hasn't it? A bit up and down, to say the least.
Yeah, thank you guys. It's a bit of a bit of an up and down. Obviously, some of our guys are, including me, when we started this championship, we were new to ACC. So with every race, we're learning. That's what we want to do this season, at least, is just to learn as much as we can. And I think with each race, we're learning something new. We're getting better. So obviously you can't show it on every track because every track is different, and not every track suits the Aston. So even if we perhaps do better in some other races, but the result it doesn't really show it. It's because the car is not that good at that certain track. But I think we're improving every single race. We're just getting better. The knowledge we're getting in this game is. It's really valuable for us, and I think it's important for us for next year as well. But yeah, I mean, I've been enjoying ACC so far. It's been really good. I've been really enjoying myself, and the teamwork with the other guys has just been incredible. And I hope to just keep improving, and I think ACC has really nice potential this championship as well. So just really happy to be here.
Yeah, absolutely. You'll be starting 19th then for today's race. Who is in the car for that first stint, and how nervous are they about starting in the mid-pack?
Well, Dara is driving first, so I think he's going to do quite well, even though he's really young. I think he's really fast, and I'm sure he will do just fine. And the important bit will be just to stay out of trouble in the first couple of laps, stay out of incidents. Make sure that we get through clean, and then we can just concentrate on our own race, our strategy, and so on. Obviously, we were a little bit disappointed with the qualifying result, which was also due to an incident that we had in front of us, had happened in front of us, which we can really avoid too much, and we basically lost our final quali run when that lap was potentially good enough for a top 5 spot to get into that super pole. So unfortunately that didn't happen, but I think we have really good pace. I think we've got ourselves a really good strategy. And we have really good drivers as well. So we're only confident that we're gonna claw our way up, and hopefully we can gain as many positions as we can, maybe fight for that top 5 spot in the end, because it's a 12-hour race. Anything can happen. It's really long, so we just got to concentrate on ourselves, make sure that our race is clean, and I'm sure that the result will be fine.
Yes, well, it's a great looking car, a great team to have in the championship, Martin, and we hope that you can go and get that top 5 you're aiming for. Good luck.
Thank you very much, guys.
So Martin Stefanko there, then one of many Aston Martins, David, on the grid, and we've got 5 of them actually in the top 5 places on the grid for Split 1, so that is a car that potentially we could see dominating the race. We're not that far away though from finding out exactly what will happen.
Yeah, we're just moments away then, the car's on the grid. So let's take you through the lineup then for our penultimate race of the season here on the SimGrid VCO World Cup here from Kyalami. It's the Silver Racing Team Eurowash Audi on pole position, alongside the Lamborghini of Renfelten Pro Team on position number 2. Row 2 is an Aston Martin Lockout Unicorns of Love alongside the now defunct Sidemax Motorworks, still on it for the end of the season. Sidemax Motorworks FFS Racing, they're now known as. AAA Esports in 5th position alongside GTWR R8G Academy, and then 7th and 8th is Esports Performance Racing Team alongside WPS Racing Team in the Audis. It's the Bentley Continental of Sim Racing Masterclass in P9. P10 is WPS Racing Team 21. It's Odox Motorsport and the Elvis Grattan Team 11th and 12th place. It's the Audi of Rutronic E-Racing in 13th, with the Racing Line Motorsport 191's Aston in 14th position. Yaz Heat in 15th position with the McLaren. FFS Racing with the Aston in 16th place. PPR Esports in 17th with GTWR R8G Academy in 18th position with their Aston. It's then a swarm of Aston Martins. 19th position for Williams Esports, 20th for Dalkin Community, 21st for Simware.pro, 22nd for Revolution Sim Racing, and then 23rd for Racing Line Motorsports. 24th is Full Pace Racing. Pink Performance is in 25th position in their Audi, racing on 3 is in 26th position, alongside the Journalistic Esports Academy in 27th position. MCW Racing Team in 28th position, GTRC Endurance Team in 29th in their Porsche, Carbon Simsport in 30th. 31st is Ubike Events Racing. Apologies for racing through this. We've got 44 teams to get through, so you'll understand the speed of it. Team ACR in 32nd, DV1 Triton, unbelievable qualifying for them, 33rd. GTWR RHG Academy number 3 in 34th. Grip Hacks Engineering down in 35th position. QLash Sim Racing in 36th. Prime E-Racing in 37th. GTWR RHG Academy number 5 in 38th. Renville and Ambassadors, the 995 car, in 39th. Rocket Sim Sport down in 40th, Zenith Esports in 41st, the BMW G2 Esports team, they are going to struggle today, down in 42nd, SG Stern in 43rd, and JASA Cup in 44th, rounding out the grid. And Andy, I need to go and lie down after that.
There's plenty of them, isn't there? But over 12 hours, I'm sure each and every one of those cars will have a story to tell by the end of it. Lots of stories, actually, even before we get going. And some of the cars that made it into the top 10 that we really need to watch out for. In particular, the car starting 4th, that Aston Martin from the Unicorns of Love. They are 3rd in the points, and they were by far the highest placed team in the championship to actually make it into the top 10 shootout. So that car is working well. And it's running high in the championship. If they can score some good points, they could well be quids in going into that finale at the Nurburgring. And also on the front row, Dennis Schoeniger put in an excellent lap time for the WPS Racing Team in that Audi. That car only just scraped into that top 10 shootout on Thursday night by 27 one-thousandths of a second. It was the last car in 10th place, and then in the Super Pole session he went and stuck it on the front row, so they'll be hoping to continue that momentum now into the 12-hour race that is, David, about to get underway.
Yep, here we go then. The car's coming round the corner for the first time of asking. We get ready to go live for 12 hours of racing. David Christie and Andy McEwan here for the first 4 hours, and all hell is likely to kick off on the run down to turn 1. The season is going to likely have a huge impact on the race as they make the run down towards the corner, and it's green flag. We are underway, and it's Dennis Schoeniger for WPS Racing Team in that Audi side by side with Holmes. Got 3 wide. He moves over to the left hand side, blocks off from the 211, and all the cars go into turn 1, Andy.
Yes, but Schoeniger runs wide on the exit, and there's a car around. One of the Audis has had a spin there. That was one of the cars inside the top 5 on the grid that has gone around, I'm afraid, at the first corner. That is the only casualty that we can see at the moment. That was the 601, we believe, which started in 8th place. It was Bryce Mingay who was on board the car for the start of the race. So that is an unfortunate start. But David, those first few corners, always likely to catch some people out.
Yeah, but I mean, in all fairness, Andy, I mean, it's been very, very good so far. These guys and girls know exactly what they are doing on this first 15 minutes. It is so crucial to keep your nose clean. How often have we seen, different penalties coming in through the first 15-20 minutes because of incidents that happen on this opening lap? It's so important to just keep your nose clean. If you've not had a good start, doesn't matter. Just head down, keep things going, and keep the momentum up. But a huge start for Dennis Schoeniger. But also the 157 of Tobias Pfeffer with a cracking start up to 5th position, and putting Tobias Grunwald under a big pressure just now as well. We've got 2 little groups already, because look at that gap between Samira Briami and Tobias Grunwald already. But again, Andy, you've got to say, a very clean and a very orderly start to this race.
It was still quite an aggressive one from Schoeniger, though. Once he'd cleared Tauscher on the inside line, he was determined to get to the inside and defend into turn 1, wasn't he? And he did so successfully. Quite calm at the front. In the midfield, though, anything but. There is the DV1 Triton Racing Bentley, the 111 car then that leads the championship. And they have gained quite a few spots, actually. 24th place for Dominic Blyer, and he has no choice. His best form of defence here is to attack and try and get past some of these cars ahead. Goes 3 wide up the inside into the first corner. He's going to get past 118 Ferrari, I think, just about. Leaves it aside. That puts the Bentley on the inside line, going up through the Juk Sky sweep and through the left-hander at Barbecue. Aggressive stuff, this from Blyer, but when you're starting so deep in the field, David, even when it's a 12-hour race, you have to make progress early. Contact in the background. Aston Martin sideways, and into the barriers, I think, and it's a good job, isn't it, that Bly got himself out of that mess just in the nick of time.
Yeah, it looked like it. That was the 125 of Conrad, I think, that was caught up with the 118 as well. That is Gary Huang that is behind the wheel of that Ferrari. They got caught up there, tight as Conrad it is. And look at just how much fighting there is going on towards the end of that pack there. Again, you think outside of the top 30, and that is a poor result, Andy. But what you've got to remember is the top 40 separated by less than a second. It's just unbelievable pace and consistency that we've got going on through this early stage of the race as well. And yeah, awesome stuff here. Just been told by our man on trackside, James Parker, it was the 101 Audi that hit the 601 at turn 1. So that was the Silver Racing Team Eurowash outfit that hit the number 601. That was the Esport Performance Racing Team. So I've got no doubt that that'll be getting looked at afterwards. And in fact, the 601, hang on a minute, 601 is right at the back of the field there as well. So the 601 now looks like to be about 40th place there.
Yes, so something's gone on there then, hasn't it, to drop them right to the back of the field, and that now means it's going to be a very long afternoon for them as they try to get themselves back into contention. There is Luca Burke then, the 22 Rocket Simsport McLaren, also straggling at the back, and you can see actually on the timing tower to the left-hand side of the screen, Niels Nyox not making any progress. If anything, he's lost a place in that 62 BMW that won last time at Donington Park, and here they are a few weeks later struggling to make it out of last position. Top 5 though absolutely together. That you mentioned that gap, didn't you, between Samir Ibrahimi in 3rd and Tobias Grunewald in 4th. Well, that's been closed down, hasn't it, pretty quickly, and Grunewald is bringing with him Tobias Pfeffer in that 157 Audi.
It's great to see all these little battles and this jinking, the duking left, right and centre as they go through the early stages of this first hour of racing. And again, a mindset is so important during this first 10-15 minutes. You've got to try and keep yourself calm because the adrenaline is absolutely bursting through every vein in your body. You've been waiting on the grid for about maybe say 10-15 minutes to get going. You've done your little warm up, and now it's go time, it's hammer time, as they say. But yeah, great stuff, and seeing that Tobias Pfeffer still on the back of Grunewald there. It's been such a good start for Tobias Pfeffer to get himself into such a strong position. One of the things that we were discussing, behind the scenes and off air was as we see Tobias Pfeffer making a move up the inside there, a little bit of contact there, a little bit of grazing, but nothing too untoward. And Tobias Pfeffer gets a very, very clean move done in that Audi. I think the Audis are going to be very, very strong today. But Andy, here's a question for you. How many of these teams are going to be having one eye on Nurburgring, that season finale, and weighing up the pros and cons potentially of having ballast?
Well, I think it was Ross McGregor was speaking to us during our qualifying show on Thursday night about exactly that. And because of course, if you finish in the top 10 in this race, you carry success ballast into the next one. And because the Nurburgring is a 24-hour race, there are more points on offer because you score points at halfway and at the end of the full 24 hours. So in a way, it's more important for you to do well next time out at the Nurburgring than it is here. So some of them, to your point, might be willing to give away a few points today to try and make sure that they're not as heavy going into the big 24-hour race rounds out the season. But then you've got others, and I think I would put that 157 GTWR RHG Academy Audi that's just moved into 4th place very much in that category, that just want good results. They've had a bit of a dismal season, that podium at Bathurst aside, and they just want to try and end the season on a high. So there are lots of different agendas out there, but you're absolutely right, David. I think when we get into the final couple of hours, we might just see a few tactical decisions being made by teams who don't want to be heavy going to the championship decider.
Yeah, and that is a crucial part of the strategy that we'll see unfold over the next 11 hours and 53 minutes. Top to tail then on the field, separated by 27 seconds. Currently leading at the front then is Dennis Schoeninger for the number 21 team, the WPS Racing Team. And at the back is Luca Berg in the number 22 Rocket Simsport after that that earlier contact. Now, interesting point as well, actually pointed out by our man trackside James Parker, is that our leader, the number 21, the WPS racing team, 16 kilograms of ballast, but the only car in the top 8 with ballast. And he's really, I think, towards the next 20, 30 minutes or so, I think he's going to come under real pressure from the cars behind him, because they're currently at the moment doing 141s, and that's about 2 seconds, Andy, off of our qualifying pace as we head to a replay here.
Yeah, what's this going to be? This is what happened to the Rocket Simsport car, potentially, and it gets a bump going into the Crocodiles and then bumps into another Aston Martin, and there you can see why Niels Nuyaks lost a little bit of ground, as he had to go off track to avoid that, so that explains what happened there. Of course, that 601 Audi also in that group, having been spun out of the top 10 on lap 1, but yes, so getting a bit feisty back in the pack as we sort of expected it. To your point though, yes, Dennis Schoeniger leading this race despite the fact that he is one of the only cars inside, in fact he is the only car in the top 8 at the moment, carrying ballast, which actually makes their performance so far this weekend even more impressive, to stick that thing on the front row and then to be able to seize the lead at turn 1 and hold the rest of the pack off. He's even built up nearly a half a second advantage now over Michael Tauscher in second. That is some seriously impressive pace, but I do suspect that the Audi at the back of this little group of Tobias Pfeffer is maybe the faster of these cars. Look at the way that he's caught up to Ibrahimi now in the Lamborghini. Pfeffer is on the move.
This is the 101 into the 601 at turn 1 then, and yeah, like that is a clear, a completely unintentional case, I've got no doubt whatsoever, but that's fairly cut and dry on that one for the 101 Silver Racing Team Eurowash outfit. And what was a promising qualifying doesn't really translate into a decent start in the race. We've got another instant for the 601 who's caught up in that fight with the Aston Martins all around him right now. He's also got the BMW of Niels Nuyaks just behind him at the moment. So it's really a bit of a difficult situation for the 601. And he's also getting caught up with that fight with Lucas Muller as well. And again, it comes back down to this point, this whole first 15 minutes, drivers are going to be fighting it out left, right and centre, as we see Tobias Pfeffer making a move around the outside of Samir Ibrahimi. Oh, that is a cracking move if he can pull that off. The Audi tries to get the boot down on the inside. That's going to be done and dusted. Andy, that is one of the moves I think that we'll be talking about for the next couple of hours there.
The kind of move you expect to see in the last 10 minutes of the race, isn't it? Not the first 10, but Tobias Pfeffer is a man on a mission here. He knows that they've got pace, and in a way this team doesn't have a huge amount to lose because they're so far down in the championship standings now after their DNF last time out at Donington Park. So, I mean, they're 14th in the points, but they're some 92 points off the championship lead. That being said, though, 80 points on offer for winning this race, and then even more on offer next time out at the Nurburgring. So maybe it's sort of all or nothing now. This is their last chance to sort of dive back into championship contention. But look at the pace he's got. He's gapped that Lamborghini already to the tune of over half a second within about half a lap. I don't think it's going to be that long, David, before he's back on the tail of the leading two.
Yeah, it's fantastic stuff. I'm just looking at the timing screens here. Ivan Sherbotinsky in the BMW is right at the back of the field. So obviously something has happened to that BMW. And we'll think that was a couple of laps ago. That's possibly involving the number 41, because the 41's been caught up in a yellow flag incident as well. And there's a huge gap now between the 41 of Igor Ogorodnikov and Jason Lures in the Porsche. In fact, it's James Baldwin that is in the 149 just ahead of Yiga right now. So, oh my goodness me, this is not exactly the calm, collected and positive start that I was thinking we were going to see from your championship leaders. And when you're up at the head of this championship and everything is to play for, and you can't afford to be having collisions or incidents with other cars, can you?
No, you can't, especially here, but I did think this would happen because it's such a tight circuit that there was always the chance for early bits of contact. And of course, when we think of contact, we think primarily of cars spinning or getting damage, and that's how they lose time. But the car that dishes out the contact can of course end up getting penalties, which costs them as well. That was a dive, wasn't it, up the inside? That was the 92 Aston Martin attacking the Unicorns of Love. It didn't quite pay off, that move, but that was a good effort, a committed effort up the inside line there for Arnaud Lacombe, who is starting to see, I think, isn't he, those top four getting away. It doesn't look to me as if Tobias Groenewold quite has the pace in that, remember, quite heavy Unicorns of... in fact, no, he's ballast free, isn't he, the Unicorns of Love car, so don't quite know why he's struggling compared to those around him. Jason Lawyer's there in the pit lane in the number 1 Porsche as well. So already we're seeing one or two of them coming out a bit worse for wear in this first not even 13 minutes into the race.
Yeah, and from the sounds of it, we've got a replay coming up very, very shortly of Igor Ogorodnikov onto that PPR esports team. This is something that we've been speaking about all through the season. I've been one of the most vocal critics of that team, and their almost schizophrenic behaviour, their ability to be just incredibly dominant with pace, and like on their day, if they get a good day, then they are just absolutely incredible, and there's really no stopping them. But if you get them caught in a midfield battle, then in all intents and purposes, they're their own worst enemy. They cost themselves drive-throughs and penalties, and really, I just don't understand that, Andy. I don't understand where all the frustration and the aggression comes from.
Yeah, I think it's just the nature of the drivers, isn't it? We see this in any race or series that they compete in. They only know one way of driving, and that's full on attack. And when it works, it can be very hard to fight against, but as soon as they end up on the back foot a little bit, we do see, as you said, that frustration start to bubble over ever so slightly, and they need to try and avoid that if possible. This is on board with Mike Noble, by the way, who tries to send the FFS Racing Aston Martin around the outside of Dominic Blyer's 111 Bentley, and succeeds in doing so. Just came off the second corner at Crowthorne a lot more quickly there on the outside line. And by the time they get through the Juk Sky sweep, he's moved ahead, so that puts Noble then into 22nd place now, and Dominic Blyer unfortunately slips back another position, having made some good progress there in the earlier laps. Just behind, we can see this gaggle as well, the 164 of Andrea Miato was gaining a bit of ground too. As David, we get confirmation then of at least one penalty there from those lap 1 incidents.
Yeah, that's the 601 and the 101. That is, of course, the 601's the Esport Performance Racing team, and the 101 is the Silver Racing Team Eurowashed outfit. It's a drive-through to the 101. That is, of course, Mikael Capera currently in P9 just now. So that is it is already our first penalty, and we're barely 15 minutes into the race. I've got a feeling that that is just the start of things to come in the next 20 minutes. Again, personal opinion, I think it's going to be a very similar penalty for the number 41, given that they are leading the championship. I mean, that is... It's just a strange thing to do, given that they always seem to have a high likelihood of obtaining these penalties from that kind of driving, Andy. You've got to wonder if maybe erring on the side of caution, because even if you take your foot off the gas, even if you just think a little bit more about self-preservation, surely you're going to gain more places by doing that than you are what you lose on drive-through penalties. Here is let's have a look at this. This is the number 787 through the outskirts of the final corner, get driven into the wall. Oh my goodness me, that's brutal, and I'm really not a fan of seeing that.
No, there really isn't an excuse for that, is there? I was about to offer up, playing devil's advocate, as I like to do, an explanation as to why the championship leaders are getting involved in incidents early on, but this, I mean, there's squeezing someone wide, and then there is flat out driving them into the wall, and that is exactly what happened there, and if that's not a slam dunk penalty, I don't really know what it is. But yes, in fairness here, in the early laps, you were asking the question as to why we always see the likes of Igor Ogorodnikov getting in trouble early on, and we're seeing another car here actually getting in trouble. Drive through for the 787 there for avoidable contact with car number 22. That is a different incident from the one that we saw just now, but so a lively opening 15 minutes or so for the 787 car. So a couple of different incidents they've been involved in there. But yes, back to Ogorodnikov. In the early stages, when you're starting, towards the back of the top 20, sometimes you end up driving into other cars just because you're trying to avoid being driven into by other people. I did suspect maybe that contact at the first corner that we saw with the 601 car getting spun around might have been caused by that, because you go into the corner, someone's up the inside of you, someone's to the outside of you, and then you're dealing in millimetres sometimes between making contact and not making contact, and it can just be so easy to have that clumsy bit of contact, and it's still your fault and you still deserve the penalty, but it isn't always overly aggressive driving, especially when it's in the first lap or so.
Yeah, that's a brilliant point to make, Andy. And again, with that last one from the 129 of Kyalami Sim Racing on that final corner, now it looked absolutely disgraceful. It looked like he was deliberately forcing that car into the barriers. What I will say, as a potential that the stewards will be looking at, is the fact that contact can affect your steering. Contact can make your car turn a different way to what it was doing. So the fact that the two cars were right close together, it could be that the other car was kind of sucked into the other car almost while it's on the accelerator there. It is a very wild theory, but I mean, I've seen it happen. But again, it does look very, very bad for the 129 Kyalami Sim Racing, and given how strict the SimGrid VCO World Cup has been this season, to clamp down on that sort of behaviour, it's going to be a very awkward conversation for sure.
Yes, speaking of awkward conversations, the 101 team, Michael Capera, appealing the penalty they were given for the contact at turn 2 on lap 1 that they had with Bryce Minge in the 601 car. So that penalty has been removed temporarily whilst the stewards have another look at it. So it hasn't just gone away all of its own. They are appealing the penalty and will await further news on that. Mike Noble then heading up the hill here in 22nd place. That is the 27 Ferrari in front, which is good on the brakes. The Ferrari always has been, and so it's going to be hard to outbrake it, and that's exactly what Mike Noble finds. And because he went into turn 2 there on a tight line, that leaves him a bit vulnerable to attack from Dominic Blyer on the exit, but the big Bentley just can't squeeze past the almost just as big Aston Martin. These big burly front engine cars, they do look and sound amazing, but they can be a little cumbersome sometimes around a tight and twisty circuit like this, especially in traffic. If you've got a light and agile mid-engine sort of Audi or Lamborghini or Ferrari, David, surely it has to be a little bit easier to manoeuvre through traffic than it is if you're in that enormous Bentley, for example.
Well, you'd think that, but yet here we are. I think, honestly, I think that Aston Martin does look strong on paper, but I think it's going to suffer over race pace, just given the midfield, as you said. They're going to be a little bit heavier with that ballast as well. The Audi, I think, can handle it a little bit better, so don't be surprised if we get, say, like 7 or 8 Audis in the top 10 at one point during this race, because they are just so mightily strong. The Samir Ibrahimi in the Lamborghini is one to watch as well, but I think just purely on when you take into fact that the Audi and the Lamborghini have got a really good fuel saving map on their car built in, the Aston doesn't really have that, and I think the Aston's going to have to be a little bit more cautious on its fuel usage over this race. I think that's going to hamper them massively. But the other thing is, don't let the penalties discourage from what we're seeing here. We've seen some incredible battles happening every single corner of every single lap here. For example, here is Pfeffer trying to hunt down your race leader while still being chased by Michael Tauscher in the 211. So, I mean, given that we're 22 minutes into this race and we've still got about a second split in the top 3, and it's only going to get closer, this is just awesome stuff.
Yeah, that was a great move actually by Pfeffer into Crowthorne there up the inside of Tauscher. So he's into second now, as you said, with the Aston Martin behind him. We just caught the back end of that move being made by Tobias Pfeffer, who is by far the driver of the stint so far, isn't he? He is absolutely charging through the field. There is a man hard at work. Niels Nyox in the G2 Esports BMW has got someone to play with now, at least, that seems to be on a similar pace to him. The 199 Mercedes is the car ahead, so that is the car being driven at the moment by Lukas Müller. and these two, we believe, have had a bit of a rub already, a bit of contact in the earlier stages. No obvious damage done to these two cars, and they've got the recovering Luca Burke in that number 22 Rocket Simsport car behind. Niels Nyox there, showing David just how physical it can be driving a sim. A lot of people like to scoff at sim racers and say that they're not the sort of athletes that real racing drivers are. We'll get to that in a moment though, because this is for the race lead. Tobias Pfeffer, exactly where he passed Tauscher a lap ago. He outbrakes the heavier Audi of Schoeniger and takes the lead away. That is an incredible opening stint. This car, remember, started 6th, and in 22.5 minutes, David, Tobias Pfeffer has pedalled it all the way to the lead.
Andy, do you have any lottery tickets for tonight? Because you absolutely called that about 15 minutes ago. You said when he was in 4th place that he was going to be the man to watch. And my goodness me, has he got the pace right now? He is very, very likely, if he can't get held on to by Schoeniger, he is going to be absolutely away, and it looks like he's already starting to do that right now. The one thing that I don't like about the idea is we've got a little bit of contact. Niels Nyox getting a little bit overly playful with his food. He's trying to get past that 199 of SG Stern's Lucas Mueller there. But going back to that point about the BMW, he's earning his pennies today in that BMW. It is an absolute brick, make no mistake about it. With that extra weight, that in terms of the ballast, that thing is going to be horrific to drive around today. So that entire G2 Esports team needs a big medal, because they are going to find today very, very frustrating indeed. And again, he's showing that he can still kind of try and hold on. And let's remember that the top 40, Andy, were split by just about a second in qualifying. So it's not the best, but again, he's going to take it as he almost tries to make the move on Lucas Mueller.
And what they've got to be aware of here, the G2 Esports squad, and I'm sure they are, is big picture stuff. Okay, they might not score today, but in all likelihood, the top 2 in the championship aren't going to score all that highly either. The 41 car is only 15th. Second in the championship, the 111 car, they're only 23rd. So if none of them score very highly today, then actually going into the finale with a light car and a circuit that might suit the BMW a bit more, that might just be in their best interests. So they need to be careful not to get too disheartened here. Just go through the motions. If they can pick up a couple of points later on in the race, then even better. But at least those ahead of them in the championship, with the exception of the Unicorns of Love, are not really scoring that high at the moment. Nyox again has a little to the inside, but this is where we caught a bit of contact between these two a lap ago, so he sensibly decides against it. This looks rather tasty, doesn't it? Aston Martin, Honda, Bentley, and then another Aston Martin all together, and it's that man again, Igor Ogrodnikov, never far from excitement, is he? He looks like a bit of a cork in the bottle at the moment, though.
Yeah, he definitely looks like he's kind of holding things up at the moment, but it means that Lebrec is involved in one hell of a battle right now with the 194 behind him, the Bentley of Marco Macri just behind him. He's also got Vasily Anufriev in that little fight as well. So the 194 Racing Line Motorsports outfit is really kind of damned if he doesn't, damned if he does. There's contact onto Lebrec. The car faces sideways. Macri does the right thing and lets him take the position back, resumes the fight, but that may very well be a little penalty and a little slap on the wrist there for Marco Macri. And yeah, you hate to see it, but I mean, it's part of the job, isn't it? You know, you're going to be fighting, and sometimes accidents do happen.
It's so easy for us sat in our comfortable commentary boxes to comment sometimes about driving standards and say, oh, well, that move was never on, and why are they making contact there? But you've got a split second to make this decision. Here we're seeing Danilo Santoro defending from Mike Noble. Mike Noble, as he went into turn 2 there, he was thinking about going up the inside, but the actual amount of time you have to commit to that move is fractional, because if you leave it too late, then you're not going to get the move done. If you go too early, then that sort of shows your hand a bit too early to the car you're trying to pass. So you only have a moment, a blink of an eye, to actually commit to the move and decide whether it's on, and it's sometimes very easy to get that slightly wrong. Mike Noble there, though, pulling off a pretty entertaining pass around the outside through Sunset. That gives him the inside for the clubhouse corner, and he does move ahead of Santoro then into 21st place. But you are dealing with very fine margins, and it all comes at you very, very quickly, especially around here, David. You don't get a moment to relax, do you? And Mike Noble not being given a moment to relax here as Santoro is coming straight back at him.
Yeah, Danilo Santoro's not taking no for an answer here. You're absolutely spot on when you say that. It is split-second decisions, and weirdly, having some experience this year of real-life racing has kind of made me a little bit cautious in my sim racing as well. So a lot of the moves that I'm seeing here are moves that I wouldn't even dream of attempting to try in real life, because for the most part, and as they tend to happen here, the door gets closed before you've even got the chance to make that happen. As we move to a replay then, this is the earlier incident with the 137, and the just behind him is the Aston Martin of 34, and that is a little push to pass there. Into the grass goes the MCW Racing team, and that was the Greek Souvlaki squad who pushed them around and around and around the corner there, Andy. So that is almost a slam dunk penalty there. Yeah, you hate to see it, but 11 and a half hours to go. I've got to be honest, I think Schoeniger's under pressure here. I'm watching the lap times here, and Schoeniger in that 21 Audi looks to be under a lot of pressure from the 211 of Michael Tauscher.
Yeah, well, this is where I think that success ballast for Schoeniger is starting to tell. You know, we're almost half an hour into this stint now, so almost halfway through. And in fact, there you can see that the, Tauscher has gone through, hasn't he? Yes, I thought I was seeing things there. The Aston Martin ahead of the Audi. Can Schoeniger fight back into the Crocodiles? He's trying, but on the outside line, that's brave and not really a risk that's worth taking, you'd say, at this early stage of the race. But carrying that extra weight, it just means you're asking more of those tyres, aren't you? Especially as the temperature starts to go up. This was the contact we saw. The 416 car get sideways. And I tell you what, they might have got away without a penalty there if it hadn't been for the other Aston Martin finding a way through as well, because Onufriev was able to take advantage and get past them. And although Lebrec stayed ahead in the end of Macri in the Bentley, he did lose a place to another car, so I think a penalty will probably still come to the aggressor there, although maybe a slightly reduced one, because at least he made sure that he didn't gain a position out of it as well. But yes, tyre wear will be a factor here. The track temperature is 21 degrees at the moment, but it's still early in the morning sim time, isn't it? So as we go into the middle of the day now, that temperature could get up into the 30s potentially, and that's when tyre wear, especially for those carrying ballast, is going to become even more of a challenge.
Yeah, it's really going to start adding the pressure onto some of these cars. The heavier cars are really going to struggle, as you said, as the temperature decides to heat up. This is on the bumper then of Tobias Grunwald. Great camera angle here on the unicorns of Love machine in that Aston Martin as he's trying to hunt down Samir Ebrahimi in the Lamborghini. But to be honest with you, I think Samir is looking very, very comfortable in that fourth position. If anything, I think Schoeniger may lose another position. He's definitely not dropping too far off the back of Michael Tauscher in that 211. But as we said about 2 laps ago, Tobias Pfeffer has absolutely dropped this group right now. Possibly for all the fighting that they're doing is dropping them back even further. The gap now 3 seconds as we hit the half-hour mark, or half an hour mark in our first hour of the race. He is the only man at the moment currently lapping in the 140s right now. So incredible pace there from your race leader of the 157. But a great job from Tobias Pfeffer right now, holding that gap there. But again, look at that gaggle behind from second place, Andy, all the way down, maybe say to 10th position. I mean, you cannot discount any of them right now, and they are all fighting tooth and nail for these positions.
Yeah, you can see the way that they've started to get themselves back together, can't you? Because this group had fragmented a bit about 10 or 15 minutes ago. We mentioned, I think, didn't we, that Grunewald had dropped back from Ibrahimi, but now he's right back on his tail. He's brought Lacombe and Essa with him, and then only a small gap to the next gaggle as well. So there is, I think, a lapped car in there, isn't there? That Porsche is a lap behind the rest, so that perhaps might have an effect on all of this as well. But yeah, always fascinating to see how different cars come and go over the course of a stint. Those that are really quick at the start of it might struggle in the second half an hour. Andrea Benedetti has been off, I'm afraid. That's another one of the GTWR RHE Academy cars. That's the 32 Ferrari from their stable, and it joins the Class B runners now at the back, those that have had problems. They've got the Luca Burke McLaren there, which has got ahead of Niels Neujoks, look, and is now attacking Lucas Müller in the 199 Mercedes, so that's been a change. Not for a position at the front of the field, but amongst some cars that we ordinarily, David, would be expecting to see in the top 10. It's actually quite a good battle, this, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really, really good battle. I've got a feeling that Ferrari's come together with the McLaren, the number 77 of Sven Hettig. So we'll have a look at that in a couple of laps' time. But here is Luca Berg, as you said. Again, a recovery drive, but realistically, this group of 4 cars at the moment in absolute no man's land, already half an hour into the race, and this is the equally frustrating thing about this race for these cars is the number 32 makes a move on Niles. Noyox takes the inside line. It's like taking candy from a baby, that one. I don't think you're going to see an easier overtake all through the race, but again, we're only half an hour into the race, and these guys, these 4 cars at the back of the field, Andy, almost relegated to try and pick off what they can do. Such is the quality and such is the pace of the field that we've got here. It means that, barring a miracle, they're almost certainly not going to be able to get back into the top 20 after this race.
Well, that 62 car then, that, as I said, won last time at Donington Park, is currently in 40th place, 51 seconds off the race lead. 51 seconds, that's an enormous gap, especially when you consider how evenly matched the field has been so far this week. So, by the end of the first hour, they're going to be the best part of a lap down, and that really does sort of show the scale of the challenge ahead of them, just to try and get anything out of this race. And I think that's why they've almost resigned themselves, haven't they, to the fact that they're not going to score any points, and that this is almost a bit of a fruitless exercise, really. James Baldwin, always good to see him in action for Yasheet Pirelli here in 13th place then. He's got the 121 car, I was going to say ahead of him, but actually to his right-hand side now, because they're wheel to wheel as they drop down through the mine shaft, but that puts him on the outside line for the braking zone at the Crocodiles, and then the Williams Esports Aston Martin, number 5, is right behind them as well. So that is Dare McCormack, who, as we heard, was taking on the opening stint. Baldwin, though, has made the move stick. He runs a bit wide out of Cheetah there, but he's got that move made, and now is greeted by a little bit of clean air, which has been a luxury not many drivers have had so far in this race. But let's see what James can do with that now. Can he improve his pace and catch the cars ahead?
Well, how do you fancy a little bit of drama here, Andy? How about a little bit of popcorn moment then? Dominic Blyer in the 111 DV1 Triton Racing has been nuked. He's been hit by, I believe, if I'm putting 2 and 2 together here and getting the correct answer, by the 25 pink performance of Daniel Ferrier. It was about a lap ago there. They are second in the championship, but down to 30th position right now. And again, potentially huge championship implications, because essentially they've been thrown to the wolves right now.
And there's more contact. Look, that's the Bentley going off again, isn't it? Yes, it is. That's Dominic Blyer again. Oh dear, this car that is only 6 points off the championship lead coming into this race, and the championship leaders, remember, are in 15th place at the moment, so there is a chance here that gap is going to be extended now, you'd say, because this Bentley, as well as having lost ground through these couple of collisions, will surely be wounded now. There must be some damage. Didn't see how that second contact started, but by the speed with which Blyer sort of got ejected out of that pack, you'd say it was quite a big whack that he was handed.
Yeah, it looks like brakes just didn't happen, and I think it's going to have been, let's have a look there, I think possibly either the 666 or the 601, but yeah, it's a horrible thing to see. And yeah, we've got a penalty coming through for the 101 then. That, I would imagine, is the 101 that was retracted, the penalty that was retracted while they appealed it. It looks like it's back, so the 101 getting a drive-through penalty. And yeah, that is obviously been decided by the stewards that there is no valid appeal against that, and the original penalty has been reinstated. But 11 hours 24 minutes left to go in the race. We are just starting to let the dust settle and let drivers get into the rhythm. It's currently Tobias Pfeffer in the 157 GTWR Racing Team number 1 outfit that is in first position. Pace dropping off slightly as he tries to get himself past the 2. In fact, sorry, I thought it was the one who was putting another lap on, but Tobias Pfeffer's just naturally dropping a little bit of pace there. Michael Teicher going a little bit faster that time. Gap still 3.3 seconds between first and second place, but he's in a battle of his own. He's got Dennis Schoeninger and Samir Ibriami, as well as Tobias Grunwald, fighting it out for that second place right now. But Tauscher gapping Schoeninger a little bit, and Schoeninger now a cork in a bottle with 4 cars that are licking their lips to try and get past as we go to a replay. Then this is the 32, and tries to fire it up the inside there. That was never going to work, surely. Runs it out wide. Ooh. Yeah, that is unfortunate to say the least. So that is a recovering Ferrari of GTWR Racing that spins it as a result of going too hot into the final corner there, and when he spins, he accidentally collects Dominic Blyer there. And yeah, I've got to be honest, that's not going to be a very, very happy driver in that car.
Yeah, that was Matthias Zampedri, I think, wasn't it, in the 129 Aston Martin that was the innocent victim there. And then at the next corner, we saw Blyer going off as well. Capera in to serve the drive-through. I tell you what, I like actually the pull that the 101 team made there to challenge that, because when you get a drive-through early in the race, it's going to cost you, here at Kyalami, I don't know, 20, 25, 30 seconds to come all the way through the pit lane at pit speed. If you do that on lap 5 or 6, you're going to lose a lot more positions than if you do it another 15 minutes later when the field's spread out a bit. So actually, if nothing else, I know they were almost just putting off the inevitable, but by challenging the appeal, they've been able to serve the penalty significantly later than they otherwise would have done, and therefore they've lost a bit less track position. So I don't know if that's what they were thinking. If I were a team manager, that's exactly what I'd be thinking, though. Is there a way that we can limit the damage that's going to be done by this penalty? And whether that was exactly what they planned, or whether it's just something fortunate that's come out of it, that's what's happened, look, because they've come out only in 20th place, so they only lost, I think, less than 10 positions in the end as a result of that.
Here we go then with a replay. We've got a Porsche on the outside and an Audi. That is the pink performance machine that's up in the inside there. And the pink oh my goodness me, that is a horrendous rejoin there from the pink performance machine. Clatters into a number of cars there, and the DV1 Triton Racing is going to be right to feel absolutely furious with that. Caught out through no fault of their own. And that is very, very poor from the pink performance machine there.
And a great example of how, even if up to this point you've put together a really successful championship campaign, it can all be derailed by someone else, and it can be often completely out of your hands, the reason that it all goes horribly wrong. The good news for DV1 Triton is they've got plenty of time left to try and bounce back from this. 11 hours and just under 21 minutes still to go then, so we're 2/3 of the way through our opening hour of racing here in the Coach Dave Academy Kyalami 12 hours, round number 4 of the SimGrid and VCO World Cup, and this is the battle for 5th position. Tobias Grunwald for the Unicorns of Love. This has been a solid and I think quite sensible opening stint for Grunwald actually there in the number 14 Aston Martin, because we know that he was in a good position here. This team is in a good position to launch themselves back into championship contention. All they need to do is stay out of trouble in the early stages. This is the second incident then for Dominic Blyer. He's on the outside line and gets drilled. There's some irony for you, by the 601 Audi, which was in a very similar position to Dominic Blyer on the opening lap at that corner, wasn't it?
That is just horrible. Horrible to watch, and Dominic Blyer is... I'm really, really disappointed for them. And the problem with that, Andy, is that puts them a lap down from looking at the timing screens. They're at least a lap down in that 111 DV1 Triton Racing machine. So, I mean, potentially, we're not even an hour into the race, and already we could have seen one of the chapters in this championship already written, because I don't know how you come back from that. I don't know how you come back from being so far down at such an early stage of the race. It's definitely possible, but with this calibre of drivers here, we've got another yellow flag out. That is this time for the 154 GTWR Racing outfit of Donde, Fosher and Adam that briefly brings out the yellow flag there. They are down in, 29th position, Tariq Adam, but facing the wrong way there, and you've got to say he was stationary there for quite a few seconds there.
Well, looking at the damage on the front of the car, I'm not surprised. I'm surprised it still moves, honestly. It doesn't look very Aston Martin-ish anymore, does it, that car? Traffic here, the pink performance Audi that everyone should be giving a wide berth, you'd say, coming into this sequence of corners. This is not the lead pack, but it's the 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th place cars trying to put a lap on the ailing Audi, which is not exactly jumping out of their way, is it? And it's going to really hold up as I hear Essa there in the 777 Bentley. And the blue flag should be waving for this pink Audi, and okay, it can only do so much to stay out of the way, but I do think it probably could have done a bit more on that occasion. Up the inside now goes Essa, but you can see the time that cost him. He started the lap half a second behind Lacombe in the 92 Aston Martin, and that gap has almost doubled now as a result of catching a back marker in an unfortunate position. But yeah, you're absolutely right, David, about the 111 car. It has gone a lap down. It's about a lap and a half down, actually. So yeah, their chances now of scoring points have significantly reduced, and again, this plays into the hands, doesn't it, of the Unicorns of Love, who so far, touch wood, I know we're only less than 45 minutes into this race, but they've stayed out of trouble. They're still running in the top 5, and they're within touching distance of the podium. If they could score themselves a top 5 finish in this race, I think the Unicorns of Love could be looking very handy in the points.
Well, it looks like we've stirred up the hornet's nest in YouTube chat. James Bacon disagreeing very vehemently with the comment I made about that number 25 after being spun. This is the issue that I've got with that, with the manoeuvre that he pulled. And James is saying that, you know, what else could he do? He was spun out. He was simply straightening the car up. But the problem is that you're on a live racetrack, right? You have to be mindful of the cars that are around you. So yes, you're in a very difficult position, but he literally moved the car forward to try and get going again while there was cars oncoming. Now, all of these cars have access to a relative timing board, so you can know what cars are going to be around you, whether or not you're going to have cars likely to come onto your path. And I'm just thinking, you know, that potentially could be an issue. The stewards may want to look into that and take action against that. And for the whole self-preservation thing, you either pull yourself off the track and get yourself straightened up, or you try and get yourself straightened up without coming back onto the race line and straight into oncoming traffic.
Yes, it's another one of those situations, I think, where it's easy for us to say, isn't it? But then when you're actually in the heat of the moment and you've just been punted off the road, all you want to do is get back going again without losing any more time. And it is easy, I've done it myself, to just spin up the wheels or accelerate a bit too quickly over the grass and end up sliding back into the road. But yes, we'll see if anything comes of that penalty-wise as we go deeper into this opening hour. There is the second place car, Michael Tauscher, 4.2 seconds off the lead, but 3 seconds now ahead of Dennis Schoeniger there third. Then it's Samir Ibrahimi in the Lamborghini fourth, Tobias Grunewald is fifth for the Unicorns of Love. And then right behind him, that number 92 Aston Martin is Arnaud Lacombe, and he is looking to try and move into that top 5. I think this little group there, they've almost settled down now, haven't they? Schoeniger is not under the same sort of pressure in third place now as he was earlier on when he had Pfeffer and then Tauscher behind him, so he's actually pulling away from this group in third place. And then 4th, 5th and 6th are all kind of running much the same pace, so I think for the time being they might be quite happy just to stay here and see the rest of this first stint out. We're not a million miles away from thinking about pit stops, with about 15 minutes to go before we hit the 60-minute mark, so you can always overtake people in the pit stops, can't you, by undercutting them or having a cleaner pit stop, and that is a lot easier and a lot less risky than trying to overtake them on the racetrack. So I think a sensible approach for these drivers here, none of them really wanting to take any huge risks whilst they're already in a pretty strong position.
Absolutely, and I guess it's just another thing of this whole, you know, story unfolding before our very eyes, chapter by chapter. It's been written, and we're very, very grateful for everyone watching to be joining us along as that story tells itself. So, as we said, we are 11 hours and 14 minutes left to go in this race. We've had a very entertaining 45 minutes. It's starting to cool down very slightly, just very slightly, as the drivers settle down towards the end of their first hour of racing, and then it comes into to stints and strategy. And are we going to see drivers swapping over? Are we going to see them just staying in the car and doing the 2 hours essentially of that? How do you think the pit stops is going to come into play after that first hour?
If I were in the car, I'd be itching to get out, because after 60 minutes around this place, you're going to be dripping with sweat. Your eyes are going to be out on stalks, especially if you were in the car for the opening stint, as these drivers were. There's just been so much going on. But these guys are pros, aren't they? They're capable of staying in the car for 2 or 3 hours if they wanted to. So I think we'll see a couple of double stints. Early stages, though, maybe they'll try and keep their driver lineups fresh. You don't lose any time from changing drivers, remember. It's not like in some real-world series where you can't change the driver whilst the fuel is going in, for example, or whilst the tyres are being changed, because there is no physical driver change. It's the push of a button and then you've got a new driver in. So you may as well, I think, cycle through drivers now and try to keep them fresh for the latter part of the race.
Yeah, for sure. And tyres is going to be a big thing towards certain parts of the race. We're going to see how the teams manage their tyres and also manage their drivers as well, because remember, while some of the teams will want to put their absolute fastest drivers in at the first stint, some of them will want to maybe save that for the middle stint later on during the afternoon as well. So we see James Baldwin around the outside making a cracking move there, and that is actually on a lapped car, so we'll maybe not get too excited on that one. But that Yassi Pirelli, it's been a mixed season for them, hasn't it, Andy? Because they've got a very, very strong lineup, a good team. James Baldwin, Eamon Murphy, George Boothby joining them this weekend, and Jaroslav Honzig. But they've just not had the results to prove it. Oh, and that is a huge moment there for the 154 and the 11. I think the 154 tried to go around the outside of that 11 and maybe catching the 11 unaware, or whether that was intentionally being squeezed.
I don't think, at least I hope, that the number 11 Mercedes of Sami Khedira, I don't think he knew that the Aston Martin was there, to be honest. That was just very clumsy. Here we are on board with the Aston Martin, goes to the right, and it's just 50-50 that, and then the Aston Martin connects with the end of that tyre wall. That's the worst possible place to hit. That will have done an awful lot of damage, but just a clumsy little incident, that very hard to apportion blame. I think one zigged and the other zagged, and they sort of met in the middle, really, didn't they? But not a nice place to have contact. This, though, goes back to what I was saying at the start of the race, doesn't it? This is the most unforgiving circuit that we've raced at so far. If this was Spa, for example, and they made contact going up into even a corner such as Pouhon or Blanchimont, you've got acres of tarmac runoff area. If you get fired off the road, okay, you'll lose a bit of time, you might even spin, but you're probably not going to hit anything solid. The car won't be damaged, you won't have to pit for repairs. You don't have that luxury here. You have to be driving on eggshells for the entire 12 hours. The slightest misjudgment from you or any of the cars around you is going to send you off into something fairly solid and can really derail your race.
Yeah, look, this is a parent's worst nightmare, isn't it? Lots of sharp edges, pointy edges everywhere you look. There's absolutely no runoff area whatsoever. And difficult to see how you can come back from any sort of incident whatsoever if you get put into any one of those walls, because it's going to be severe damage, which affects your top end pace, but it also then affects your chances of getting back through the order as well, with the pace that these drivers are pulling out right now. I mean, they're still on the 141s in that top 20 right now. Look at this battle that you've got going on, as if to demonstrate my point almost precisely. Dennis Schoeninger is the cork in the bottle right now, because he is holding up all of these 6 cars behind him. You've got Ibrahimi in there, Grunwald, Lecombe, Asa and Weidlich, and even Marek Schintz is in there in the 191 as well. And I do wonder how long the drivers are going to be able to hold off the frustration and just absolutely send it any way they possibly can over Schoeninger, because the longer they stay behind this car, the bigger that train is going to get.
And that's the thing, they can see the leaders just disappearing up the road, can't they? This group is now 8.5 seconds off the leader, Tobias Pfeffer, who is 4.7 ahead of Michael Tauscher, so that gap keeps going up as well. I'll tell you what, though, I am massively impressed with Dennis Schoening here. Back to that in a second, because we've got another bit of contact here. This is the 720 McLaren on the outside into turn number 2 at Crowthorne. This was Amarius Torcidlo, who loses a place and then loses a couple more because he gets tapped into a lazy spin there by the 77 McLaren. That was being driven by Sven Hettich, and a quick loop back around and he's back on his way, but I'm fairly sure that will be a slam dunk penalty as well. More penalties meanwhile. Cars 62 and 199 had contact on lap 10, and it's a 5-second penalty for the 199 car. That's the SG Stern Mercedes. Adam Christodoulou, one of the drivers in that car. I saw he was in the YouTube chat earlier on watching on. Sadly, Adam, we have some bad news to deliver for you right now. Also, cars 787 and 129 had contact as well. The drive-through has been issued there. I will get to this point I was making a while ago, I promise you, but we focus again now on Igor Ogrodnikov, who has dropped from 14th place now, behind the Honda then of Lebrec. So Lebrec takes that 14th place away from the 41 car. So the Elvis Grattan team gaining a bit of ground there. The Honda should be good here, shouldn't it, David?
It really should, but again, it's one of those cars that you just see disappearing off into the ether. It's a shame because I do love the NSX. It's such a beautiful, beautiful car, and it's very strong as well on paper. But yet, every time we see it in a race, we just see it absolutely disappear into Nowheresville. No notable results, no notable performances, and it's a difficult one to see because I want to see that car doing, further up the order here, and potentially, given that the 11 hours to go, we could see our Honda up into the top 10 there.
In Baldwin here, good stint for him so far. 11th place at the moment, started 15th, did James Baldwin, so he's gained a couple of positions. And in fairness, I was looking at the championship standings, they're all the way down in 20th place, and I was almost tricked into thinking that they'd been really struggling this season. Actually, they've had good pace, it's just they had that non-finish, didn't they, at Spa, but they had a 9th at Bathurst, a 13th at Donington, so they've sort of been there or thereabouts. I was watching an interesting clip actually that James put up on social media on Thursday night. That car very nearly ran out of fuel during the first qualifying session, and they literally limped back into the pit lane with 0.0 litres of fuel left in the car. They were crawling down the hill into the pit lane and trying to dodge the traffic as they did so. So James, they calculated that fuel maybe not quite right. They'll be hoping they get their fuel calculations a little bit better now in the race situation. Good battle here continuing with Igor Ogrodnikov just struggling in the latter part of this stint, isn't he?
Yeah, he's really trying to plug a hole in the gap of the pace of that Aston, which is strange given that there's so many other Astons around him, not having that same battle. But the problem with Aston is as soon as you go on the back foot, as soon as you go defensive, that car really struggles because it just overworks itself something rotten. I do have to correct myself, and it's not something I usually do, but I do have to actually correct myself on the comment about the Honda, because of course the Elvis Grattan team, they did get a 6th place finish on the first race of the season at Bathurst, so the car does have pace and it can be up there, but ever since then it's kind of just fallen off of a cliff with that pace there. So maybe it can get back up, but 34th and 28th in the races afterwards, it's not really adding up for a good season for that Honda. It's an uphill battle, whereas you see the rest of them in the likes of the Audi and the Aston Martin there. But back for this battle for 3rd place then, and Schoeninger is doing his best train conductor job right now, because he's got an absolute intercity express going on behind him. He's got now, 8 cars behind him. So it's Schoeninger, Ibriami, Grunwald, Lecombe, Essa, Weidlich, Schint, and I think Nick Hubin is very close to joining onto the train just now. And Andy, if you were on this train, would you be sitting up in first class, chilling out?
No, I would be positioning myself about a second or so behind it and watching the chaos unfold, I think, because this has got trouble written all over it, hasn't it? Schoeninger is clearly struggling a bit for pace here with this weight that he's carrying, and the tyres perhaps just going past their best. But what feels like half an hour ago, David, I started to make a point about Dennis Schoeninger and then got distracted by 16 other things that were going on. I am seriously impressed with his stint here. Yes, I know he was leading earlier on and he's dropped down to 3rd and he's 10 seconds off the lead now, but that car is carrying this ballast. It is clearly not as quick as the cars around it, but just as he did in qualifying yesterday, Dennis is wrestling pace out of it that it probably doesn't really, or shouldn't really, be displaying. And look, he's actually getting away again now from Samir Ibrahimi. What I'm impressed with most about Schoeninger, though, is he's not fought anything too hard. When Tobias Pfeffer arrived on his tail, the first time that Tobias showed his nose up the inside, Dennis said, "Okay, you're faster than me, there's 11 and a half hours to go, on you go." It was the same then when Tauscher made the move on him a lap or two later, And now Schoeniger, he's not defending, he's not weaving around wildly, he's not watching his mirrors too much, he's just sticking to his pace. Ibrahimi can't quite get close enough in the Lamborghini to have a go, and Schoeniger, despite the fact these cars are so close behind him, and there are many of them, he looks quite comfortable actually. He doesn't look like a man under pressure, does he? And yet, really, in this situation, arguably he should be.
Yeah, that's a great spot actually, because as soon as we saw earlier on where he was under pressure from Samir Ibrahimi, and as soon as those words left my mouth about being a cork in the bottle, I then looked, and you're like, well, hang on a minute, it's actually Ibrahimi in the Lambo that looks like he's backing everything off, but Samir now start to get back onto the tail end of Dennis Schoeniger there. So, I mean, it is swings and roundabouts. It shows how important, if anything, that pace and momentum are at this track here at Kyalami. You know, if you get a good run on the car in front, then you're absolutely golden. But if for whatever reason you get thrown offline or you have to pull out of that move, you're massively vulnerable to any of the cars that are attacking from you. And that's why you see these concertina effects, where the cars sort of bunch up and then they'll expand and then they'll bunch up again. But again, that's where, you know, the drivers really earn their pennies here, because everything changes in a split second. You've got to react to whatever is going on in front of you. Perfect case in point here, Mike Noble doing a cracking job of trying to fight his way up into the top 20, gets himself in there, and on the tail now Florian Becker in the 911 Porsche, and this is a cracking little battle because he's also got Miyato up the inside. Oh, tries to get the cut back there. That was looking very, very nice there for Mike Noble in the 123 FFS Racing. I'm gutted to see that Mike not out in the Nissan this time around, but to be honest, I think, and maybe you kind of saw the writing was on the wall there, Andy, but the Nissan just doesn't seem to have the pace here on the grid.
No, but where the Aston Martin has pace is in a straight line. He's going to try and use that now to attack Florian Becker. Look, he goes up the inside of the 911 Porsche. He's good on the brakes. You're not going to come off these tight corners quicker than a rear-engine Porsche, but you can go into them a bit faster in an Aston Martin, and Mike Noble using that advantage to good effect. That's 19th place now then for the car that actually started 16th for FFS Racing, so Mike did lose some ground. He lost the best part of 10 places, I think, on the first lap. Maybe just got caught out with some of the incidents around him on that opening lap, but it's been a good recovery drive so far to now get back into that top 20. On board then with Marek Schintz in the Racing Line Motorsport car. This is the latest car to join in this train for third place, isn't it? You've got Schoeniger, Ibrahimi, Grunewald, Lacombe, Esser, Weidlich and Schins now. All of them line astern, 7 cars together. Audi, Lamborghini, 2 Aston Martins, a Bentley, another Audi, and then the Aston Martin that we're on board with again here. So if nothing else, David, this little gaggle here, or big gaggle really, does show that BOP is working well, because these cars are all running within a fraction of a second of each other, and there are lots of different makes of car on a display here, so all of them look pretty evenly matched, don't they?
Yeah, it's a fantastic thing to see, and I don't know about the viewers at home, but I'm actually kind of geeking out over watching this. This is just so cool to sit back and watch all of these cars so tightly knit, given as we head into our first hour completed in the books of racing here at the 12 Hours of Kyalami. It is just unbreakable, this chain right now between Dennis Schoeniger all the way back to Marek Schintz, and as we said, Nicholas Huben in the number 33 Audi, he is just on the tail end of joining on that one for Rutronic E-Racing as well. And I do wonder, and again I could be shot down in flames for this, I wonder how much of this is strategy. I wonder how many of these drivers here are just wanting to quietly rattle down the laps and wanting to keep the pace on, as we see Nicholas Huben maybe not getting onto the tail of that train with going a little bit wide like that, but again he just gets a decent exit out the corner and tries to catch back on. But how many of these drivers are just keeping on the tail of the car in front and hoping that the car in front does exactly the same and keeps them in contention with that lead group? That way they're saving a little bit of fuel, they're saving a little bit of their tyres, and they can really push their stints as far as they possibly can go in this. As we go over the first hour, we're going to see first pit stops, I would imagine, in the next 4 minutes.
Yeah, it's an interesting point, that, isn't it? I would like to think it's just an element of self-preservation going on here, because they do realise it's a long race. I know that a few people were losing their heads in the early stages, but once it settles down like this and you get yourself line astern, it's almost easier then to kind of just think, right, I found my space in the line. There's no real point in attacking now and taking big risks to try and gain loads of positions when it could just end in contact and damage or a penalty. So I'd like to think it's just a bit of conservative driving going on, but I also think the nature of this circuit is lending itself to this sort of racing as well, because it is quite tricky to overtake here, really. You need to have quite a speed advantage over the car ahead of you to really make a clear overtake into any of the braking zones around the place, or you need to try and force a mistake out of the guy ahead, but that's not really happening. So I think maybe with 11 hours still on the clock, a track where it's hard to overtake, and so many pit stops still to go, you know, that's your opportunity, isn't it? When you're at the back of a group like this, if you pit a couple of laps before they do, get into some clean air, you could clear the lot of them if your couple of out laps are quick enough. So yeah, I think they're all just starting to realise now this isn't a 10-lap sprint, and actually they've got plenty of time to get on with this.
Weirdly, the pace of this group is fairly consistent. It's not that far off the pace of the leaders. The leaders there, Tobias Pfeffer and Michael Teischer, that last lap round, identical lap times there, 141.121, showing the pace that those two have got. But this group here, all of them doing a 141.5 or a 0.6 or a 0.7, so they're all, you know, neck and neck in terms of pace here. And it just feels like it's a very, very well thought out, very consistent drive from all of these drivers here. And again, I mean, it's so different to what we saw in the first 10 minutes, where every driver, whenever they possibly could get a run, was going to try and send it. But like, look of Arnaud Lacombe here from AAA Esports. He has a little look here, but he's not actually going to make it. Whereas I think the first 10, 15, 20 minutes of the race, all these cars would have absolutely been sending it.
Yeah, and certainly those that were, you know, back end of the top 20 and beyond, because they've got more to try and gain. Whereas actually, if you're running in the top 10 now, you're probably quite happy with that. Mistake there, though, for Groenewold. Now, that's what I was talking about. If the car ahead makes a mistake, you've almost got no choice but to attack, and Lacombe is finding that now. He's on the outside into Sunset. He may as well commit to this now, because you can go around the outside, bit of argy-bargy between the two Aston Martins, but Groenewold leaves him room on the exit. That gives Lacombe the inside for Clubhouse, but he can't quite get it done. That was sketchy stuff there. A little bit of contact through one of the fastest corners on the circuit. Could easily have ended up with one or both of those Aston Martins heading off the road, but they got away with it just about, and that's just delayed Lacombe now slightly. I think it's hurt his momentum, and so Zahir Essa in the home Bentley, the South African team, of course, piloting that 777 car, looking to try and take advantage. But I was just about to say, Dave, that the reason that all of their lap times are so evenly matched is because they're not really racing each other too hard. No one's really attacking or defending and disrupting the flow. And then as soon as I was thinking that, a mistake from Groenewold has sort of split the pack temporarily, hasn't it?
Yeah, it really has, and that happens so often when you've got like this cutting comment that you want to make, and then something just comes along at the last possible second and completely derails it, as we see all hell kicking off behind, as well as Luka Weidlich in the background with Marek Schintz, and there is Nick Hubin onto the back of that group now. So again, all of these cars now split by less than 0.6 of a second, with the exception of Tobias Groenewold just dropping up the inside, as we see Samir Ibrahimi trying to have a look up the inside there for Renvelt in the number 9. Schoeninger now again starting to back that group up into each other, but if Ibrahimi can get ahead of the Audi right now, he could maybe clear him with about a minute left to go. But again, I think pit stops now are going to really decide what's going to happen here. And given Andy as well, right, we've got what's that, about 15 seconds, 12 and a half seconds to 15 seconds between first and third place, and essentially the top 10 being split by what's that, about 23 seconds. I mean, a mistake in the pit stop, a slightly longer than planned pit stop, really could upset the apple cart massively here.
There are a few things that can cause that, aren't there? If you've got damage that needs to be repaired, that obviously takes extra time in the pit stop, but also if you don't line the car up quite correctly as you come in, there's a set sort of box, just as there would be in real life, that you have to park in. If you park outside of it, then the car sort of has to be re-manoeuvred back into the position it should be in, and that costs valuable seconds. And you know, you can pound around on the track for hours and hours and only gain tenths or maybe a couple of seconds on the cars around you. You can lose all of that through a minute mistake in the pit lane, and that is, again, something that the teams have to be aware of, not just this time, but every time they come into the pit lane, they'll be doing that. an awful lot, 10 or 11 times over the course of the 12-hour race. Ismail Labrec here in the Elvis Grattan Honda. 13th place for him. Just ahead, we saw that James Baldwin had dropped down to 12th position now because Dare McCormack had got the Williams Esports Aston Martin number 5 ahead. Still, though, no change in this group towards the front, though, is there? It's still Dennis Schoeniger in that 3rd place, Samir Ibrahimi in 4th, and Tobias Groenewold sort of inching back onto their tail, but he's not really taking chunks of time back out of them, is he? Remember, he lost that bit of ground with his side-by-side battle with Lacombe a couple of laps ago. If Schoeniger was really holding this group up, then Groenewold should have caught them by now, but he hasn't. So it does sort of show, actually, that the 3rd place car is still capable of lapping quickly.
Yeah, it really is. And I've got to be honest, Michael Tauscher starting to get my attention there. 140.9 on that last lap there, taking 3/10 out of the leader. And Tobias Pfeffer wasn't really held up too much. He's now got the 787 of Ivan Shermatinsky in front of him. But that was before he had that car in front of him. So cracking lap there from Michael Tauscher. And I wonder if he's thinking that the fuel's starting to get a bit low and deciding to hustle that car, because again, that could bring that gap down under 5 seconds. We see Samir Ibrahimi now starting to put real pressure on Dennis Schoeniger, but that's because he's got Tobias Groenewold all over the back of him, and that gap that was there, that was about 0.7 of a second, now completely evaporated, and this is starting to get a little bit fighty. And to be honest, yeah, this is starting to get a little bit awesome. Tobias Pfeffer into pit lane then, your race leader into the pits, the first one to blink. That hands the lead over to Michael Tauscher. This is Marco Macri trying to catch on to the back of the Porsche of Florian Becker. A little bit of nudging there on the braking zone into the corner, but massive respect between these two drivers here, and there has to be, because you've got Miato behind him as well in the 164 GTWR Racing team outfit. Andrea Miato in the mix as well, fighting with his fellow team car there, because those are both in fact, sorry, no, they're not. That's GTWR and Racing Line Motorsport. So yeah, we'll ignore that one. But Florian Becker, Andy, in that 911 GTRC endurance team, doing a good job of holding on to the position from the Bentley. But you get a feeling of inevitability about this as well, because the 25 Pink Performance machine in the background as well, and this Porsche has been harassed to within an inch of its life.
Yes, I also noticed a car that came out not far behind this group is the 157 car. There it is, look, Jordan Sherritt is at the wheel. Now, I was about to ask why they pitted early. That surprised me, but then I looked at the circuit map and I realised the leaders had just caught the back of the queue and the back of the pack, so I think they pitted to try and avoid getting stuck in traffic, and ironically they've come out in traffic, so that's not really worked, has it? And as they come out of the left-hander there at Clubhouse, Jordan Sherritt, you can see the difficulty that he's going to have here, and that is Samir Ibrahimi. That is the Lamborghini then, the Renvelten Lamborghini that was running in 3rd position, that has had a spin coming through the crocodiles. We'll find a replay, I'm sure, to tell you what happened there. Meanwhile, Dennis Schoeniger has pitted from 2nd. Tobias Groenewold is in for Unicorns of Love. Ibrahimi is continuing, but for them, maybe their pit stop came a lap or two too late, because something has happened there to one of the cars that I was about to say, again, curse of the commentator, I was about to say that they haven't really troubled the top 10 all season long, and here they were, fighting for a podium, but no more, David.
Do you want another little bit of salty, tasty goodness? Guess who the 157 has come out behind? None other than 2nd place in the championship, the 111 of Dominic Blyer. So I can't imagine they're going to be too keen to let that car pass very, very quickly. But it might. Well, there we go. That's just put paid to that one.
Saying?
Yeah, exactly. To be fair, that is he's a lap down. Oh, and that was a bit of a moment there from Jordan Sherritt, very late on the brakes there, almost catching the back of the Pink Performance machine there, and that could have been a little bit costly, given they're just very early into the 2nd stint there, but he's going to want to try and make his way past. Of course, Dominic Blyer doing the right thing. He's a lap down, so not really in any contention whatsoever. So he'll be this is what I do want to say, though, is the fact that, you know, thinking ahead and you know, obviously not wanting to get himself into any penalties further on. Right, Jordan Sherritt is losing a handful of time right now because he's up behind Miato, Macri and Florian Becker. And this is the fighting on track 4 position here, Andy. So none of these cars have to give way to him right now. They don't have to do anything. This is all on track battling, and this is an absolute disaster for the GTWR team, isn't it?
Isn't it just? That was one of their teammates there that just let them through, but the next car is going to be harder to pass. Florian Becker, now he's on fresher tyres, is Sherritt, but Becker is perfectly entitled here to defend this position. Now, Michael Tauscher has just pitted. Look, in the 211 car, there it is. Sidemax Motorworks, have they been able to take advantage of this? This is going to be awfully close. Remember that the 157 Audi was about 5.5 seconds or so ahead of that Aston Martin before the pit cycle started. Out goes the Aston. I think the Audi should still do it just about. Yes, it has. Look, Sherritt's gone ahead, and actually, I'm quite surprised that the gap is going to be as big as it is. If anything, the Audi could be further ahead now than it was before the pit stop. So that means that Tauscher must have also had some traffic then on his in-lap. Remember I said that they caught the back of the pack to start lapping cars. Either that, or they've had a slow pit stop. But for some reason there, Jordan Sherritt and the GTWR RHE Academy team have dodged a major bullet, because I think they should still, once this is all said and done, retain the lead.
Absolutely, that's a massive get-out-of-jail-free card for the 157 GTWR R8G Academy number 1 car, who will eventually retake the lead once the pit stops all filter their way through. And again, huge championship implications for this 157 car, because I mean, it's not been the greatest of seasons for them. Here is Samir Ibrahimi then into the final couple of corners here, and it's going to be a boop from the Aston Martin.
No.
That is a slam dunk penalty, and further insult to injury. There was nowhere that Aston Martin could have went, and again, Samir just waits for all the cars to make their way past, and yeah, you hate to see it, really, don't you?
Now, that was Tobias Grunewald for Unicorns of Love. What have I been saying for the last hour and a quarter that the Unicorns of Love need to do today? They need to not get involved in contact. They had it on a plate in this race. They were comfortably outperforming their other championship rivals, and then they go and get involved in contact a lap or two before they were due to pit as well. So what was the point? What was the point? It was clearly a bit of a misjudgment there. I'm not for a second saying that was malicious. It wasn't even a genuine attempt to overtake. It was just a misjudgment late in the stint. But that has to be a penalty, right? I don't see any way that that's not a penalty for Unicorns of Love based on other penalties that we've seen handed out already today. And that's going to cost them so many places when they were in such a strong position. So, you know I can sound a bit like a Debbie Downer sometimes when I say that, you don't need to take any risks. It's a long race, just take it easy. But that is why, because that was completely unnecessary, and it's going to cost them points that it looked like they were odds on to take out of this race.
Yeah, it's a difficult one to see here. Get back to the race centre here. Essa is absolutely into the long haul right now for Sim Racing Masterclass. He is doing a huge stint there. Comes into pits then. He's done an hour and almost 15 minutes by the time that car comes into to pit lane there. So just keeping you up to date then. Jordan Sherritt in the 157 GTWR Racing team is going to take the lead ahead of it's going to be the 211 of, I believe, Michael Tauscher still behind the wheel. That is going to be, Andy, 5 seconds that Michael has lost it through pit lane, or through that pit stop there, because the gap was 5 seconds. It's now up to about 10 seconds there. A slow pit stop. And again, this is the way the cookie crumbles. This is the way that the story writes itself out. It's these little mistakes that creep in that really take the race away from you.
Yes, and I would be intrigued to know why it was slow. Was it driver error? Was it damage they had to fix? We hadn't really seen any contact for this car, had we? So that's an interesting one. But you're absolutely right. The gap has doubled then between the cars that we think will come out first and second. But will they come out second? Because of course they may have lost time to some of those others that were running behind them. Yeah, it looks like Schoeniger is still behind him, but only just. Look, Grunewald is only 0.3 of a second ahead of Schoeniger then, down into the braking zone at turn 2. And up the hill they go. Sorry, it's Tauscher we were talking about, wasn't it? Tauscher is comfortably ahead of this little group of cars. Tobias Groenewold then, after making his pit stop, you have to assume they fixed some of the damage on this car as well. Schoeniger then actually the one that lost out, because that 21 car was ahead of the 14, it was ahead of the 92, and it has lost a fair few positions there again through not an ideal pit sequence.
I'm just looking actually, Marek Schintz in the 191 Racing Line Motorsport has absolutely destroyed everyone on that pit stop there. He's up to third place, and I'll tell you what, he is actually looking very, very good for taking that second place there from Tauscher, because the pace that he has got right now is looking not too bad. He's only 2 seconds behind Tauscher in the 211, and he's catching him fairly rapidly. The other one that's catching up though is Luca Weidlich then, who moves up into that fourth position, because obviously Zahir Essa goes into pits and drops all the way down, as you see on the timing screen here. But yeah, I've got a feeling Marek Schintz is going to be challenging for second place within maybe say a lap or so.
Well, let's see what his pace is like then, now that Michael Tauscher is settling back into things. The middle sector, he was a few tenths quicker, the same in the final sector. So, well, we'll see. Schintz in that third position has definitely benefited from all of this. Dennis Schoeniger there benefited from a mistake from Tobias Groenewold to move into 6th position again. So the 21 car already starting its fight back, and we saw how strong Schoeniger was in the early part, at least, of the previous stint. He did some good overtaking to get the lead in turn 1, and now he's got even more to do. He's 6th place, but he's got Lacombe right ahead of him. So interestingly then, the 157 car had a driver change, but I think that's the only one of the cars inside the top sort of 8 or so that changed drivers. So that's contrary to what I expected, although I am sometimes wrong, it must be said. I expected more of them to do driver changes there at that first pit stop, but actually the leaders, the only ones that did.
Yeah, I'm maybe a little bit more versed in being wrong there, Andy, so I'm a little bit more used to it. But yeah, look, it is what it is, and it's a great thing because it's this organic thing, isn't it? We come in with our ideas and our research and our homework that we've done, and more often than not, teams have got a completely different idea about what's going on. I mean, I'm now having to rethink that idea that Schoeniger, the 191 of Marek Schintz might be able to catch back up, because it's really not actually catching up all that much as well. That gap now 3 seconds, and we've got a hell of a battle going on here for 5th place here, Andy. It's Dennis Schoeniger in the 21 trying to hold off. That is going to be Luca Weidlich in the 28, and Tobias Groenewold, who's just jumped everyone there in the number 14. So cracking battle going on here.
Yeah, Weidlich gained a lot of places during the pit stops, but I think he's now starting to slip back. So through has gone Schoeniger, through also now goes Arnaud Lacombe and Tobias Groenewold, and now it's Zahir Essa that moves alongside the 28 car, so that all got a bit close for comfort going through the final sector. The Bentley to the outside of the Audi, another Audi then crowding in behind is the 33 car. Now that has had a driver change, hasn't it? That's René Sievert at the wheel of the 33 car, but lots of these Audis sort of appearing now, aren't they, at the front end of the field. The Audi is arguably the car to have here. We've got one leading the way, and we've got 4 of them in the top 9 positions right now, and they're starting to flex their muscles a little bit. But yeah, Weidlich just struggling for pace, it would seem, in the early stages of this stint, and Zahir Essa needs to try and clear him as quickly as possible to try and get back after the cars ahead. He looks to the inside into the S's, but that's not really a place that you're going to make an easy overtake. Certainly you need to be further alongside than that. So Jordan Sherritt then leads the way. He's got about an 11-second lead over Michael Tauscher, so Sherritt is now quicker than Tauscher, although actually on that lap Tauscher brings it back down to 10.8 seconds. Then you've got in 3rd place, you've got Marek Schintz in the 191 car. Arnaud Lacombe is in 4th. Dennis Schoeniger is 5th, having led at the end of the opening lap of the race, remember. Tobias Groenewold 7th, then this the fight for 6th place, then this the fight for 7th. Weidlich, Essa and Sievert round the outside of him there into the Crocodiles. That doesn't work. And look who's catching them. George Boothby making himself at home now, isn't he, in that Yas Heat number 149 car. His first racing stint for the team. He's in the top 10, and he is quite a bit quicker than this group ahead.
Yeah, silly season has been well and truly in flow before this race, so let's just bring you up to speed on that one. Just to tell you though, the Dalkin Community Car, Dan King, Vasily Onufriev and Jan Willem van Ommen disconnected an hour and 20 minutes into the race, so that is an absolute disaster for them. But just to remind you what's actually happened on the build up to this round end, Sidemax Motorworks on the 211, they are no longer an esport team, but the drivers are continuing to race under that name for the rest of the season. It'll now be known as Sidemax Motorworks FFS Racing. As we saw, Tauscher recently joined Unicorns of Love, but he's still obviously in the 211 for this race, so that's going to be a huge coup for Unicorns of Love and a big loss for the 211. George Boothby jumping, as Andy just said, into the Yas Heat team, driving the 149 car. We can see that just now. That means that his seat at the 191 had been filled by Maciek Malinowski. He moves there from Sidemax Motorworks FFS Racing. So it's a game of musical chairs that's going on right now. Andrea Capoccia left Yas Heat to rejoin GTWR, but he jumped straight in as the fourth driver of the 157 team. So again, a lot of pressure resting on his shoulders for this race just now, with the fact that they're in the lead. And then there was the Kunos BOP change, and we'll talk more about this in a minute. Side by side though into Cheetah, the 777, and that was very, very wide there, and Zahir Essa just gets that position back over the 28 there of Luca Weidlich. Andy, I don't know about you, but I would hate to be one of these virtual insurance companies right now.
Yes, that is a heck of a battle, isn't it? And it's partly being caused by the fact that 28 Audi we're hearing is double stinting its tyres. Julian Beck, who is one of the drivers for that team, is watching on in YouTube, and he's just let us know. So thank you, Julian, for all of that information. That car double stinted its tyres. That explains A, why it gained so much time in the pit lane, but also B, why it's struggling so much now amongst all of these cars with fresh Pirelli rubber on board. So the 28 car short-term gain there, but maybe a long-term loss. That's a balancing act, that, isn't it? You can save a huge chunk of time from not changing the tyres in the pit lane. You just refuel the car. But yeah, it's certainly hurting them now they're back out on track, because we've seen Sievert go through into 8th place. Essa had already gone through into 7th, and now George Boothby moves up onto the tail of the 28 car as well, down through the S's. He comes 9th place then, the target here for the Yas Heat machine, which, as I said earlier on, has had a 9th and a 13th place finish in the two races that it has finished, but it didn't make it to the end of the Spa 24 hours. Boothby there trying to get the run out of Loikop down into the mine shaft, and McLaren versus Audi, two mid-engine cars. They both make their lap time in a very similar way. The only difference between the two, really, apart from aero and overall design, is the fact that the McLaren has fresher rubber, and it looks to try and get up the inside into Cheetah. Nothing doing there. Boothby needs to be patient here in a way, but he can see the time they're dropping to the cars ahead, can't he?
He really can. I mean, we're into the 143s now with this little battle here, and that Ferrari needs to get past ASAP. This, I think, is going to be the best chance so far, because the Audi gets to drive out the corner, and the McLaren, needs to get past as soon as it possibly can for the Yas Heat Pirelli team. On the brakes in turn one, I've got to be honest, I thought the McLaren was going to have the run up there, but it's not to be. And how well is Boothby settling into this team right now? He's obviously, we know his status and his ability precedes him, but it's great that you can just sort of plug him into any team and he's just able to deliver almost every single time. There, ducks back in for a little taste of the toe there behind Lucas Weidlich there. Also, another driver we've not really spoken about here, Andy, Jack Heathley in the number 5 Williams Esports outfit in that Aston Martin, doing a cracking job there, up to 11th place, and quite honestly, he looks menacing. He could easily get himself up into a position where he's contending for, say, between top 5 and top 10 right now.
Which they said, didn't they? In fairness, they thought they could challenge for a top 5 when we spoke to them pre-race, and starting so deep in the field, I sort of scoffed at that idea a bit, but you're right, they're in 11th place. They were actually ahead of the Yas Heat car before the pit stops, though, so they've dropped a bit of ground. They know, though, they've got the pace to try and get it back. Boothby was alongside Weidlich there, and he's done it going through the mine shaft, on the outside through the mine shaft. Now, that takes some bravery. and then you're just hoping and praying that the car behind you on older tyres doesn't mess its braking up into the crocodiles and rear-end you, as we've seen happen to a few cars already today. Thankfully, though, these two avoid that. So Boothby, now he's been released, should be able to catch the next group, but the damage has been done, look, because Sievert was 2.2 seconds ahead of him. That will have gone up again, I'd imagine, in the final sector. Yeah, 2.4 now is the starting point for Boothby. Is he going to be able to get there? I think he probably can, but it's going to take him a good number of laps, isn't it?
It really is, and again, it plays into that whole strategy call. I don't understand, though, why they would be double stinting their tyres so early. It's a bit of a strange call for me, given the pace hit that you're going to be taking, when really the first 2 hours you're going to be wanting to push it as hard as you can. I mean, it is early. I guess one of the things they're thinking, as we've just had pointed out from our production team, is that it's still very cool. It's still, early in the relative day where they can possibly try and push something like this. This is the 22. This is earlier on, so I think this is going to be Luca Birkin, the reason that he's so far down the order early on, forced out slightly wide there. The car tries to rejoin, and yeah, that is a little bit naughty, but Robin's racing. And Andy, I mean, given what we've seen earlier on from other cars, that could have went a lot worse than it actually did.
Yep, it's the rejoin, isn't it, that can cause more problems sometimes than the initial contact. So that was it's avoidable, but when you've been nerfed off the road, you just want to get back on it again as quickly as possible. You almost don't care who you screw over by rejoining the track as quickly as you can. This then is a fight for third place, so this has been a strong performance, this, from the Arnaud Lacombe driven 92 Aston Martin. Marek Schintz got ahead of them in the pit lane, but now up the inside there is just about an Aston Martin sized gap, and Lacombe is going to go through into P3, runs wide on the exit of Crowthorne though, and back up the inside goes Schintz. That's always possible, and that is why Schintz squeezed him so hard going into the braking zone to try and force that little error out of Lacombe, and it worked beautifully. Car 77, meanwhile, being given a drive-through penalty. That is for avoidable contact with car 720. 77 is the prime e-racing McLaren, and 720 has to be another McLaren, doesn't it? Yes, that's Carbon SimSports McLaren, who have been underperforming a little bit, you must say, but yes, contact there back on lap 28, so nearly 25 laps ago, has finally been decided to be the fault of the 77 car, so a drive-through penalty being applied there. Lacombe back in the wheel tracks now of Schintz, going up to Leukop, looks to the outside line. All the while Dennis Schoeniger is watching on, thinking, right, how can I benefit from this? Because the two Aston Martins come out of the corner side by side. That gives a nice double slipstream to the Audi driver, who will have a run on the pair of them. Lacombe weaving around. He's getting really impatient here because he knows he's quicker than Schintz, but Schintz is making that a very wide Aston Martin. Into the cheaters they go. There's so nearly contact. They both go in on a tight line, and so Schoeniger tries to carry the speed on the exit to get alongside them. He can't do it though. This again has disaster written all over it, doesn't it?
It really, really does. And there we go, Jack Keithley making the move around the outside of Luca Vajlik for 10th position there. Great move, and into the top 10 then for the Chill Blast Williams Esports Racing team. And great little push there from Jack Keithley though. But look, that battle up in front between Schoeniger, Grunwald and Lacombe as well. Around the outside goes Lacombe, and Marek Schintz still not having anything of it right now. Schoeniger is just really licking his lips, trying to hold on to the back of this, let these two fight out between themselves. But what a battle, side by side. Schoeniger right on the outside of them. It's almost going to be three wide into the corner here, and Tobias Grunwald doing the sensible thing here, keeping himself in contention. Oh, that looked like a little bit of nudge on the back edge of the tail of Lacombe there. On Marek Schintz. So Lacombe gets into third place, Schintz into fourth position. You feel like it's only going to be a matter of time to get ahead of that car there. But Andy, incredible battling, and again another example of just how high the stakes are and how high the bar is here in terms of performance.
Yeah, high stakes, but high standards as well, to be able to do that. That is so difficult to do. They were so close to each other. For over a third of a lap, they were side by side there through one of the tightest sequences of corners on the SimGrid VCO World Cup calendar. That was Brilliant stuff. And then Dennis Schoeniger just trying to stick his nose up the inside as well through Sunset, and oh so nearly getting into the side of Marek Schintz's Aston Martin. I don't think he did make contact with the 191, but it was very, very close indeed. Apologies if you've mentioned this already, David, but that 191 car, I'm told, is also double stinting its tyres, which again explains why it gained time in the pit cycle, but now is losing time on track. You save, I'm reliably informed by James Parker, about 8 to 10 seconds by double stinting tyres. So you save 8 to 10 seconds in the pit lane, but then you're going to lose more than that, surely, on old tyres on track, because you can see now that Schintz is just a sitting duck. Schoeniger goes up the inside at turn 2. Crowthorne, he's going to try and stay to the inside up towards the left-hander at Barbecue. He dives to the inside in the Audi, which always has been so good on the brakes, and he'll just maybe run Schintz out of road. No, he left him room, in fairness. Tries to hang tough around the outside towards Sunset. Has the Audi made the move stick? I think it probably has. Yes, just about gets across the bows of the Aston Martin, and now we've got Tobias Gronewold for Unicorns of Love. Round the outside as well, Zahir Essa has closed in by about 3 or 4 seconds over this group in the last lap or so, and he now moves up alongside the 191 car as well. Gronewold has gone through into 5th place, Essa goes through into 6th, and those old tyres starting to really hurt the 191 car. I do not think, David, that it's worth double stinting the tyres, especially when we get deeper into the race. At the moment, it's still only 20 to 9 in the morning, but in another 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 hours, those tyres are never going to manage to stint, surely.
Oh my goodness me, that was brutal, wasn't it, watching that? Marek Schinz tossed about from pillar to post like an absolute ragdoll there, and he's already dropped off the back of Zahir Essa. Yeah, like that was painful stuff to watch. And again, the strategy of it is, it's fine throwing the dice and saying, right, we can make big gains here, but look at the pace they've got. They've just fallen off a cliff, and everyone else is making big gains here, and they're back to where they started in terms of position on track, but they've not got the pace to hold that on. And realistically, thinking about it, how can it not be a case of dropping off at the top 10?
No, absolutely. As is always the case, there's someone smarter than me watching at home, and I am now being reminded in the YouTube chat that they have a limited amount of tyres they can use, so they have to double stint at least one set through the race, otherwise they'll run out of tyre sets. So thank you for reminding me of that. That is why we're seeing a lot of them getting that out the way early, but I still think it's better to do it maybe right at the end of the race when you're not in as much traffic here. Maybe the idea is that they'll do it early whilst the track temperatures aren't too high. That might well be the case. We saw there the Coach Dave Academy discount code, by the way, popping up at the side of the screen. I can see that someone going by the name of Gravel Trap in the YouTube chat says that they're trying out their first Coach Dave setup tonight for a new season of endurance racing, and so far they're liking it. So great to see that some of you are taking advantage of this 20% off discount that you can get. The code is there on your screen. Head over to the Coach Dave Academy website, and you can get all of the help you need on setting the cars up, because that is an art in and of itself, isn't it, David? Anyone can get out in the car and they can turn it through the corners and they can get a half decent lap time out of it, but that last couple of tenths of a second that you need ultimately to be competitive come from having the right setup.
Yeah, absolutely. That's absolutely what you want to say. And we also have to, on that note, from Coach Dave Academy, which was founded by our glorious leader, David Perel. I've heard, Andy, he's racing in some small little club race over in France or something like that. Yeah, just not important. I just thought it would be better mention it, give him a little bit of exposure and all that. It's not like it's the greatest race in motorsport and the biggest race in the world, is it?
No, and the excellent news is that my stint covering this race finishes at 4 o'clock UK time, which is exactly when the Le Mans 24 Hours starts. So I would love to say that was pre-planned, but don't worry, I'll have this race on in the background as well. I'll have 2 monitors on the go, I think, because this is a race that you don't really want to take your eyes off, isn't it? Because we are over an hour and a half in yet, and I don't really feel like either of us have paused for breath yet, David. There has always been something happening, and that's what you get from such a big, evenly matched field on a tight, compact little circuit like this. There's always going to be a little battle going, a little story developing, and even though Jordan Sherritt is now over 13 seconds clear at the head of the field, I still don't think that this one is anything like over. We still have nearly 10 and a half hours to go in this one, so those of you who might be considering switching over to that other race in France later on this afternoon, do keep an eye on this one as well, because it's sure to be entertaining.
Yeah, interestingly as well, championship-wise, GTWR RHG Academy, who are currently leading the race, they're down in 14th position. And who's behind them in the championship in 15th? FFS Racing Sidemax Motorworks as well. So, I mean, this will have huge championship implications, bringing them a vast amount of points, but more importantly, the number 41 team, Igor Ogorondikov, who obviously didn't get any sort of penalty for that early incident, gets himself up into to 11th position, and the DV1 Triton Racing, who are second in the championship, are absolutely nowhere to be found after that earlier incident. They're already at the back of the grid, and quite honestly, I can't see them making any big inroads from that. Still lapped down. I mean, they are, to their credit, 35th position, but I mean, that is a chance gone begging after, when you're being completely honest, through something that wasn't anything to do with them.
Yeah, but that's what I said at the time, isn't it? Things can go wrong and they're completely out of your hands, and that is the most frustrating thing, and it can happen in all forms of sport, really, but certainly racing. There are so many elements on a racetrack, real or sim, that are just completely beyond your control. Other cars, mechanical issues, in sim racing, things like connection issues, which we've seen bite teams in the most spectacular fashion already this season, and that will always be a part of racing, and it should always be a part of racing, really, because it keeps it nice and unpredictable for us watching at home, doesn't it? And this race certainly has delivered its fair share of unpredictability already. Replay time then. This is the 30th place battle, and it's all going to go a bit Pete Tong into turn number 2, because around goes the 720. At least he helped him back out again and got him pointing back the right way again. That was the 137 Audi of Gianfranco Giglioli, who got into the side of the 720 McLaren. I noticed actually that Marius Tворzidlo has gone back through, and I think this is why, look, a sensible decision made there by Giglioli to let him back through and try to get rid of the potential for a penalty, or at least lessen the size of the penalty that you might be given. If you're seen to do the sporting thing and give the place back, that can sometimes be looked on favourably by the stewards.
Sometimes, not always, but it's definitely the sporting thing to do. Whether or not that's something that happens here. This is the battle for P12. Then you've got Luca Weidlich for WPS Racing, and up the inside goes the Honda, the NSX of Daoust, and that is a great move. That was so simply done there for the Honda, made it look like it wasn't even an issue whatsoever. So the Elvis Grattan Racing team of Ludovic Daoust takes the position, and Samir Ibrahimi in the 9 Lamborghini having a little look as well, but he might have a couple of corners to wait there. But I mean, like, that is about as simple as you can get there from Ludovic Daoust there in the 416 Honda. And again, putting paid to any comments that I might have had about questioning the Honda's pace. Decent little run for them, and still a decent look for the fact that, 10 hours left to go in the race, they could really put themselves in contention, just slowly chipping away at these places.
I will say, though, in your defence, that Honda, it does strike me as being a very sort of circuit-specific car, in that there are some tracks that just don't suit it. Hang on, what's going on here? That's not the line that Arnaud Lecomte was supposed to be taking there through the crocodiles, and there's an Aston Martin off and spinning there in the background that I think this group have just put a lap on. Oh, stay out of the way. Blimey, that was interesting. So what happened is the question. Lecomte was third. Is he still third ahead of Schoeniger? Yes, he is, isn't he? And Grunewald is still fifth. So there were no change of position, but a fairly sketchy moment by the looks of it there, in amongst the traffic. And this again is a factor of endurance racing, isn't it, David? You can be pedalling along merrily all on your own, and then you come across a group of backmarkers who themselves are having their own race, and to the backmarkers, their battle for 35th position is the most important thing in the world right then, and they don't really want to get out of the way of the leaders. They sometimes can't get out of the way of the leaders if they're side by side, and that may well be what just occurred there for our 3rd, 4th and 5th place cars. Let's see.
Yeah, let's have a look at the replay. I think this is going to be an earlier incident, as we see that is going to be that was going to be the overtake from Jack Keithley, I think it was there. But in short, to answer your question, Andy, what happened there? Chaos, absolute chaos. And this is always one of those delightful little popcorn moments that you get here from the SimGrid VCO World Cup, with such a high calibre of talent on offer and on display again here, as you see the 787 in the thick of it, and that is William Hendrickson in that BMW. That is going to be a bit of a moving chicane right now, because the BMW does not like this track. It doesn't do well, and that was the car that was involved hitting into the number 34 and then into third place car earlier on that you saw on the last lap there. But I mean, what do you do when you're in this position? It's such a narrow track. You can't just sort of dive out the way when you're fighting for your own little battle as well, nor are you expected to. You're just simply expected not to fight the car that is behind you. And just coming up on the inside there is the Unicorns of Love, Tobias Grunwald. He does move out the way, actually, lets him by, and on the run down into to turn one there.
Yeah, but that's an example of how you can get yourself out of the way and make life easier for the lead lap cars, because you're not battling anybody. But if you are side by side with someone for position, you ain't going to hit the brakes in a straight line, give up the position just to make life easier for the lead lap cars. That's just not what you're going to do. And as you say, it's not really what they're expected to do either. If they can pull over and get out of the way, then yeah, do it. But if you're in a fight, then really it is on the lead lap cars to be a bit more patient with you. This BMW may be struggling in 43rd place, but I just want to draw your attention to the number 62 car, because remember in the first part of the race it was what, 41st, 42nd? Well, Niels Nyox is now 28 in that number 62 BMW, so the second half of his stint, and presumably their pit stop sequence as well, has been very, very impressive indeed to pull themselves into the top 30. Now, they've still got a long way to go if they're going to score any points out of this race, but that, I just thought, was something that was worth commending. That's a good effort, that.
Yeah, really, really is. With 10 hours and 17 minutes left to go in the race, you're watching the SimGrid VCO World Cup Round 4, the Coach Dave Academy 12 Hours of Kyalami. Coach Dave Academy, our title sponsor for this specific race. And yeah, it's a great point to remind you that 20% off code TSGXVCO 20 for 20% off. Use the code on screen there to get yourself 20% off any of the sim racing setups that are available over there. Another penalty coming in, cars 38 and 194 on lap 29. It's a 15-second time penalty for the 194 Racing Line Motorsport car, and that, I fear, is going to be Marco Macri, that was into the back of the Dalking Community car, who are back on the I think they're back on the go again. It is Vasily Nufriev has reconnected with that car. They are a number of laps down, but yeah, good to see them back in the race as well.
Yes, it is, but as you said, a number of laps down, even with 10 and a quarter hours to go, you're not going to get much out of this race, apart from a bit more track time, a bit more data maybe, and certainly a bit more experience for the drivers behind the wheel, because, you know, you can go out and do all of the private testing that you like, but nothing quite simulates an actual race in the same way, does it? So yeah, worth getting out there and putting the laps in if you can. 22nd place battle we're watching here, which is almost exclusively an Aston Martin affair. You've got the 164 Aston Martin at the head of this group then, and that one is being driven by Andrea Miato. Then right behind you we've got the 44 of Dominic Bolts. Then you've got Chris McDade, who are following there in the 888 car. And then right behind, the only non-Aston Martin in this group is Paolo Moya in the Ferrari. These four couldn't be a lot closer together. Replay here then of what went on. So there was the contact, and oh, there was actually contact, wasn't there then, on the Lacon Aston Martin, because the BMW that we were following punted another Aston Martin sideways, and that Aston Martin then made contact with the Unicorns of Love and almost wiped out Zahir Essa as well. So in the space of 3 corners, that green Aston Martin, I didn't quite catch a number on it, almost wiped out 3 of our podium contending cars. Not necessarily all through its own doing, although I think the second contact there with Unicorns of Love could have been avoided. But yeah, that would have caught the attention of some of our front runners, wouldn't it?
I'll be honest, that's a hell of a pull shot if that was intended, because that was straight off one corner into the other. And that third incident with the Unicorns of Love car, I really didn't like the looks of that, because from our very distant replay viewpoint there, it did look like there was a little bit of frustration there, but again, it could equally just be a little bit of tyre spin trying to get that car back on the straight and narrow. Damage could be a factor as well. It just didn't look too great from our viewpoint there, but I'm absolutely positive there wouldn't have been any issue with that or any sort of malice whatsoever. But this is Tobias Grunwald for Unicorns of Luft trying to catch back onto the tail of the 21 Audi of Dennis Schoeninger there, just ahead of him on the track. But Zahir Essa, I mean, you can't discount that, just a second off the back there as well. Carbon Sim Sports, Marius Tvorzidlo trying to make a move on Sami Kachula for the Grip Hacks Engineering number 11 at Mercedes. And yeah, it's not exactly where I expected to see the number 11 so far in the 30th position right now, but yeah, it is what it is. And up the inside then goes Marius Tvorzidlo, and the Mercedes really doesn't have too much of an answer, and he's going to have to watch because there's the in fact I will ignore that because it's the 211 of Michael Tauscher who is a lap up anyway, but that is Gianfranco Giglio up the inside for the MCW Esports Audi outfit, and that is actually for position here. So Sami Kachula and the Audi on the outside there, and I think that Mercedes is just going to hold on. But look at Dominic Blyer in the 111 DV1 Triton outfit as well. He's going to fancy a bit of this battle, and the recovery drive for the Bentley still goes on, and he could find himself up into the top 10 on the stint. That is a realistic possibility, and I never thought that was actually going to happen after that horrible instant for the DV1 Triton Racing outfit. The Audi on the back foot here, trying to make the move on the Mercedes, but has to get defensive as well as Dominic Blyer all over the back end of that machine here. And yeah, this is a cracking little battle halfway through the pack. And Andy, this adds on to a point you made about 5 minutes ago, is it doesn't matter where you are through the field, where you are through the pack, you're always going to be in battle. You're always going to have somebody else to fight.
Yeah, exactly, and Dominic Blyer there fighting for 32nd place, not really what he would have been hoping to fight for, but a fight is there to be had nonetheless, and actually it's just been lapped by the second place car, so it's not beyond the realms of possibility they could get back on the lead lap before the end of the race, and that then opens up a whole new group of opportunities for them as the rest of the race goes on. Right, back to this battle that we were following before for 20th place then, 21st place I should say, 22nd place, I'll get it right in a second. Dominic Goltz in the Revolution Sim Racing Blue Aston Martin then, who is, yes, because the car at the head of this group is a lap down on this lot, isn't it? That's one of the GTWR cars that had its off earlier on, so they've been in the pit lane for extensive repairs, and they're not exactly getting out of the way here of Goltz, McGlade and the rest, are they? So Miato has moved into 22nd, Goltz down to 23rd, and that possibly was as a result of this lapped Aston Martin not really making life all that easy for them. Up the hill they go then, in towards Cheetah, and again, to make that point, this is for a battle outside of the top 20 essentially, and yet it's still as fierce as anything. Now, don't lose patience with the lapped car. That looked like it was going to be a push-to-pass scenario that was developing slightly there. We've jumped, though, to the... there we go, picture-in-picture. Great, so we've got the fight for 22nd or so going on in the main screen. On the inset is Igor Ogrodnikov, who is now ahead of George Boothby. So that's 9th place now for the Simware Pro car. That, remember, comes into this race as there's contact between the group of Aston Martins at... turn 2, no change of the position though, but yeah, that Simware Pro car that's just moved into 9th is your championship leading car, and David, with DV1 Triton so deep in the field, this is starting to look better and better for the points leaders, isn't it?
It really is. I mean, that's exactly what it's all about. It's about disaster recovery right now, and incidents that happen all the way through the field, they're just going to be rubbing their hands together and, you know, good. They want to get all of these positions and all of these points that they possibly can. And again, with 10 hours left to go, there is a heck of a lot of meat left on the table. There's a lot of points left to go as we see Zahir Essa gets past the car there of Schoeninger. So Essa up into 5th position ahead of Dennis Schoeninger, and yeah, that is an opportunistic move to get that done. But I wonder if Zahir Essa is going to try and make the move on Tobias Grunwald. Grunwald will certainly not let that one happen lying down, but fascinating battle with 10 minutes left to go in the second hour already, and now we start thinking for those drivers that are on those double stinted tyres, because it's going to be a thing. It's going to be the drivers and teams are going to have to share the tyres over this race. It's just as you see Tobias Grunwald hanging the rear ends of that Aston Martin. I don't know if we can get the Teriyaki boys on the queue there, but we need to get some Tokyo Drift up in the background for that one. That was an awesome bit of car control for the Unicorns of Love driver, but it does nothing for the pace and the momentum of that car, and if anything it shows just how much pressure that he is under from Zahir Essa right now, and that car looking a little bit ragged right now.
Yeah, first of all, before I get into that, penalties.
Good Lord.
Lots of them. Well, one of them's a racing incident, that's good. So cars 199 and 62 racing incident. Likewise, actually, cars 9 and 14 making contact with no further action. Now, hang on, that surprises me, because that's Unicorns of Love into the back of it was Samir Ibrahimi, wasn't it, the Lamborghini. Surprised that wasn't a penalty, actually, but hey, I'm a commentator, not a steward, so I won't comment any further. However, 15-second penalty for car 137 for avoidable contact with 720. That's not a huge surprise. We saw that earlier on, didn't we? So even though they gave the place back to Marius Torzidlo, it's still a penalty for 137, and a warning for an unsafe rejoin there to car 77. 77 is the Prime Racing McLaren. Yes, the point I was about to make about the Aston Martin getting sideways, it was a great save, wasn't it, first and foremost, but of all of the ACC driving that I've done, and it has been relatively limited, I will admit, the Aston Martin is the car that I tend to go for. I love it because it's well balanced and it's kind of good at all the circuits, but it has a lot of weight over the nose, as there one of the Aston Martins makes a nice move for 15th. That's Viadalik continuing to slip back on these double stinted tyres, dropped 8 places from where they were. Well, that's where they were before the pit stop. I think they've lost even more than that, maybe, from where they came out of the pit lane. And they've got another car right behind now, haven't they? The 121 car. But yes, the Aston Martin is a well-balanced car, but it has a lot of weight over the front axle because it is a front-engine car. And that means that if you really plough it into a corner too quickly and get all the weight on the nose as you turn in, David, the rear can just step out on you. And you get these lazy sort of slides, which at high speed like that are very, very hard to control. So good car control back from Grunewald, but it is sort of a factor, a feature I've found of the Aston Martin.
Yeah, and that is one of those things that's going to cost you over the course of the race. It looks spectacular, it looks very flamboyant, but again, you're losing that time, you're losing that pace, and you're losing that momentum. And again, these little things are all the things that add up. It sounds really silly, to think that, a second or 2 seconds on that lap is going to have any real effect, but it does. It all adds up very, very quickly as well. As we go back to Dominic Goltz there, as we saw that little bit of contact a couple of laps ago on the 164 just ahead of him, of Andrea Miato. Again, it just shows how hard these cars are pushing right now and how little of a time you have to react, as we see. The other point that I was making earlier, you go on the attack, and then if that doesn't work, you're immediately on the defensive. Look at the 888 behind him, Team ACR's Chris McGlade. He is fighting for a move up here on the inside, as well as the 666 Racing on 3 of Paulo Moya, who is fancying a little bit of this one as well. But we move back to the battle with Samir Ibrahimi onto Ludovic Daust in that 416 Honda. I'm surprised that Ludovic hasn't, torn away from this, but again, he just doesn't seem to have the pace in that Honda to make big inroads right now.
No, it handled well, that Honda, but straight line speed isn't always its big strength. Let's see as we drop down into the mine shaft whether Samir Ibrahimi can close in here in the Renvelten car, which was taken out of that podium fight, wasn't it, after the contact with Tobias Grunewald late in the stint, the previous stint, getting on for an hour ago now that contact was made. And I am a bit surprised that there wasn't a bit more done about that. Out onto the grass goes Ibrahimi. You can do that there actually without picking up a track limits penalty, but it's sort of self-penalising really, because you get dirt on the tyres, you spin the rear wheels up, and tends to cost you traction-wise coming out of the corner anyway. This then is the fight for 12th place. Ibrahimi is in the slipstream now, heading through turn 1, the kink, into the first proper corner, which is actually turn 2 officially. Crowthorne, an uphill braking zone, so it's very tempting to brake that little bit later there and let gravity do its work in slowing you down, but Ibrahimi not really close enough there. And I'll be interested to know what sort of damage was done to this car and whether they got it all fixed in that first pit stop, because again, you might choose not to fix the damage during the pit stop just to try and avoid any extra track position loss. So up through the last corner they go then, and this group continuing across the line to battle hard then. This is the 22nd, 23rd, 24th, 25th scrap. It's now Miato ahead of Goltz, ahead of McGlade, so that's still as it was last time we saw them, I think, with the Ferrari of Moya there just about hanging on with them. The Aston Martin just behind is actually on their lap as well. That's the 125 car, isn't it? So that is Eric Neath in the 125, so it's now 5 of them together. And I tell you what, poor old Paolo Moya must be feeling a little bit outnumbered here with all of these Aston Martins around him, 4 of them, and he is the Italian meat in this very British sandwich.
It's quite a tasty sandwich from the sounds of it too, but yeah, look, it's always difficult. This is what we saw earlier on in that battle from 3rd to 10th position, where the car's just semi-settling down. They're happy on a good pace, and they're not doing any crazy moves here. Now that could all very well change in such a short succession of time, but again, for the most part, these cars settling down, getting the laps in, and on a reasonably fast pace, and this makes sense. This is kind of what you want to do. You want to. It's a little bit like in NASCAR. And I know that sounds like a very strange analogy, but it's like in NASCAR where you get these temporary alliances and impromptu alliances forming up, where the cars just sit in behind each other. They know they've got the pace to really push through if they can all settle down as a group and keep going, and that's hopefully what we're seeing here, and what they'll be trying to do if Miato is the head of that group there. They'll be trying to make some inroads into that top 20, because the next person up is going to be Jarno Kausch in the 911 Porsche, who's about 10 seconds up in that group there. So it's a long stint for them to be settling down if that is what they're thinking about doing.
And on the previous lap, they were 8 tenths slower than Jarno Kausch in the Porsche, so it's not working really, which possibly explains why they are still sort of battling with each other. If one of them feels they could be quicker if they were in front, then they will sort of start to scrap for those positions. Right, the rise up the order here for SimWare Pro is continuing. Igor Ogrodnikov, whose name I still can't get right on first attempt, is now 8th place, but challenging, can't get that right either, Marek Schintz in the 191 car, who we know is double stinting these tyres. So this should be a fairly easy pass, but Ogrodnikov just needs to be patient again, doesn't he, here? And that, as we know, David, isn't always his big strength. Look, he's seeing the gap up the inside. He's going to try and go for it. He sort of half commits. He's up the inside. Oh, that was so close to contact. I think they avoided it just about, and now they run wheel to wheel through the Jukskai sweep and into Barbecue, where Ogrodnikov does have the inside line and moves ahead. Now, surely Schintz isn't going to try and come back at him towards Sunset. He might do. He was quicker off the left-hander at Barbecue. No, elects instead to try and defend there from Sievert behind in the Audi, who's up the inside, and George Boothby is part of this, and Jack Keithley as well. Boothby on the outside line. Keithley seizes the opportunity and snatches 10th place away. This is 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th and 11th places, David, as close as you like.
Yeah, awesome move there. Very opportunistic from Igor Ogrodnikov. And as you said, I don't think easy is actually in his vocabulary, because where he sees an opportunity, he is just absolutely taking it every single day of the week. And Jack Keithley having a little bit of a look up the inside of the number 33 there of Rene Sievert for Rutronic E-Racing, but that also leaves him vulnerable to George Boothby as well. George Boothby is not going to be taking that one lying down, and yeah, awesome stuff here. And this is cracking, given that we are just about to tick off our second hour of racing here at Kyalami. Just amazing stuff. To remind you, we have got a second split race going on at the same time. We'll give you an update on that in the next 10 minutes or so, but it has been absolutely frantic over in Split 2 as well. In fact, here we go. This is Tinko van der Velde over in Split 2. It's Gianluca Gantz in the 71, currently in the lead for them just now, ahead of Zolobov in the 56. Again, some of these names that we're more used to seeing, Andy, in the top split, deciding that they really are more suited to the second stint. You know, you've got the likes of Maximilian Volmuth, Vedi. You've got let's have like Daniel Brambilla as well. It's a lot of names that we're used to seeing up at the top flight.
Yeah, quick drivers, aren't they? But I mean, even Split 2 is not a rookie league, is it? You know, this is still a really, really high quality of driver and team. And yeah, it's almost a shame that we can't watch both races simultaneously, because often the action in Split 2, and we've seen this on a few occasions this year, has been even more exciting than the Split 1 racing. Although I'm not sure that's the case today, because I've thoroughly enjoyed the Split 1 racing that we've seen so far. As you said, we're just over 2 hours into this race then, and Jordan Sherritt has got a 21-second cushion now over Michael Tauscher in second. Lacombe is still third somehow, keeping Grunewald and Esser and Schoeniger at bay, with Ogorodnikov starting to close in on that group as well. Here they are, the next group, I should say, coming up the hill then, with Schintz, Sievert, Keithley and Boothby. Now, Ogorodnikov has pulled already over a second on this group, hasn't he? So that shows the time that Schintz is losing. But again, a bit like we saw from Schoeniger in the earlier stint, when quicker cars come up behind him, it doesn't look like Marek Schintz is really overly defending. He knows that he's a bit of a sitting duck now on these double-stinted tyres, but he also knows that everyone around him is going to have to feel this pain a bit later on as well. So, you know, it pays, doesn't it, to be a bit more cautious now, knowing that you've got fresh tyres now between now and the checkered flag.
It certainly is, and we're just a couple of minutes away from our next round of pit stops, so we're going to take a very short commercial break. When we return, we're going to have the final 10 hours of the SimGrid VCO World Cup, round 4, Coach Dave Academy, 12 hours of Kyalami. Very warm welcome back then, ladies and gentlemen, to round 4 of the SimGrid VCO World Cup, the Coach Dave Academy 12 Hours of Kyalami, and the words from the production team were, gentlemen, in comms, if it's quiet, just you take a couple of minutes, you take a breather, you take a little time for yourself, it's fine, we'll sit with a banana and a packet of quavers, and what happens? All hell kicks off. Right, let's bring you up to speed then. We saw the contact there with the McLaren, and who was that was into the back of them as well? That was Jack Keithley and Marek Schintz that were involved in that one. But the bigger bombshell, Andy, is the fact that, well, you know, just your race leader is just disconnected from the race. The 157, your GTWR racing team has gone AWOL.
I mean, you couldn't script that, could you? They had nearly a half a minute lead. But I did say, didn't I, about 20 minutes or so ago, that even with a big lead like that, it's not over yet. This is what happened to Marek Schintz, and you can see there the Rocket Sim Sport car was wide. It looked like it was letting him through, so he went to the inside, but then the door was closed, Schintz spun, and unfortunately Jack Keithley had nowhere to go and got tagged by the rotating Aston Martin. That has knocked Keithley down to 13th, Schintz down to 14th, but really it was the lapped car that appeared to cause that, so they have dropped out of the top 10. But the big news, as you said, is that the 157 car is in the pit lane having disconnected, and that is one of those things that is out of your control as a driver and as a team, but can absolutely ruin your race. And it's not the first time, is it, this season, that a race leader has disconnected when it looked like they had it all in hand.
It's Giorgio Simonini for the GTWR RHG Academy taking over from Jordan Sherritt there. And yeah, it's a difficult one to say, isn't it? I mean, that absolutely torpedoes their race chances that they had. But I tell you what, that gives us a very, very interesting race now, because leader now, Michael Tauscher in the 211 in the Sidemax Motorworks FFS Racing. But I mean, that now means that we have got, let's have a look there, 10 cars within 26 seconds of each other. So we're not going to discount them completely, Andy, because they have only lost one lap. But I mean, that, given what we've seen to other cars already, we saw the other one, the 211, wasn't it? Sorry, the 111, the DV1 Triton Racing, down a lap. But they're now down in 40th position. So, I mean, it's a case of what could have been, surely.
Yeah, I mean, they clearly have a pace advantage over the field. They showed that in the first part of the race, but they're not just a lap down, but they're over a lap and a half down. Look, because they're heading down, 157, you can see on the circuit map, is heading towards Sunset, whereas the race leader, Michael Tauscher, is at Crowthorne already, so he's over a lap and a half behind the leader, as there, George Boothby muscles his way past the lapped BMW there through the final corner. But yeah, I think all the pace advantage in the world ain't going to drag the 157 car back into contention for a win, but points, maybe. I wouldn't count them out of the points just yet, but that's really going to be very, very little in the way of consolation for the team that were dominating the race in the early stages. But you're right, what it gives us now is an intriguing race, because Michael Tauscher only has a 7.2 second cushion over the second place man, which is the 92 still of Lacombe, who is in turn only a second or so ahead of Tobias Gronewold, and then that gets you into that big battle pack that we've been following for much of the last half an hour or so. We've had a change here as well, look, because into 21st place now has gone McGlade, so he's got himself ahead of Goltz now in the 44, and has finally broken clear the front of that group of Aston Martins just outside the top 20 that we were following earlier on. But yeah, this has completely changed, hasn't it, the complexion of the race?
Well, a nice little injection of intensity and excitement, as was, you know, it's if you're going to have it, having it 2 and a bit hours into a 12-hour race, it's a nice little time to have it. But I've got to be honest, Chris McDade's, that move on Miato just made it look so easy. It was just straight in there. And yeah, that was a really, really nice little move there. Being quite honest with you, the gap for Michael Tauscher over Lacombe and Grunwald, the pace that they've got is considerably faster than your race leader. He has just overtaken a car that's a lap down of Vasily Anufriev, who's several laps down actually. but again, Anuferev isn't a slow car, and I'm just looking at the timing screen or the timing board on the left hand side, Dan. There, it's a bit of an Oprah moment, is it? It's like you get a penalty, you get a penalty. Everybody. It's easier to say who's not got penalties right now than who actually does.
Always likely to happen though around here, wasn't it? And a lot of the incidents that we're seeing, honestly, they're not bad driving as such. It's just something happening in front of you, and the driver behind not quite reacting quickly enough. So if the group in front slows mid-corner, and you've already committed to the corner at full speed, you can do absolutely nothing then to avoid running into the back of the car in front. And we've seen a few incidents like that. Everyone's so close together, you can't get away from each other that easily out on track. And yeah, that is leading, isn't it, to these penalties that are keeping the race stewards very, very busy indeed. Kevin Saklari, then, we're on board with him now, chasing down Niels Nijaks, who is now 26th place. So he's in the points now. This is the car, remember, the 62 BMW that is 4th in the championship. Winners last time at Donington Park. Started right towards the back of the field. They ran in 42nd place within the first 15 minutes or so of the race. Niels Nijaks has double stinted as a driver here. What we don't know is what they've done with the tyres on that car, because they did seem to gain a lot of places, didn't they, at that first round of pit stop. So I wonder if they've double stinted the tyres, in which case he's doing a really good job actually to hang on to this 26th place.
Yeah, you can see the pressure that Niles is under there as we went picture in picture. That was actually a live stream of his camera there from the car in front. You can see the pressure really starting to mount there from Kevin Saklari for that 191 Racing Line Motorsport car, taking over the car from Marek Shenson. Given that car is already pitted and handed itself over, I mean, the pace that they've got is doing very, very well. It looks like it's going to be a matter of time, surely, that the BMW, the G2 Esports of Niels Nijaks, is going to get overtaken here from the 191. But the more that Nijaks can push that car further behind, the better, because you've got Giglio is about 7 seconds behind this battle as well. I don't think he's going to be able to do that much damage to the 191, but again, this is for position. He's got just as much right to hold on to this position right now. But again, it was a matter of time, and Niels Nijaks, you think, has got to kind of let that part go, and he does. And there's the 92 making its way past as well. That is, of course, second place of Arnaud Lacombe, making his way past this group as well. So, I mean, with 9 hours 43 left to go, we've really been left with a bit of an open book. But the fact that Lacombe is taking about half a second off of Tauscher, your race leader, every single lap right now, and the gap is 6.5 seconds, pit stops really have to come in very, very quickly.
Yeah, we can't be that far away. In fact, Niels Nijaks has just dived into the pit lane as we said that, so there we go. We do sometimes predict things correctly. There's a pit stop cycle then about to begin. But yeah, you're right, Lacombe, he, even with that traffic there, actually was still quicker by a couple of tenths than Michael Tauscher out in front. Tauscher will be presumably jumping out of that 211 car at the end of this stint though, so we'll wait and see whether that pace changes, of course, as new drivers jump on board. We didn't get many driver changes really inside the top half dozen or so at that first round of pit stops. One of the exceptions being the race leaders, and they might be wishing that they hadn't handed over to Jordan Sherritt now that first pit stop, because it's ultimately his connection that has taken them out of contention for the race. Some big movers in this race. The biggest mover, I think I'm right in saying, is the now 19th placed car, the ambassadors for Renvelt Aston Martin, Henrik Gamble at the wheel. 25 positions they've gained over the first part of the race, but I reckon that the 62 BMW was probably gaining a similar amount, so those two have both really come rocketing forward from the back of the field. That 62 BMW also really picking up some places, so it goes to show us, as tough as it is to pass around here, David, it can be done. A little bit of luck involved, no doubt, but you've got to be able to place your car in the right position, pick your battles correctly, but you can overtake people if you put your mind to it.
Absolutely, it can be done, and it's a case of keeping yourself out of harm's way, keeping yourself safe from all of the cars around you and any potential incidents. Right, let's have a little chat, Andy, because there's one team that we need to speak about that's kind of slipped under the radar. We've mentioned him a couple of times, but that is your championship leader, the 41 Simware.pro team. They are up 15 places into 6th position. Igor Ogorodnikov genuinely is now in contention to take the lead in this race. He's obviously going to have to hand over the car to one of his teammates, but given how far back they were, that gap is now 18 seconds, and you can tell they can almost taste the podium right now.
Yeah, I was going to say, they're certainly in contention for a podium, aren't they, by the end of the race? But do they want a podium? This is what we go back to what we discussed at the top of the show. We've got another race to go yet, a 24-hour race at the Nurburgring. If you win or finish on the podium in this race, you're going to be carrying a heap of success ballast. The winner of this race will carry 30 kilos of success ballast into the Nurburgring. Second place gives you 27 kilos. Third gives you 25. It's then a big jump then to 4th place, which is only 16 kilos. So the difference between finishing 3rd and finishing 4th in this race is 9 kilos lighter, your success ballast going to the final race. And it's a longer race, and there are more points on offer because you score points at half race distance and at the end. So do you sacrifice the points today to have a better chance of scoring points at the Nurburgring, or do you say to yourself, right, we've got good pace, our other championship contenders aren't scoring that well, let's make hay while the sun shines, get the points in the bag, and then take whatever we can at the Nurburgring? And it's a really difficult decision to make. They might not have to make it for another 9 hours or so, but I will be fascinated to see if that 41 car and the Unicorns of Love I'd put into that group as well, number 14 in 3rd, they're 3rd in the championship, remember, will they go for the big points today, or will they play it smart, sandbag a little bit, and plan ahead for the finale?
Well, we'll certainly wait and see, because I'm just also noticing that the 92 of Arnaud Lacombe has actually got Tobias Grunwald right on his tail right now. Kind of surprisingly, look, Grunwald has taken about half a second off of the pace of Lacombe on that last lap round. So this is going to be a huge battle coming up potentially over the next couple of laps here. And again, one of the fascinating things is, we'll speak about an hour ago, Andy. We'll talk about cars that were, maybe outside the top 10 or maybe at 8th, 9th or 10th position. You're like, yeah, it's difficult to see because the pace and the quality of field are so high. And then you get something like the 157 disconnecting, and it seemingly just knocks all of the skittles over, and suddenly you can't predict anything anymore.
Well, and exactly, and these things can happen at any point. We saw it at Spa a few weeks ago, right in the final half an hour of the race, the leader disconnected. We see it in real-world endurance racing all the time. I mean, that little French race that's happening later on this afternoon, there was a team lost that race on the final lap because of a mechanical issue, and it's not a mistake from the team or driver that causes that, it's just plain old bad luck, and it blows the whole race wide open for everybody else, but it's absolutely crushing for the team that is negatively affected by that. And you've got to feel for the 157 car and a team that really were looking for good fortune today, the GTWR RHG team, and Giorgio Simonini will be watching on, I'm sure, as his team unfortunately is again running into misfortune. And we'd already seen, hadn't we, their other cars in the early part of the race had all been off the road and involved in bits of contact as well, so the 157 really was flying the flag for them. No more though, unfortunately. This then the fight for second place. Lacombe, as you said, ahead of Grunewald, with Essa, Zahir Essa in 4th place, some 2.8 seconds back, and I'm trying to remember exactly the wording that Raymond Mooney used when we spoke to him earlier on today, before the race started. Raymond Mooney not racing for the Sim Racing Masterclass Bentley squad today because he's just had a child. I think his wording was something like Zahir had no right to put that car in the top 10 on the grid. Well, he's now put it 4th place in the race. It's not the fastest car out there, but it's staying out of trouble, and Zahir Essa has put in a really, really strong double stint here, hasn't he?
He really has. It was fantastic to hear about Raymond Mooney and his little 4 kilogram ballast penalty that he got a couple of weeks ago, and obviously from everyone here at the Sim Grid, we want to send hearty congratulations to him and the family and the little one as well. And it just shows that there is a life outside of this. But not only that, he's the father of a 2-week-old newborn, but he's still here. He's still here in voice chat with his team, giving them moral support and still, coming on and representing them. That is fantastic fantastic to see, and it just shows how big of a commitment this is for these drivers. We see Dennis Schoeninger into the pits there in Audi in the background there, but you were talking about luck a couple of minutes ago there, and I find it amazing that just like real life, where teams at this neck of the woods, it's not strange to see teams in the top 10 spending tens of thousands of pounds on their sim racing, like in real life where it's maybe hundreds of thousands of pounds, and it still can be absolutely scuppered by lady luck. It is just fascinating to see that is still how the cookie crumbles, and again, it maybe just shows the parallels that sim racing has with real life racing.
Yeah, no, exactly. And that is something that I have in particular enjoyed seeing, having been a relative newcomer to sim racing, coming over from working in real world motorsport, and it is astonishing how much carryover there is, really, and just the similarities. When you watch this racing, it really looks real. I do sometimes catch myself and almost forget that this isn't a real race that I'm commentating on. I mean, it is a real race, but it's not happening in the real world. They're not real cars, but what is it they say? The cars may not be real, but the racing certainly is. That is definitely something that I've discovered over the last 18 months or so. It's one of the best decisions I ever made, was to start commentating on sim racing as well, because it really is absolutely terrific. And this race is about to enter another entertaining phase as this second round of pit stops is beginning. Remember, there are no sort of mandatory pit windows in this series. You run as long as you want to on a tank of fuel and a set of tyres. Some of them, remember, have done double stints on their tyres already. Who's going to roll that dice this time, do you think, David? Because before that track temperature gets too high, it's up to 25 now, remember, it's up 4 or 5 degrees from where it started. Is now maybe the better time to double stint those tyres?
It really could be, with the temperature starting to rise quite gradually. This is the other question about the double stinting tyres, is that obviously when you're double stinting, you are a sitting duck in terms of pace. Would you not be better, do you think, taking that hit when you're potentially not going to be coming out into to battle with cars that are on the same lap as you? It doesn't matter if they're lapped cars or whatever, but taking that hit when you're not really fighting for that position, and you don't have to push the car, and it's that extra 90, the extra 1, 2, 3% that is there in the car isn't actually required. You're just driving your own stint, and it's a difficult one, because, as we say, it sounds great for us saying that up here in the commentary box, but the realistic fact of this race, and this is the one thing that a lot of spectators and viewers won't actually get, is that it's not like an endurance race in real life, in terms of, you'll maybe put your AM driver in or your slower driver in, and there's maybe a wider mix of driver and abilities. In the top 10, the top 20, the pace is such that every single lap is go time for your driver. Every single lap of a 12-hour race, your drivers are expected to bring the pace every single. There's no rest for them. There's no downtime. There's no just pulling along and just keeping yourself to yourself. Every single lap is a qualifying lap for these drivers. They have to keep it on the limit. And I just find that absolutely amazing, because we spoke briefly about an hour ago about the physical toll that this takes on these drivers. The mental toll is absolutely absurd. A lot of these drivers do several of these races a week, and I actually can't fathom how that is physically possible, how that is mentally possible to go into that and to just do lap after lap after lap, and then the next day do another race where it's lap after lap after lap as well. And it is just a completely different breed. I mean, gone are the days where, again, you mentioned this, where some of the people think that when they're watching it, it is just folks sitting at home in their bedroom and playing games. It kind of gone at that. A lot of these drivers have got professional backing. They've got teams sponsoring them. They've got expectations on their shoulders. We've seen what can happen when that falls by the wayside. Teams aren't slow to drop you like a stone if you're not bringing the goods, and they will do, because they're bringing a lot of money to this outfit. And we see that time and time again, and it's heartbreaking to see, because I'd like to think that, I mean, me and you, Andy, are fairly new to the sim racing in terms of actually performing and actually taking part. But you look at the performance and you look at the level that these guys and girls are bringing every single week is just absurd. And I can't even dream of getting up to the pace that they've got.
Exactly, and I mean, from my perspective, as I said, working in real world racing and seeing more and more sim racing experts now making the move over to real world racing, and that's so nice to see because there are probably a lot more sim racers than there are real racers in the world, because it's a lot cheaper to go sim racing. You don't have to spend a fortune. You can if you want, but you don't have to. You can do it with a fairly basic set of kit and you can still get out there, and if you're good enough, perform with the very best of them. And more drivers are being noticed now by real world teams, and we're seeing more real world teams getting involved in sim racing. Williams Esports are here racing with us in this race. We've got the Rocket Sim Sports squad as well, with their alliance with the Rocket RJN squad. And the more sim racing talent that we can unearth and move over into a real racing car, the better, honestly, because the talent is astonishing. You know, I've done it before where I've spent, you know, hours and hours practicing in solo practice sessions on a sim like ACC, and I think, yeah, I'm up to a good standard now. Let's go for a race online. And even just the you know, the people that you encounter in an open lobby online somewhere, even they're really quick. So imagine the talent we could unearth if we really started making the most of sim racing drivers and bringing them over into real world motorsport. It's something I'm absolutely all for.
The other thing as well, and that brings a huge point up, is the fact of the, like say, untapped potential. You look at all these drivers in this grid here, and you think about it from our point of view as real life commentators. I've also got a bit of a background outside doing marketing and branding and stuff like that as well, and I look at these drivers, and every single one of them, the majority of them have their own streams. We've got a car off straight into the barriers there. That looked very unusual there. I think that might have been a little bit of a network connection issue there, but the point I was making, it was about you know, with marketing and branding, how many of these drivers, and they have got their own stream, they're used to speaking to camera, they're comfortable speaking to camera. We know ourselves how many real life drivers are comfortable speaking to a camera. Not very many. They're not really that good at actually speaking to an audience or engaging an audience. And hang on, Andy, more drama, because that's P2 now gone. That's P2 that is disconnected from the race.
When you said there's been a disconnect, my first thought was, let's hope it wasn't one of the leaders again. But that is now the second of our race leaders that have disconnected from the race. There they are. Look, the car immediately gets transported back into the pit lane, and they'll try and load a next driver in. They were probably coming up to the pit stop anyway, so the next driver should have been standing by ready. Let's hope that's not going to cost them too much time. But you can see that Giorgio Simonini, whose car was the last one to disconnect, is 33rd, so you'd expect a similar fate now for the 92. That moves the 211 car, doesn't it then, of Killian Ryan Meenan into the lead. They have pitted now. We've got Amir Hosseini in second place in the 777 Bentley, which, remember, had no right to be in the top 10, and it's now running in second place. And into third place goes Yuri Petrochenko in the number 14 car, although that's changed again now because Hosseini, I think, having just come out of the pit lane, has dropped down into third place. So it is all changed. We've got new drivers in the cars, and we've got a very different look now to the top of the timing screens.
Good Lord, it's all changed. Right, just while I've still got it in my head, let me very quickly finish off this train of thought then about sim racing drivers, about them being comfortable with branding themselves, with marketing themselves. The other point I was going to make is how many of these drivers now know and understand about the setup of a car. I'm brand new to real life racing. I didn't have a clue what camber and caster were, but had a vague inkling because of the time I'd spent in sim racing and looking through the setups and not just Assetto Corsa Competizione, but all the other platforms that have taken the time out to take part in. And it gives you that grounded focus and that basic understanding of what does what to the car, what each different setting can do in terms of how you drive. Also allows them to understand what their driving style is as well, and how they like a car to be set up. So I honestly think this, we're maybe going to see it trickle over in the next 5 years or so, but I think we've got a huge boost in terms of our sim racing community moving over to real life racing. We will go and have a chat very quickly with DV1 Triton Racing's Dominic Blyer after that early incident knocked them all the way down. A very good afternoon, Dominic. It's been a difficult race for the DV1 Triton Racing team. Managed to get yourself back up to 29th position after being at the back of the field. What is the disaster recovery plan for the team?
Hello, everyone. We are trying to catch up the field, but it's very difficult with the ballast. So yeah, we are trying, and we will do our best. And yeah.
Dominic, you were behind the wheel during that first stint where the bad luck seemed to be huge for yourselves. How many swear words left your mouth during that first stint?
You mean bad words?
Bad words, yes. How many?
A lot. Too much.
I mean, obviously it's very frustrating, and this, it can happen to any car. How difficult is it for your team to keep the focus, to settle down and to keep things going, or do you feel okay with the fact you could get some points out of this?
Yeah, after the 2 crashes, I think we are more focused to bring the good result with good points, because our title is not in hands now. So.
And that's exactly it, because obviously you were in second place for the championship. Today is what it is going to be. Obviously you'll be trying to work away, but does the team have one eye on that final round at Nurburgring? Are you thinking about that final race at all?
Yeah, I think we will try on the final race to score the most points as possible, but Bentley, I think, is not good enough on Nurburgring, and we will do our best, I think.
Well, thank you so much, Dominic, for coming and having a chat with us. Best of luck for that recovery drive for the rest of the day, and we'll hopefully speak to you later on in the race.
Thank you, guys. Cheers.
Well, Andy, unsurprisingly, maybe a rather dejected sounding Dominic Blyer after a very difficult start to the race there.
Yeah, they are 30th place now with Mateusz Tuszkiewicz at the wheel of the 111. They're over a lap down now as well. We've got, I think, 26 cars on the lead lap right now, so top 30 score points though, so they could still get into the points here. Well, they are just about in the points. They're scoring a solitary point as it is at the moment, but they will be ballast free for the Nurburgring. I know he says that's not a great track for the Bentley, but they could still bounce back if they can go there without that success ballast. Right, let's reset the scene, shall we? Because an awful lot has happened in the last 15 minutes or so. This is the car that's second place then. This is the Unicorns of Love, the number 14 car that is third in the championship. Yura Petrochenko is 5.5 seconds off the race leader, but was 4/10 quicker than race leader Kilian Raiminen on the previous lap. So the two Aston Martins at the front of the grid are getting themselves closer together. Amir Hosseini in the 777 Bentley in third was then 1/10.5 quicker than Petrochenko as well, although he's 3.8 seconds back at the moment. He's got a 1 second lead then over Michael Berendt in fourth in the number 21 Audi, and then another Aston Martin, Yaroslav Shvertelov, in that 41 car, the championship leading car, in fifth. So David, now that things are settling down a bit, I know we've got an intriguing battle for the lead here, but really the two cars that I'm watching for are the two Aston Martins, 14 Petrochenko, 41 Shvertelov, because championship-wise, the outcome of this race is so significant for these two, isn't it? Because the Unicorns of Love are 40 points behind Simware Pro, the number 41 team. They need to beat them in this race, but that 41 car has just been creeping ever closer to them throughout the first 2.5 hours, hasn't it?
It really is. It's been handed quite a few positions, obviously, with the various issues on that one. But again, I mean, a cracking performance nonetheless for the Unicorns of Love and that team nonetheless. It's been a very well-deserved opening 3 hours for them. Whether or not it can hold on, I'm not sure, but they do look to have a lot of pace in that Aston Martin. They're certainly keeping toes with the 211 of Kyalami Ryan Meenan up there ahead. But I mean, what you've got to remember is that 211, they desperately want to get as much points in the bag as they possibly can, because they've had a fairly rough start to the season so far. And it's a case of trying to recover. As you see here, the gap would come down to about 16 points between the Simware Pro and the Unicorns of Love team going in towards that final race. But again, it's almost of small consequence, Andy, given that there is a huge amount of points on offer at that final race. There's something like, 120, 160 points on offer at that final race, given that you've got the interval points as well.
Yeah, 120, 80 for a win, and then it's half points at half distance. So if you lead the race at half distance at the Nurburgring and then go on to win it, you'll score 120 points, which means that the majority of the field, mathematically, could still win the championship probably by the end of this race. But when you're dealing with a gap in the points as small as this one at the moment is, and there are so many points on offer still, I mean, it's 200 points on offer at the moment if you include this race. So that sort of a gap in most championships, you'd say a 16-point gap going into the last race would be pretty comfortable, but not in the SimGrid VCO World Cup, that is for sure. But yeah, it's going to be fascinating to watch this battle now as we go deeper and deeper into the race. Will the Simware Pro team be able to get onto terms with the Unicorns of Love, or at least limit the damage being done by the 14 car, which on that lap again was fractionally quicker than the race leading Aston Martin. In 6th place, by the way, good recovery drive this, is the number 9 Lamborghini. That is now being driven then by number 9 is Chris Herker. And he's leading this gaggle, actually, isn't he? Because he's got the 33 Audi of Mark Balzer right behind him. And then we're on board with him, George Boothby in 8th. So 6th, 7th and 8th together, and Boothby is on the attack.
He really is. I'm also noticing Mikhail Stefanko for the Williams esports team down into 13th place. So they were up in the top 10 earlier on. They've completely dropped away from the battle. But the Yas Heats of George Boothby is doing a cracking job to try and get to Balzer ahead of him. But Lebrec has caught up to this battle as well. So really determined to put paid to any comments I made earlier and about the Honda's pace right now. We did know that obviously finished in the top 10 at the first race of the season, but it's really been struggling since then. But it just seems to have come to life in this past hour and a half, and it's just making its way through the field right now.
It's got a lot more pace in this stint, I would say, than it had in the previous one, and it's still the same driver, is it not? I think Lebrec was in the car. No, sorry, yes, they have had a driver change, beg your pardon. So I was going to suggest that maybe they double stinted tyres the first time and that's why they were struggling, but no, it is a different driver in now. And this is another fascination of endurance racing, isn't it? Because as different drivers cycle through the cars, some are inevitably going to be slightly quicker than others. And when, again, you're dealing with hundredths of a second between lap times out there, having a slight pace advantage in one of your drivers can really help you. But out of the final corner they come then. This group of cars fighting for 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th place. They're not quite nose to tail this time. George Boothby has dropped back a bit from Mark Balzer into the clutches rather of the Honda, which is not quite close enough to have a go on the brakes there into Crowthorne, but the move may well be coming. But I started that point off a lap or so ago by saying that it's been a good recovery drive here from the number 9 car, hasn't it? After being tipped into that spin by the Unicorns of Love an hour or so ago, to be back in the top 6 now. I know they've had a couple of disconnections ahead of them that have helped, but still, Chris Herker has inherited a car that is still very much in contention for a podium. Yeah, it really is doing a cracking job of doing that recovery drive. And Lamborghini, one of the stronger cars that we've seen here at Kyalami. So he's in a good position to try and catch up. He's still got another 7 seconds to catch up to the 41 of Yaroslav Shevritilov. But on that point of the 41 catching the 21, catching P4 by about a second a lap.
Michael Berendt in the 21 Audi is falling off a cliff in terms of pace. 143 flat on that last lap round, whereas Shevritilov doing a 141.5. So that's a second and a half, Andy, that P5 is catching that car in front just now. We are going to have one heck of a battle, given that we're still about half an hour away from our next round of pit stops here.
Yeah, definitely. These gaps are all coming together, aren't they? Which is just how we like it. The lead gap is almost down to 5 seconds now between Ryan Meenan and Petrochenko. On the previous lap, again, Killian was about a tenth and a half slower than his pursuer. We're following Shevritilov here up the hill. And that's the DB1 Triton car, isn't it, behind? So these are the top 2 cars in the championship, but a lap between them at the moment as they work their way through this first sequence of corners. Shevritilov is chasing the Audi that we just caught a glimpse of in a bit of traffic. Michael Berendt in 4th position, but yeah, we expected these two cars to be quite close together, but this is unfortunately not 4 position between the Aston Martin and the Bentley. As Shevritilov in that first sector alone is quite a big chunk quicker, isn't he, than the car ahead. So this gap is going to keep on shrinking, I think. The Audi is being held up by that pink performance Audi, which has not been making friends, has it, today? Every time we see that pink Audi, it seems to be getting in the way of some of our leaders.
It really hasn't. It's not the best, and the 787 is facing the wrong way after what looks to be turn 3. So that is Mia Rose in the JSA Cup, obviously waiting for cars to go past. And being honest with you, I don't fancy the resale value of that BMW very much there.
No, it's possibly not worth as much now as it was at the start of the race. It's had a tough few hours, hasn't it? Been involved in a couple of incidents. On board with Lebrec then in that really uncompetitive Honda, which is running in 9th place and looking to try and take 8th away from George Boothby. Late on the brakes, but he was just a car length or so too far back. You could see though that Boothby deliberately, I think, there braked a little bit later to try and fend him off, because Boothby was wide of the apex by a car's width or so. Which is not the line that he would ordinarily have taken, so I think he did that on purpose, just to get to the corner ahead of Lebrec, who then outbrakes himself going through the final corner at Ingwe as well. Giorgio Simonini, meanwhile, is in 30th, so he's scoring a single point at the moment for where he is, except he's now doubled his potential points haul because he takes 29th place away from Gregor Schill in that 29 BMW that Niels Neuerk's double stinted at the start of the race, but the BMW slipping backwards again now in this stint for whatever reason, so all of the progress that had been made pretty much undone now. Simonini then 29th. The other car that disconnected from the lead, of course, was the 92 car, and that car is back in the race now with Arnaud Lacombe at the wheel again. So Lacombe stayed on board then, but in 39th position. So they lost probably about the same amount of time as Simonini did, but of course Simonini's had a whole stint now to try and fight back from their disconnect, which happened about an hour earlier.
Yeah, and it's an awkward thing to see, but it's just like in real life, you get the real life mechanical failures that come completely out the blue, no fault of the driver or of the team. It's just one of those things, unfortunately, and that's exactly what we've seen pan out here. Slightly distracted, I've got to be honest. Yuri Petrochenko was starting to raise my eyebrow quite significantly. Took 9/10 of a second out of Killian Ryan Meenan for that race lead. The gap now down to 4.1 seconds. What is it as they come across the line? 3.5 seconds. So now we have got they've got about half an hour, 40 minutes in this stint, and Petrochenko is absolutely on fire right now. 141.223. And yeah, this is going to be very, very interesting scrap in the next 10 minutes or so, Andy, because Amir Hosseini is getting dragged along. And what a story that is for that 777 Sim Racing Masterclass to be in 3rd position and potentially 10 minutes away from fighting the lead as George Boothby has it coming up the inside, and that is Lebrec. An optimistic move to say the least, but Lebrec pulls out of it. Boothby manages to hold on there, a little clatter into the side there, and I think Boothby is under a lot of pressure. He is really struggling with that McLaren right now, Andy.
Yes, the McLaren behind them, by the way, is the 720 of Dominic Paulus, who is a lap down, so you can discount him, but that sort of came out of nowhere, that, didn't it? I don't know whether Lebrec was further alongside than that camera angle showed us on the way into the corner, but certainly Boothby didn't expect him to be there. No harm, no foul though in that one, no real damage done. They've lost a bit of time to the car ahead, but the positions didn't change, so I'd be surprised to see a penalty going the way of the Honda for that one, but it does look as though Lebrec feels quicker here, doesn't he, than George Boothby ahead of him. Just looking at the lap times for the leaders then, yeah, it was a 41.8 for Kylian Raiminen on the previous lap, as opposed to a 41.2 for Petrochenko, 41.3 for Hosseini, and a 41.4 for Shvertelov. So the second, third and fourth place cars all lapping quicker than the race leader at the moment, and they're about to come through and complete another lap, and the gap is down to 2.8 seconds on my timing screen, so it is under 3 seconds now between the top two cars as this battle continues to rage on then between George Boothby and Lebrec. Then Boothby making his Yasheet Pirelli debut and doing a pretty good job. This stint hasn't been quite as explosive as his previous one when he made up all that ground, but it's been a good start to the race so far for this 149 car.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic effort for the Yas Heat team. And George Boothby, this is what I was saying earlier, look how great a driver is he, that you can just sign him up as a driver and just plonk him in, and he does very, very well. And we kind of thought that was inevitable from Ismail Lebrec there for the Elvis Grattan team there. And that's the other part of a good racing driver, is knowing when the car behind you is faster, when to fight and when to save your skin. That is absolutely the 3000 IQ thing to do from Boothby. Fight it in another way, do it in the pit stops, do it on the undercut, the overcut, whatever. Just don't risk the car. It's absolutely fine, and great move there. Also, just noticing as well, Petrochenko then, that gap now 2.8 seconds to Kylian Raiminen. This is shaping up very, very nicely. Kylian Raiminen actually has a lapped car in front of him that he's struggling to get past. It's actually the treble 6 car of Ruben Stefani that he is trying to get past at the moment with no such luck. But this is Robin Pagaro for the GTR endurance team in the 911 down in 19th place. I believe that is the Bentley 194 in front of him, the Racing Line Motorsport of Akos Gietvan, who is currently holding him off at bay. And the Bentley is... It's not the best car to be taken round here, is it? It's a bit of a brute, and the weight really doesn't handle itself all too well here, Andy.
No, because it's quite top heavy, isn't it? It's also quite long, which makes it very stable at high speed, and so it's good at some of the high speed circuits like Spa, for example, but doesn't change direction at low speed quite as well, maybe. That looked like a change, was it not, for 12th place. Alexander Novikov, yeah, has dropped behind now the 121 Audi, which has been driven by Nicholas Albaletko Kamins, I got that right I think, for 12th position. Yeah, there we go, he is into 12th place now as we go back to Simonini, who's actually been reeled in a bit here, hasn't he, by the 111 car. A reminder, this is still not for position, but interesting to see still the relative pace between Giorgio Simonini and Mateusz Tuszkiewicz, who has definitely reeled in the Audi over the last couple of laps. Meanwhile, David, news of drive-through penalties for, I believe, a car towards the back end of the top 10.
Yeah, it's the FFS Racing 123 is a drive-through penalty. So that is a earlier incident that was appealed by the 123, was then rejected by the... so it was appealed by the 25. So they appealed, it was decided originally as a racing incident, and then that was overturned, and basically the 123 gets given that drive-through penalty then on further inspection. So yeah, that is a bit of a hole in the foot of the 123 FFS Racing of Mike Noble, Andre Frank, Gergo Penkar and Philippe Samard, but it is what it is. They'll dust themselves off and pull themselves back through it just now. That gap in the lead has come down to 2.5 seconds now between Kylian Raiminen and Yuri Petrochenko, because Kylian Raiminen gets past the 666 of Ruben Stefani. So with just over 9 hours left to go in the race, can't believe we're already at the tail end of our third hour here on the stream, and it's just flying by now, isn't it?
Yeah, 100 laps completed of the Kyalami Grand Prix circuit, and it's kept us guessing for every one of those 100 laps, hasn't it, so far? Philippe Simard, by the way, is in now to serve that drive-through penalty. He actually went off going through the right-hander at the Crocodiles, Cheetah, excuse me, and then decided to dive straight for the pit lane, so they've served the penalty. That car, remember, dropped down to about 24th place within the opening stint, and they'd worked their way back into 10th, so that's a disappointment, real disappointment for them to get that drive-through penalty. And now another car that was just inherited a position because of that is also being given a drive-through. This is that 121 car, the Odox Motorsport Audi we were watching earlier on. They too have been penalised for an incident out on track, so drive-through for them. It's going to drop them further down towards the back end of the teens. And track limits, we're hearing that was actually, so that's not... sorry, that's not that penalty. That's the next penalty on the long list of penalties we're being given now. Someone is being given a track limits penalty, and that, David, is something that isn't policed by the stewards. That's an in-sim thing, isn't it? So the sim will tell you when you've exceeded track limits once too often, and you can't really argue with that, can you?
No, it's all done automatically by the sim. So that is 42nd place full pace racing of second hole in the 118, pulling the car in for the drive-through, gets it done and dusted. And look, sometimes that's not actually the driver that's behind the car's fault in some senses, when you think that it goes across all of the different drivers here. But we'll have a look here as Lebrec makes a move up the inside of the 33 of Balzer, takes that position, and the Rutronic E-Racing of Mark Balzer drops back then into that 8th position, into the clutches of George Boothby in the McLaren for Yaz Heat Pirelli. He's on the charge right now. We've seen that Audi really does struggle towards the tail end of its stints, and the McLaren has a lot of pace right now. And of course, just behind is the 720 McLaren that is a lap down as well. That's Carbon Sim Sport that is currently behind there. But that Honda, Andy, making great strides, and that is it already up into P7. Could we see the Honda getting its best ever performance this season?
Yeah, I wouldn't say no to that, because it's had consistent pace all race, even now with different drivers that have been behind the wheel, and yeah, it's creeping itself back into contention, isn't it? A couple of good moves made there to break through to the front of this group. It does, though, mean that Lebrec is about, well, best part of 3 seconds now, 2.7 to be precise, behind Herker in the number 9 Lamborghini, who of course was also part of this battle only 5 or 10 minutes ago, so he's really pulled away quite quickly from this battle pack behind, which again works its way through the Crocodiles at turns 13 and 14. Turn 15 there is Cheetah, using quite a lot of that curb there. I'm surprised at how well that McLaren is riding the curbs, actually. It's not known usually for handling the curbs and the bumps too well, but the Yasheet Pirelli team have got that car working really well. And George Boothby now moves up to attack the 33 Audi of Balzer behind. The highest placed Audi is still the number 21 car that Dennis Schoeniger started from a second on the grid, remember, and they are still handling that ballast they're carrying pretty well. This looks entertaining. Thibaut Probst is a part of this battle, and he's just ahead of this battle, I think, in the Ferrari. You've got the number 1 Porsche in behind, and that is Liers, who was in to serve a penalty, I seem to recall, a little while ago. Comes out of Ingwe, almost clatters into the back of the Ferrari there as they come across the start-finish line, but it looks as though he's going to have to settle in behind for the time being. Pulls out of the slipstream, but the Ferrari's got better straight line speed, and so Thibaut Probst is going to be able to hang on to the place there in the GTWR number 32 car. Defends the inside, the Porsche later on the brakes, going to go around the outside. No, he can't, and again, you'd be forgiven, wouldn't you, David, for thinking this was a battle within the top 10. This is for 35th position, but the drivers don't really care, do they? If they come across a car that they think is slower than them, they just want to pass it, regardless of what the position is.
And that's absolutely spot on. I mean, every position matters for these drivers. It really, really does matter massively. And you're seeing that as PPR Esports fighting tooth and nail to try and take that 35th position. But I'm hearing from our production team and from our awesome man trackside James Parker that the lead battle is now under 2 seconds, and well under 2 seconds, because Yuri Petrochenko now just 1.6 seconds for Unicorns of Love behind Killian Ryan Meenan, and this is escalating very, very quickly. I did say within the 10 minutes I think we were going to have a battle for the lead. What I did think though was that Bentley of Amir Hosseini was going to come with them, and he's not. Amir Hosseini is dropping back very, very fast, and he's still catching, but not to the same extent. that Yuri Petrochenko. So, Andy, this is starting to get very, very exciting. We'll bring you back in just a couple of minutes' time. If you have just joined us, ladies and gentlemen, you are watching the SimGrid VCO World Cup Round 4 here. The Coach Dave Academy, 12 hours of Kyalami, and it's David Christie and Andy McEwan here with you. Just now, talking of Coach Dave Academy, we do have a special offer where you are getting 20% off. That's 20% off their sim racing setup bundle packages if you head to the Coach Dave Academy website and put in that code TSGXVCO20. That's TSGXVCO20, and you'll get 20% off their setup packs and bundles. So grab yourself a little bargain, as well as we say a huge good luck to David Perel, who is involved in a little tiny little insignificant club race over in France this afternoon. Right, George Boothby then still in a huge battle as confirmation there. The 1-2-1 gets that penalty penalty has been rejected. The appeal that they put in has been rejected, so they get their drive-through penalties. They have to come through and serve it. That is for instant on lap 92. Avoidable contact, that is, of course, with the number 11. And that was the Grip Hacks engineering, so that would have been putting them a lap down, and you hate to see it. So there we go then. George Boothby still trying to catch on to the back of Mark Baltzer here, but I'm keeping an eye on the lead battle because the gap now down 1.1 seconds, and this is now a case of when is it going to happen for Yuri Petrochenko. The battle is absolutely on with them, and the gap now just 1 second between your race leader and second place. Awesome stuff as we head to the third/4th hour here of our live coverage. Andy, the lead gap now down to a second, and surely it's going to be a case of not if but when for Yuri Petrochenko.
Yeah, and the good news for Yuri is that he's got a 4.5 second or so gap over Amir Hosseini behind him, so he doesn't need to rush into it. It's not like he's feeling the heat from a car behind him as well. As soon as he catches Ryan Meenan, he can spend a lap or so just sussing the 2-1-1 car out, figure out where he's quicker, and plan the move ahead of time rather than having to go on the attack straight away for fear of coming under pressure from the car behind. So yeah, under a second between them now. It's going to be game on for the race lead before much longer. This battle has been game on for a while, really, hasn't it? George Boothby attacking Baltzer then in the 33 Audi ahead. They're really being dropped, aren't they, by Lebrec? 2.2 seconds the gap. So the 33 car is the cork in the bottle here. And Lebrec is about 0.6 quicker than Herker ahead as well, isn't he? So Herker is soon going to come under pressure for his 6th place. But George Boothby, what can he do about the Audi ahead? There's no doubt the 33 car is struggling for pace right now, but Boothby hasn't yet been able to find a way through, as on the inset there you can see just how close it is between the top two. That gap is now getting down towards about half a second, isn't it?
It is nail-bitingly close. It's a case of sneeze and you'll miss it between Killian Ryan Meenan and Yuri Petrochenko, and this just adds to all the pressure that Killian Ryan Meenan has got on his plate right now for that 2.11 car, the Sidemax Motorworks FFS Racing. Remember, Sidemax Motorworks, as of this race, no longer exists. The drivers deciding to race still under that title to see the season out, and what a swan song that would be if Killian Ryan Meenan could do his part in keeping that car in the lead. But it's looking very, very difficult with the pace of Yuri Petrochenko right now. The gap is coming down by about half a second every single lap, and look at how much that Aston Martin closes up on its brother Aston Martin, under braking into the final set of corners here. Incredible stuff here. That the pace that Unicorns of Love have got in this part of the stint is just sensational right now. I wonder actually if Killian Ryan Meenan, if that is a natural loss of pace, or if they're struggling with their tyres maybe through the strategy call on that one. But we are well into our 4th hour now here of coverage, and I mean, this is just breathtaking action no matter where you look through the field.
Yeah, it is. And look there, case in point, because off goes the 33. That was Baltzer wide at Cheetah, and so Boothby goes into 8th position, right on cue. It all kicked off there. So now that battle has temporarily been put on ice with the mistake for Baltzer, and Boothby up into 8th place, we can focus all of our attention on this lead battle then. 2 Aston Martins, absolutely neck and neck. It's the 2 on one side, Max Motorworks car just ahead of the Unicorns of Love. Now, for Petrochenko, he really needs to be patient here, doesn't he? The last thing they need is contact here that puts them out of the race or off the road, because with that championship battle in mind, they've only got a couple of positions at the moment in hand over the Simware Pro number 41 car that leads the points. They don't have to rush into this move. Closing in on the brakes, though, a bit too late on the brakes, if anything, for Petrochenko, although he hits the late apex at least, carries good speed off Loikop, down the hill into the mine shaft. Now a good run through here can sometimes yield an opportunity on the brakes into the crocodiles, but I don't think he's close enough to try that one. Petrochenko agrees with that, so he sticks to the racing line. But he's doing exactly what I said he should do. He's sussing out Killian Ryan Meaden. He's finding out where Killian is slower. He clearly is slower because of the way that Petrochenko has been able to catch him. It's just a case now of figuring out if that's one particular section of the track that Petrochenko has the advantage, or whether it's just a general lack of pace for Ryan Meaden. Looks like Petrochenko might be close enough now, though, across the line. Slipstream may be starting to come into effect, but these two cars are identical, remember. There's a bit more weight maybe in one of them than the other, but there is in fact, no, they're both the same weight, aren't they, these two? Neither of them carrying success ballast, same engine underneath, same aero package. It's not going to be an easy pass to make this.
It really, really isn't, and it just makes it absolutely nail-biting to watch, because you can see the pace that Yuri Petrochenko has got right now ahead of Killian Ryan Meaden. But we always say this, Andy, catching is one thing, getting past is a completely different kettle of fish. As Yuri Petrochenko now, I think, starting to try and make that car as wide as he possibly can, appear in the mirrors of Killian Ryan Meaden, trying to distract him as the cars make their way through the circuit just now. They're currently making their way up through Barbecue, then up through Sunset as well. An amazing track that they're making their way through just now. This is the run through the S's and then down into Loikop. A wonderful left-hander this, but it's so easy to get it wrong and slow yourself down and really cost yourself a lot of time going through Mineshaft and Cheetah, Andy. I just wonder, I mean, do you think Petrochenko is trying to force a mistake from Ryan Meaden rather than actually going for the move on track?
I think he'd rather do that, because that's the less risky approach to this, isn't it? If you can force the car in front of you to go wide and open the door, then you don't have to sort of prise that door open yourself. We're seeing there a 5-second penalty for Lebrec in the Honda. Now, is that the contact with Boothby that he had up at turn number 2? We think it might be. So 5-second penalty, which I think I'm right in saying, 5-second time penalty for aggressive driving. No, it's 149 is George Boothby, isn't it? So that, I guess, will be added on to the end of their pit stop then, correct? It's not something that will be added on at the end of the race. So they'll spend an extra 5 seconds in the pit lane then at their next pit stop. None of that matters to these two, though. Petrochenko, as you said, David, I think is quite happy for now to sit behind and let this come to him, especially because on the last lap, both of these two were still quicker than Amir Hosseini in third. On the previous lap, he'd taken a few tenths out of them. I don't know whether he hit traffic last time around, but he lost time on that, the 108th lap of the race. As Petrochenko there made a little mistake as well, didn't he?
He certainly did, and again, it just shows the level of pace that these two are driving at right now. They are really throwing everything that they possibly can in this part of the race. I mean, 8 hours 54 left in the race now, and we haven't seen a quiet period in the race. There's always been something happening, something going on, and this pace has consistently been in the 141s, Andy. It's just mind-boggling how these drivers are able to keep this pace up lap after lap after lap after lap. We've got another penalty in as well, incident on lap 100 between cars 32 and 137. That is GTWR Racing Team 3 and the MCW Racing Team to drive through to the 137 MCW Racing Team for avoidable contact there. So again, it's you really want to just be avoiding those penalties where you possibly can, because you're essentially torpedoing your own race attempt, as we still watch Yuri Petrochenko all over the back of Killian Ryan Meenan here.
Couldn't be much closer, and there you can see that Killian Ryan Meenan is fully aware of how close that Unicorns of Love Aston Martin is, because he's got not one but two rear-facing views there. He's got the rear mirror, but also the rear-facing camera, which is located in the rear bodywork, so you've no excuse for missing the car behind you. Right now, though, Killian needs to try and ignore that in a way, doesn't he? Just drive his own lines, drive his own laps, drive his own pace. If he starts looking in the mirrors too much and over-defending, that's only going to slow them both down, and probably more likely to lead to a mistake for the race-leading car, which drops down through the S's once again. We're 109.5 laps into this race, just over 3 hours, and there is less than a couple of tenths of a second in it between the top two teams in the race. Out through Leukop they go. Top end of the circuit, the highest point on the track, then they plunge down to the lowest through the mine shaft. Killian Ryan Meenan is getting off these corners well, though, isn't he? He's doing a good job of not overdriving into the turn in defence, and that means that he's coming off the slow corners well, and that in turn means that Petrochenko then isn't close enough down the next straight to have a go. So sensible and quite clever driving this from Ryan Meenan in the race lead, isn't it?
It really is the case, and the thing with it is the fact that Petrochenko can get right onto the tail end, but he's got nothing in terms of when he exits the corner. He just doesn't have the ability to slingshot him past him. And the thing that's allowing is that means that Amir Hosseini, and a huge moment there for Yuri Petrochenko, looks one way and then pulls out at the last possible moment, tries to go around the outside, forced out wide goes Yuri Petrochenko. Killian Ryan Meenan keeps a hold of that position, but have a look at Amir Hosseini. He is catching up very, very slowly, and just been informed by race control that the 154 has had a moment there. Francesco Dondi bringing out the yellow flags there and gets recovering again, but GTWR RHG Academy number 5 car, and they've not had the best days, have they?
No, it's the second significant incident that GTWR RHG car has been involved in. The other one was up here, wasn't it, at Leukop, where it headbutted the end of the tyre wall. Just caught a glimpse there in the background of Amir Hosseini. Look at that gap, 3.6 seconds. He's gained over a second on this lap because of their squabbling through the first sequence of corners. And it's the snowball effect now for Petrochenko, because he is now starting to get frustrated because he's losing time behind Ryan Meenan. That means that he's forcing Killian to defend a bit more, which loses them more time, and the closer Hosseini gets, the more aggravated Petrochenko will get. So I would not be at all surprised to see this come to a boil at some point, with Petrochenko maybe going for a bit more of a lunge. He's close again, isn't he, coming into Ingwe. Now, this is where it started a lap ago. He got a good run out of the final corner, got in that slipstream. He's just as close, I'd say, this time. The thing is, though, that Ryan Meenan knows it's coming on this occasion, so he goes immediately to the middle of the road. He will move further left if he needs to defend into the braking zone. Petrochenko maybe a car length further back this time as he later on the brakes. No, they brake pretty much simultaneously, but Yura takes a wider line into Crowthorne, tries to carry the speed out. Still can't quite get there. A 42.3 was the lap time for our top two that time. A 41 for Amir Hosseini in third place. He's coming.
Yeah, he really, really is, and quite quickly as well. We know Amir Hosseini has got the pace. We know he's got the talent, certainly, in this SD787. Oh, that is an awkward one to watch, because that is just the weight of the car swapping round on itself there, and an awkward moment for the JSA Cup car. And I believe is that Mia Rose still behind the wheel of that one, so that's the second incident for her in this session so far. 8 minutes 50 left to go, and it wasn't a second one. I've been reliably informed that was actually the instant where we saw her facing the wrong way into the barriers. That's actually what happened there, so glad to clarify that one. Back with the race though, and look at Amir Hosseini. I mean, he is definitely catching up very, very quickly up to this group, but it's all about Yuri Petrochenko, because for every little gap of breath of air that Killian Ryan Meenan can get, I mean, Petrochenko was just on the back of him so very, very quickly.
Yeah, but all the time that he spends tucked up underneath the rear wing of the leader, his brakes are getting hotter, his tyres are getting worn more, his engine's not getting any cool air into it, and so that won't be helping the performance. He was close again there, though, as they came across the start-finish line. Replay here of what happened to the 154 car. Up the inside goes number 34, which has had its fair share of incidents already, and that was... let's call it clumsy and leave it there, shall we? Around goes the 154. Oh, and to add insult to injury, rear end contact into the barriers as well. Right, back to the leaders, and they're side by side. And up the inside goes Petrochenko. He's got it, but a fight back from Ryan Meenan. No, he can't do it coming out of Clubhouse. And so Yuri Petrochenko takes the lead away for the Unicorns of Love. He was close again going up the start-finish straight into Crowthorne, and he's finally managed to make the move stick through Sector 1.
Yeah, that was a cracking move there. Just pulled the trigger, but you can absolutely bet that Killian Ryan Meenan isn't going to take that one line down. He's going to have to think carefully, though, because Amir Hosseini in that 777 car is just under 2 seconds for Sim Racing Masterclass in that third position. Amir is going to absolutely be coming for that position. This is the 154 then, GTWR Racing Team number 5. And so this is after his original incident, and look at the back end of that car just fire itself out into the barrier, and he reverses. Is he going to try and reverse back on track? No, thankfully that is the end of that incident there. But Killian Ryan Meenan now getting drawn into the clutches of Amir Hosseini, and with 8 hours 45 minutes left to go, this is now almost a brand new chapter opening itself up in this race, isn't it, Andy?
It is, because we've got the top 3 within 3 seconds of each other now, which we haven't had for quite some time. The question now is whether Yuri Petrochenko can escape, because he caught Ryan Meenan pretty quickly. But as I said, all of those laps running in the dirty air, battling away with the 211 car, that will have affected his tyre life a little bit. 1.3 seconds back now is Hosseini from second place. He's 1.8 seconds off the lead. First, though, he's got to clear that 92 car, which, remember, after its disconnect whilst leading the race, is a lap behind these cars. So that car isn't fighting for position, but it's every bit as quick as the race leaders. And for that 92 car, which is being driven in this stint still by Arnaud Lacombe, they are trying to get back on the lead lap. So they're not going to want to let Hosseini through here. If anything, he's going to be looking to try and pass the 2 cars ahead. And this is a difficult situation for a driver to be in. You're a lap behind these guys, but you're a little bit faster than them. What do? You're supposed to stay out of their way, but getting back on the lead lap could be a game changer for that 92 team.
Well, here we go. We move back to the battle for 6th and 7th place then. This is Ismail Lebrec for the Elvis Grattan team in the Honda. A huge battle going on here for 6th place there. That Honda making big inroads into the top 10 here. And again, we said, could it be a top 5 possibility for the Honda? I'm going to change that. I'm wondering, over the course of the next 8 3/4 hours, Andy, could that Honda actually be in contention for a podium? It certainly looks like it's got the pace, it's got the charge, and it's really got the gumption to make some inroads here. But again, first off, it has to get rid of Chris Hook in that Lamborghini, and that alone is no small feat.
It also has to get rid of that 5-second penalty at the next pit stop, of course, so any progress that gets made in this stint, in a way, will be lost, or at least some of it will. Well, 5 seconds worth of it will, at the next pit stop, but all the more reason, I suppose, to go on the attack now. The further up the road you can escape, then the less track position you'll lose at that pit stop. So Lebrec clearly has the pace over the Lamborghini here. And this, as you said, would temporarily at least move the Honda into the top 6. He runs wide though, he gets in the dirt coming out of Cheetah. I think every car on track has done that at one point or another over the last 3 1/4 hours, and Ismail Lebrec adds his name to that list as well. That means that he drops back a little bit now from the Lamborghini ahead, but we'll be looking to try and launch an attack again over the next lap or so. They've got a 3.5 second gap now over George Boothby, who in turn is nearly 4 seconds ahead of Balzer, so it's all spread out a bit now, this group that were nose to tail at the start of this stint. We are, 3 1/4 hours in, so probably another 15 minutes or so, I think, aren't we, away from the next round of pit stops. So little ways to go here, but we are getting into that part of the stint where those that haven't looked after their tyres very well might just start to struggle a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. And just watching Michael Romagnoli there for GTWR RHG Academy number 4 on the battle there. I think that's the 888, isn't it, of Healy in that actual Vision Community Racing Team car. The car, of Dom Healy. Did a good job of holding on to that position, but Romagnoli looking very feisty indeed. And given that, I mean, the majority of the field and they are Aston Martins, I would have expected to see a much stronger performance from them in the top 10, but it really is quite an even split in the top 10, given that you've got Bentley, you've got Aston, you've got Audi, Lamborghini, Honda, McLaren, and a decent showing. And maybe the only exception to that is the number 27 Ferrari that isn't quite in there of the Jean Lacy Esports Academy team.
Yeah, Ferrari, I did expect a bit more of, actually. I know they were pretty quick in Split 2 qualifying yesterday, but this should be a good Ferrari circuit again. Mid-engine car, and all of the other mid-engine cars are doing quite well, but there's obviously something about the driving characteristics, or maybe the BOP, for the Ferrari that is hurting them. I'm sure the Ferrari teams will tell us if the BOP that is hampering them, but that's what any team that's struggling for pace will use as an excuse. But yeah, the Ferrari is a shame not to have more of the prancing horses right at the sharp end, but again, long way to go, and we've still got at least one of them on the lead lap for the time being. Romagnoli then in the slipstream of the 888 car ahead then. Similar difficulty though here for Romagnoli as he tries to get this place back. Similar difficulty as we saw for the Petrochenko car ahead. When you're trying to overtake a car that is the same as yours, you don't have any particular part of the circuit where you're way quicker, so you do have to work a bit harder at this. Out through Cheetah they go, and yeah, position stays as it is. So Healy looking a bit more comfortable now in that 21st place. They've got another Aston Martin up the road, which is for position. That's the Conrad 125 car, and that is now rounding out that top 20. Titus Conrad in that machine. You can see it there, the blue and black one. So yeah, wherever you look, there seem to be Aston Martins grouping themselves together, don't they? So up through the Sky sweep go these two, and through the left-hander at Clubhouse again. Lots of cars running a little bit wide there. Got the DV1 Triton car just ahead of them. How are they getting on now? DV1 Triton 111 are 37th, so they're still not troubling the points, are they? The car that's second place in the championship, and when the other two cars that are in the top three in the points are both running inside the top four in this race, that's certainly going to be harmful for the DV1 Triton Championship campaign. Giorgio Simonini, I can see, is just pitted, as well as Dominic Palvas, but those two are both on alternate stints because of their various issues earlier on. I did notice someone in the YouTube chat earlier on asking what happened to the 157. It disconnected when it had about a 25-second lead about an hour and a half ago now. Closely followed actually by the 92 car, which inherited the lead and then also disconnected, which is how we've ended up with the Aston Martin roadshow now at the front, with Yuri Petrochenko now 1.7 seconds up the road. Lebrec, though, here with his 5-second penalty still looming over him, cannot find a way past Herker in that Lamborghini.
He's really tried everything that he possibly can, isn't he? And that Lamborghini looking very, very strong pace-wise right now from the Honda. But again, the question comes up, how hard do you push? How much do you want to take that position? Do you want to just hustle them and make sure that they're going as fast as they can? Or do you really, really want to try and risk something to make it work? The other thing that I've noticed as well, Andy, Amir Hosseini now half a second off of the tail of Kilian Raikkonen. He's dropped off a little bit from your race leader. Now, if Hosseini can get past Kilian Raikkonen, are we thinking that Petrochenko might be under issue from Hosseini there? So yeah, a lot to unpack and a lot to find out over the next 8 3/4 hours. In the meantime, it's a fantastic way to bring on any new viewers that we've got. You're watching the SimGrid VCO World Cup Round 4 here on the Coach Dave Academy, 12 hours of Kyalami. Let's have a little look then at what has happened so far for the highlights of the race. We'll get to them in just a second as Ismail Lebrec gets the move done. The start was a relatively clean affair, and it was Dennis Schoeninger in the Audi on the outside line into turn 1 who made all the right moves and moving over to defend that line very, very quickly. There was a little bit of contact behind that caused some issues for some of the cars further back, but the leaders kept themselves to themselves, and the Unicorns of Love, number 14, losing out on the first couple of corners there. It wasn't really until the pit stops that everything started to change. It was looking all very, very prim and proper for the first hour of the race. But you can see there the WPS racing team put under real big pressure while the opening lap happened there. But again, it also shows you just how much further up the field the Renvelt and Pro team of Chris Hook, Samir Ibrahimi and Victoria Thompson were on that opening lap. They had third place for a good position of the race. This was Maris Tvorzidlo taking the position from the AAA of Chris McGlade, and then managing to lose that position promptly again. He fired it up the inside, couldn't get it stopped in time, collided later on with another car and ended up colliding into, I believe it was the 111 DV1 Triton Racing. But Chris McDade doing a decent job there of trying to hold on to that position. Then it was the turn of Danilo Santoro on Michael Capera in the 101. Again, that turn one was a big talking point, as we see the 101 of Michael Capera just gently nudging its way past and getting itself up into that position for Silver Racing Team Eurowash, ahead of the number 27 Jarlese Esports Academy team. This was on lap 29, and again you can see just how hard, this was a point Andy made earlier on, how hard, tooth and nail, a lot of these drivers were fighting. Now this was a bit of an unusual one. This was Simon Demore on the exit of pit lane, and look how fast Jack Heathley up to speed and just straight round the outside into turn one, and that is what you call opportunistic at its very best there. Simon Demore there caught almost asleep at the wheel of the Greek Souvlaki squad machine. But again, that was after our first bout of pit stops. The way this was the Simware.pro driver of Igor Ogorondikov making big moves up on your was current race leader Killian Ryan Meenan. But obviously Killian Ryan Meenan now losing second place. We've just missed that. I'll bring you up to speed on that in just a second. But Igor Ogorondikov making huge progress early on after the first bout of pit stops, and that Aston Martin has looked very strong. Currently up into P4 right now. This was Arnaud Lecombe losing the position to Luca Weidelich early on in the 92. And again, it was a very early instant for that number 92 machine that made it happen on lap 57. After that, though, it's been a case of disconnects, sort of left, right, and centre for these drivers that have had to contend with, just like real life incidents. We can see Dennis Schoeninger by default losing a position to Jarno Kausch, as it was an overtake while the car was in the pits in pit lane, and that's a bit of a default one, kind of given away for free on that one on the exit of the pit lane there. But again, given that we're up to lap 84 and we're already on to what must that be, lap 119, it shows you, Andy, just the real pressure and the real aggression that's been on show constantly through this race, as you see Ismail Lebrec just firing it up the inside at turn one here. So just watching these highlights, and again it just shows you how awesome the racing's been, and Ismail Lebrec really been one of the standout cars, Andy, in the Honda, and really making some big inroads through this field.
Yes, 8.5 years of commentating have taught me nothing. I still don't know to turn the microphone on when I want to talk. It was embarrassing, wasn't it? I was agreeing with you, though, for what it's worth. We've had some really good racing and some really good overtaking. A bit of drama, a bit of controversy, but it wouldn't be a sim race without that, really, would it? One of the teams that have definitely been involved in a really unfortunate incident earlier on is that GTWR RHG Academy Audi, the 157, that led the race for much of the first part. Giorgio Simonini has joined us now. Giorgio, we all feel so sorry for you and the whole rest of the team, because that race really looked like it was going your way, and then something completely out of your control, unfortunately, has sent you towards the back of the field.
Yeah, indeed, it was such a pain, to feel against some unluckiness in such a good race. We have extended our advantage by 20 seconds. The race was looking very promising, so it was a bit, unexpected. But we are fighters. We never, we never want to give up, and we'll try to fight till the end to try to gain as much position as we can, and prove what we are.
Jordan Sherritt also joins us now. Jordan, you were in the car at the time. I mean, talk us through what happened and what your emotions were in the immediate aftermath of that.
Yeah, I mean, geez, like you wouldn't expect something like this to happen ever. But like at the moment, I was driving and then like I was obviously in the Discord chat with Georgia and like I heard them and then they went. I heard them and they went, and then all of a sudden cars just go all over the show in the game. And I thought it would fix itself, but it's such a shame. Like you work so hard to try and do well, but like luck has to be in your side, and in the series we haven't had much of that, so it would be nice for our luck to turn, let's put it that way.
But Jordan, I guess you can still take some positives from this one, that your stint when you were in the car, you were extending that gap, the gap with the stint we'd seen at the start of the race, sort of put the car into the lead. That was a really good stint as well, so you've at least been able to show the potential again in this race, haven't you? So I guess there is some positive to take out of it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's always good to lead a field, yeah, it's great. I mean, to be honest, it was never our goal to win. Obviously we wanted to set up ourselves for Nurburgring, so at the same time, even though it was a bad thing, it could be better for us actually. So you have to look at it positively, and we will come back fighting, let's put it that way.
Yeah, Giorgio, let's look ahead to the Nurburgring then, because as Jordan touched upon there, you'll be probably ballast free going to that final round, and it's a track that the Audi, I'm guessing, should go well at, so you must have high hopes there. As long as you can find a bit more good fortune, you must have high hopes of a good result.
Yeah, indeed, that's our goal, to at least finish the series with a win. That's what we are pointing, and that's our objective. And we haven't won till now, and we are expecting to do it, because I think the guys like Jordan, Tobias, and Capocha now has entered the team. We deserve something like this, since we have a lot of hard work in the background. So let's stay positive and think to the end of the championship and do well for the next round, which is something we are really looking forward. And as you said, the Audi is quick, so it's promising as well.
Yeah, well, we are really sorry to see what's happened to you here today. We're looking forward to the fight back at the Nurburgring, and you are the reigning champions after all, so you've got to win one before the season's out, haven't you?
Yeah,
Exactly.
indeed. That's what we want.
Best of luck. We'll see you again at the Nurburgring, guys. David, such an unfortunate situation for the GTWR RHE Academy squad. They've not really had a great race for any of their cars, honestly, have they? But, they are a class team. They showed that there in their attitude, I think. I did find it a little amusing, though, I must say, that Jordan, as soon as he realised that things weren't going that well, he said, oh yeah, well, we didn't really want to win anyway, because, that would have meant we carried ballast into the Nurburgring. So, in a way, it's a good thing we disconnected. I mean, that's some optimistic thinking right there, isn't it?
I love that. And look, I mean, obviously we're joking about that, but that is such an important thing for the team, because if they are to make any inroads into this race, and let's face it, 29th position, they still can get up into the top 15 from there. But still 8.5 hours left to go, so they can get good points from this. But again, you've got to try and take the positives out of this. They could finish outside the top 15, which means that I believe that means that they're free from ballast, and still gets a good amount of points. So if they say finish 16th place, that's 15 points they get from this race, and they don't have any ballast going into that final race. It's so it's an interesting one for sure, and we'll have to see how that goes.
Yeah, interesting point you make there about the success ballast, but there have been some changes that QNOS have made to the success ballast formula now. So whereas it used to be the top 15 finishers that carry ballast, it's now just the top 10. So actually you can afford to finish 11th and still score some good points, but not carry any success ballast into the next race. That's all because they've lowered the amount of success ballast. So if you won a race, it used to be 40 kilos of success ballast. That's now down to 30 and 27 for second and 25 for third. So it's the podium finishers that really get hit the hardest by this success ballast formula, but it is at least a slightly reduced amount, and less cars carry that ballast into the next race. So yeah, they'll be targeting definitely getting into that top 15, especially now they're safe in the knowledge that that will still mean they're ballast free for the Nurburgring.
Yeah, 100%, absolutely, and that's absolutely spot on. And the thing is what gets me is the fact that we were actually told about that by our production team beforehand, and obviously yours truly hadn't actually been paying attention to that change on there. It's you just can't get the staff these days, can you, Andy? It's impressive, really. But anyway, back to the race. Let's have a look here, because Amir Hosseini, how much more pressure can he apply to the back end of that Aston Martin of Kylian Ryan Meenan? It's kind of been going in swings and roundabouts now for the past umpteen laps here. It's quite crazy to see, and what that means as well is that surely, well, maybe not actually, I was getting excited thinking Yaroslav Shevritilov is going to come into the mix as well, but he's 12 seconds behind this battle anyway, so maybe not for just now, but certainly pit stops. Now what is going on? Why is Capoccia stopped in the middle of the track? What happened there, Andy? That looked like a bit of a technical issue there for them.
Yeah, because that's not a place you'd expect him to have on off, even if you get an assistance from another car. So yeah, you have to suspect maybe some sort of problem with his wheel pedals, something disconnecting maybe. But thankfully something he was able to fix quite quickly, because he still crossed the line in 29th place. So but another situation that team could ill afford, really. Right, back to second place, going quite a bit quicker than Capoccia here are Ryan Meenan and Hosseini, second and third place. That 92 Aston Martin still behind them, I believe is actually 2 laps down. So I said earlier on it was trying to get back on the lead lap, but I think my timing screen was telling me lies there. So that 92 car, unfortunately, not fighting for position here, and actually not even really in a position to get back on the lead lap. So in an ideal world here, certainly for Amir Hosseini, that 92 car would drop away from him slightly and stop applying the same sort of pressure, but as it is, Hosseini sort of has to have one eye in the mirror, doesn't he, even as he's trying to attack for this second place.
Yeah, it just doesn't look like it's going to be happening, because Hosseini is trying everything that he possibly can, but again it comes back down to that question. Does he want to push it and force that issue? The thing with it, right, is the fact that they're doing 1:42.2, so they're dropping about 0.7 of a second to the car behind, and that is of course Yaroslav Shevritilov there. So that gap's going to come down, but not at a rate maybe that's going to worry them too much. And then within an extra 10 minutes maybe we're going to see another round of pit stops. But the 777 of Sim Racing Masterclass, I'm really impressed with the pace that they've got right now.
Yes, again, at a track that they said the car shouldn't be competitive at, but it goes to show you a bit of tenacity can bring you into contention, can't it? You're not going to have to wait 20 minutes for pit stops, David. I think they're going to be just round the corner, because actually Alexander Novikov has just pitted the 101 car, Lebrec has pitted the Honda as well, so we are getting into that part of the race now where the next round of pit stops will be happening, and maybe that presents an opportunity for Hosseini to pit early. I thought that's exactly what he was doing there, but he was just weaving to the inside to try and distract Kylian Ryan Meenan as they went into Ingwe. But maybe pitting early and trying the undercut might be the way for the Bentley to move through. However, David, we've seen, haven't we, this 777 car, they've been going as long as they possibly can, really draining that fuel tank on the Bentley until there's only a drop or so left, and he tries to get up the inside again at Growthorne. So maybe an undercut is not the strategy that they're going to try and use. We'll wait and see.
It's fascinating stuff, fascinating stuff. So I can see the next 2-3 laps, I think we're going to have Kylian Ryan Meenan in before he comes into the pits. But Hosseini, I think, is going to have 4 or 5 laps left in the tank. So as soon as Ryan Meenan is cleared, as soon as he goes into the pits, Hosseini absolutely has to put the foot down. He has to get that touch paper lit and get on with it to have any chance at getting the overcut done with just 8 hours and 23 minutes left to go in the session, Andy. So, look, we've seen this all along. It is just this giant game of cat and mouse. It's like 4D chess going on 15 different levels, and with driver changes and with strategy changes and doubling up on the tyres. I think it's safe to say, that with the temperature rising to the way it is, this is not the point you want to do. You want to do a double stint on your tyres now. If possible, you want to leave it till about 5-6 o'clock, that final 2-hour stint where you'll possibly get away with that and the track starts cooling down. And into the pits then goes Killian Ryan Meenan. It's go time now for Amir Hosseini for Sim Racing Masterclass. He has to absolutely get the lit done and get the pace on. So, Andy, do you think he can do it? Because he seems like he's got the pace and he's had it on tap. But we've seen it before where, it's almost tempting fate, isn't it? You're leaving it to the last minute and then something happens.
It's going to be interesting because he's got clean air, which is good. That's exactly what he needs for quick lap times. There's no traffic ahead of him either. So Amir Hosseini has the perfect track conditions to set quick lap times, but his tyres are over an hour older than those that are going to be going on to the 211 car, because Killian Ryan Meenan will change tyres at this pit stop. They may even change driver, of course, and once he gets out of the pit lane and he's got those tyres up to temperature, he should be able to go quicker than he was before. So Hosseini potentially could stay out there for another 4-5 laps, but is he going to be quick enough on older tyres to actually make that clean air count? That is going to be really interesting to watch. It's scraps still raging on here between the 125 and the 164 Aston Martins. They've actually got the 21 Audi ahead of them as well, which has pitted, has it not, recently? Yes, I think it has, hasn't it? Because Barent is still at the wheel, but has dropped down to 13th place now, so that car is not really actually a part of this fight, the Audi. It should be able to get away from the Aston Martins, but again, it takes a lap or so after a pit stop, doesn't it, David, to get those tyres not just up to temperature, but into the right pressure. That's something I've really discovered about ACC, is that tyre pressure is very, very sensitive on some of these cars. Even 1.5 PSI too low, and you're skating around like you're on ice. You've got to gradually get those tyres up into the window and not hit a curb too hard when the pressures are low, because that can then give you all sorts of tyre problems deeper into the stint.
Yeah, I found that massively, as well as I believe that's Yuri Petrchenko into the pits as well. Tyre pressure is such a huge thing, and you mentioned very briefly the big thing is tyre strikes on the curbings. Massively lets out air, just like that, from Conrad in front in the 125. You go over the curbs, it does knock a little bit of pressure out of the tyres, and it's a self-perpetuating cycle, because then that makes the car more difficult to drive. It becomes looser and it understeers like crazy, sending you over more curbs, and you lose more pressure, and eventually you're going to get a slow puncture or a large puncture in the tyres. So if these cars haven't pitted, then awesome, but if they have, they want to be very, very quickly, they want to be very, very careful, certainly going over all of these curbs and how fast they push. But to your point about the 21, the WPS racing teams, we see an incident between the 911 and the 32. It's a drive-through to the 32 of GTWR Racing Team, and that is Andrea Benedetti, Chris Hartveld, Marco Muri and Thibaut Prost, so that is going to affect them quite badly on that one. So they have already served that, but that essentially is why they are so far down the current order. So Romagnoli now still behind that 21 of Michael Barent, but Barent's really not able to stretch his way as fast as you'd think on those fresh tyres. He's really not able to stretch away, and being honest with you, Andy, that 21 has struggled for pace all day, whether or not it has been in the 21, whether or not that has been Dennis Schoeninger, we saw that starting well up the grid there, or whether or not that has been Nicholas Arnke that is about to get into the car. It's just not had the pace, has it?
Yeah, and it slides wide there going through Clubhouse, so that doesn't look like a happy car, does it? I'm saying it's pitted. I'm 99% sure it has, because I'm sure it was running in the top 5 last time I checked, so it must have had a pit stop, but it was very slow there through the S's. Is there a problem then for the 21 car. It's going to lose another place now. Romagnoli, we know, is likely to come in this time, but that 21 Audi, which I believe is relatively fresh out of the pit lane, yes, it is on a new stint, so the driver perhaps just taking a bit longer than they'd like to get up to speed, because when Schoeniger was in the car, actually, he had decent pace. He led the first few laps, dropped down to third, but then held his own there pretty well, and it's ever since the end of that first stint, really, that it started to slip down the order a little bit. So into the next round of pit stops then. When will our race leader, Amir Hosseini, pit, and when he does pit, will he come out ahead of, in particular, the 211 car with whom he was fighting for the race lead? The Unicorns of Love have pitted as well, so Yuri Petrochenko has stayed in the car. He's come back out still ahead of the 211, but they have gone for a driver change. 211, it's now Michael Kondaccioglu, who's got into the 211, so a driver change there. Killian Ryminen doing just the one stint, and again the dynamic changes then, David. Another new driver into that 211 car. Can they come back now, maybe? The Unicorns of Love, who got past them in the previous stint.
Well, it's an interesting thought nonetheless, because what also happens is with this field being so spread out, Andy, is that, you know, there's no longer the guarantee that you're going to come out into any fresh air, because the gaps are so few and far between now, and what you don't want is to come in a very strong position and then be behind perhaps maybe a car on a different strategy, or that just isn't up to the same sort of pace that you are, because that then has a massive impact, and we've seen that through the previous 4 hours of this race already, and it's just absolutely fascinating to see that unfold just now. I'm just having a look at the number 41 as well, because Yaroslav Shavritilov and the 777 of Amir Hosseini still not pitted yet just now, and they are firing some fantastic lap times right now. They're about a tenth slower than Petrochenko and Kondaccioglu, who have done the pit stop and have got fresh tyres on. So really showing what these cars can do on old tyres and with a light fuel load as well.
Yes, but the significance there is that Kondaccioglu is a tenth quicker than Hosseini on those fresh tyres, so he's got them up to temperature pretty quickly, and at the moment, as long as their pit stops are of equal length, which is far from guaranteed, Hosseini will probably come out behind Kondaccioglu in third place still, so the 777 team are going to really have to hope that they have a strong pit sequence, or that maybe Kondaccioglu finds a bit of traffic out on track, but we don't expect that Bentley in for another couple of laps yet, though. It's got fuel to go a bit further. They may choose to pit them early, of course, just because they can see this situation unfolding. In comes Shavritilov, look, so they've decided to come in now. This is the Simware Pro car, the championship leaders, having a really strong race here. They're in, and we expect Hosseini probably only has about another lap's worth of fuel, so he should be in shortly as well.
Yeah, fascinating race unfolding here at Kyalami. 8 hours, 15 minutes left to go, and it's going to have to be in this lap for your race leader, for Amir Hosseini, because that is all his stint is going to allow on that one. I'll be interested to see how that affects him in terms of the race pace and things like that, because there is a very congested field of cars making their way round at the moment. Currently headed up by one of the lap cars. That's the I think that's the 199 that's in front of that. That's Sasha Gemeinhardt in the 41st position car. That's the SG Stern Racing team, teamed up with Lucas Mueller and Adam Christodoulou at the moment. But again, so many cars. I think actually your leader is in that pack as well. So there we go, the 777 of Amir Hosseini just coming down in towards the pit lane just now. Yep, into pit lane then comes Hosseini, and that is going to be a pit stop for your race leader. So Andy, we wait with bated breath, but I mean, I honestly think that Petrochenko has done more than enough to maintain the position right here.
Yeah, that should be the case. The real question is whether Kondaccioglu can keep the Bentley behind, and I think he will. On the previous lap, he was half a second quicker than Hosseini, as those fresh tyres and the fact that Hosseini had traffic maybe came into play. But what the gap will be, we'll have to wait and see, because remember, 211 and 777 were nose to tail before this round of pit stops. So we'll find out in the next 30 seconds or so, probably less than that, exactly what that gap is going to be then. So 777 in the pit lane. 2-1-1 you can see on the circuit tracker is just going into the final corner now. So Hosseini's on his way out of the pit lane, but he's got quite a long way to go down that pit exit. Is he going to get out in time? In the meantime, seeing Titus Conrad involved in a battle. There goes Hosseini. He's out of the pit lane. Where's the 2-1-1 car? I suspect it's ahead of him. There is the 14 car, which will be the race leader. Look how close it is. It wasn't a huge difference, actually, so a strong pit stop there for Hosseini, who has stayed in the car for a second stint, but it's not quite enough to keep Kondaccioglu behind him. So it is as you were then. Basically, Petrochenko the leader. Kondaccioglu will move up into second place once the timing screen updates itself, and Hosseini will stay third, just a little bit further back than he was.
Yeah, fantastic effort there from second, third place then. Amir Hosseini not quite able to get the jump on Michael Kondaccioglu for the 2:11 machine. Just 2 seconds separating them just now. And I wonder now if Hosseini is going to light up the afterburners trying to catch up to the back of that 2:11 car. This is Mikhail Kopera for Silver Racing Team. Eurowash trying to catch up to the back of the 27. And that is, of course, the Ferrari that is in front of him of Kamil Pavlovsky for Journalistic Esports Academy. Up into turn one, huge send from the middle of nowhere. The Ferrari is going to try and come back over to cover it. It does so successfully. I've got no idea how it managed to actually do that, but Kopera in Audi has to think again there, and that was a hopeful send that you've got to say up into turn one there.
I'd have been impressed if he pulled it off, let's put it that way, but he's getting a bit frustrated here, I think. Very keen to make this move stick. Just a quick point on the 21 car, by the way. I mentioned that its pace in this stint wasn't all that impressive. Vincent Landner in the YouTube chat tells us that they are double stinting their tyres, so that is why the 21 car is off the pace a little bit now. We were wondering that 5 or so minutes ago, weren't we? But 21 choosing now to double stint the tyres. We said this wasn't necessarily the time that we would have chosen to do it, but I guess they disagree with us. The track temperature, though, look, is up at 30 degrees now. That's probably, it might get a little bit warmer, maybe a couple more degrees as we get into the midday, but it's 11 o'clock near enough now at virtual Kyalami, and so almost as hot as it will get. Now, the number 5 car, David, we think has gone a-missing. That's the Williams Esports car. Dare McCormack is showing us in the car, but they're suddenly 4 laps down. So that seems a bit like a disconnect of some sort, doesn't it? That they're maybe struggling to resolve.
Yeah, they're shown on the time screen as being in the pit lane just now, but they're not actually connected to the server. So that is obviously some sort of an issue with the car there. And I'm gutted for that, actually, because they were doing very, very well. We spoke to them on the warm-up to the race there in Williams Esport. I mean, Jack Keithley and Martin Stefanko, they were into the top 10 at one point. They were into, I think it was 8th or 9th position when Jack Keithley was in the car. So that is going to be a disastrous outcome for them. And look, regardless if they get connected back or not, if they've lost 4 laps, I mean, that is just an absolute heartbreak for them. And also noticing that the 787 of Mia Rose disconnected some time ago as well. So I didn't see that one happening, but we'll have a look at that one. But it looks like then we've lost several cars for that. Thankfully, what's lovely to see, if there still are, the 38 still or was still going, but that was Vasily Anufriev for Dalkin Community. It looks like they have retired from the race some laps ago. So it looks like we've lost, what's that, 3 cars from the race officially. Andy, given that it's a 12-hour race, and given that we're coming up to chalk off hour 4 from it, it's not too bad, is it?
You know what, I just looked at the time then and I realised we've been almost going for 4 hours. It does not feel like that, does it? There has never been a dull moment. We've never run out of things to talk about, and an awful lot of it has been really good. I mean, some of the battles that are developing still, and indeed that have been ongoing for a long time, are as close as ever. James Baldwin, look, is back in the Yassit Pirelli car, and this car is still latched onto the coattails of the 416 Honda of Lebrec, who's back in for... This is second or his third stint. He's certainly been in the car for a while, hasn't he? So these 2 cars have been inseparable, and they've both been clawing their way up the order. There are going to be great battles that go right down to the wire, and you know, we've had 2 race leaders disconnecting. We had a lead change fairly recently with the Unicorns of Love getting ahead, and I think with still over 8 hours to go, there's going to be a lot more unpredictability. And in amongst it all, the championship battle continuing to unfold with the Unicorns of Love and Simware Pro both at the moment ringing the top 4. James Baldwin here is right underneath the rear wing of Lebrec, who is, I've just had it confirmed, in his 3rd stint in a row. So Lebrec is really putting in the work here. He's going to run a bit wide though out of Loikop, so Baldwin gets the run down to the mine shaft, and the McLaren looks as though it's a bit quicker in this phase of the race. He got his nose level. Oh no, couldn't quite do it. Lebrec was not going to let him through there without a fight, was he?
My goodness me, right after about 45 minutes of calm and peacefulness, it's all kicking off right now. James Baldwin side by side with Lebrec, and Baldwin finally gets the move on. That was very, very nice. Meanwhile, further down, Mikhail Kopera is on a losing battle here. He's trying his best to get past Pavlovsky, and Pavlovsky has an answer for him at every single turn right now. So great defensive driving here from the 27 Journalist Esports team of Pavlovsky. But for how long? Surely the defences aren't going to hold out too much longer with 8 hours and 7 minutes left to go. It might be a bolt into turn 1 here. We'll get the answer in just a second, and then we will cut across to have a little look and catch up with the start of split 2. But very defensive driving going Pavlovsky, but up the inside goes Capera, and predictably there's going to be a little bit of argy-bargy, a little bit of door banging, and up the inside, is that going to be the number 28 firing it up, trying to do that as well, of Fly? No, he's not going to make that work, but he does have the momentum. He's going to be onto the tail of the Ferrari, but it is Capera that takes advantage of that. Right, let's go and have a look then of the GT3 Split 2, and this is the race start that they had. They've got their own championship that they are fighting for as well, and you can see up on the left-hand side, actually on the right-hand side is Gary Racing, your current championship leaders in the number 71. Looks like a cracking start for them as we focus on the 174 outfit on the run down into turn 1, and thankfully, everybody, I spoke to soon, everybody did look like they got round rather successfully. I've got to say, Andy, that looks a little bit more argy-bargy in that one. That looks a little bit more fisticuffs at dawn in that second split there.
Which you'd almost expect, I suppose, but yeah, pretty lively start that, wasn't it, through that first sequence of corners. But to be fair, although Split 1 got through the first couple of corners safely, it didn't take them long before they started trading paint, did they? And they were warned in the driver's briefing to be careful, but that all goes out the window when the green lights go on and the red mist descends, doesn't it? But what a great sight they made, and it goes to show the level of competition, even in Split 2, is just as high, and some really good side-by-side battling in the early stages.
Yeah, really is the 467 of Makoffin racing, fighting with Jon Groller in the 404 as well, and this was on the entry to the final corner. But again, just look at how much racing room they give each other out of that final corner there. You see in other racing championships where they will literally run them out to the end there, and Makoffin Racing, I mean, they're way down in 45th position in the championship here. This is Chris Gretzer in the 174 trying to hold on to that position, but loses out to Vinny Oliveira in the 35 there. Again, it's all about that final corner there as we switch back to live action here from round 4. Lewis Fly for WPS Racing Team in that 28. But look, we're nearing the end of our 4 hours here, and we're nearing the end of your stint here, Andy. You're away to head off, and just in time to watch the next hour of racing from France. There's some tiny wee race there.
Yes, where the weather, I can tell you, isn't quite as pleasant as it has been here at virtual Kyalami, but you know, as exciting as the lure of the Le Mans 24 Hours is, I don't really want to go. I've really been enjoying this. This has been a terrific race, and I will most definitely be following the rest of it alongside the Le Mans 24 Hours throughout the rest of the day. I can't wait to see who comes out on top, and I'm sure we'll have plenty more twists and turns. I know you're sticking around for at least the next 4 hours, and I think you're probably going to enjoy it. Plenty more still to come, I'm sure.
Well, the coffee is definitely going to be on tap for sure over the next 4 hours as well. But up next, we've got Ewan O'Leary is going to be jumping into the virtual commentary booth here for the SimGrid VCO World Cup Round 4. This is the Coach Dave Academy 12 Hours of Kyalami. Just a reminder, as always with the SimGrid VCO World Cup, you get 20% off the Coach Dave Academy setup, the sim racing setups. Head over there and use the code TSGXVCO20. That's TSGXVCO20 as you see on screen there to get a special 20% off discount over the range at Coach Dave Academy as well. So as we check into the final hours, the final 8 hours, Yuri Petrichenko currently in the lead by about 9 seconds over Michael Kondatsioglu in the 2:11 Sidemax Motorworks FFS Racing. It's then the 777 in third place, Amir Hosseini for Sim Racing Masterclass. It's the Simware.pro outfit in fourth position of Igor Ogorodnikov in fourth position. Chris Hoyk in fifth place for Renvelton Pro Team. In sixth place is James Baldwin for the 149 Yaz Heat outfit, and then it's Ismail Labrec in the 416 Honda, doing a cracking job for the Elvis Grattan team in 7th position. P8 is Nicholas Houben in the 33 Rutronic E-Racing team, and then in 9th place is Michael Bernd in the 21 Audi of WPS Racing team, and then up into 10th position is Kevin Siclari for the 191 Racing Line Motorsport team. As we said though, Andy McEwan is going to be handing over the microphone over to Ewan O'Leary. Before that, we are going to take a couple of minutes of a short break. We'll give you an immersion break. We'll be back after these messages.
Virtual.
A very warm welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to round 4 of the SimGrid VCO World Cup. This is the Coach Dave Academy 12 hours of Kyalami. It's David Christie here with you, and a very warm welcome into the commentary box for Ewan O'Leary. Ewan, I know you've been watching behind the scenes. What a hell of a race we've had so far.
Yeah, I've thoroughly enjoyed it so far, watching on from behind the scenes, and yeah, I kind of expected it, I have to be honest. Firstly, because the World Cup has been fantastic this year, but second of all, I really like Kyalami. I think it's fantastic, and I think it's fantastic that we've got it kind of back in the modern motorsport world, really. It's a classic track, and it's kind of back for good now, and I'm hoping that it stays around for a good few years. It's absolutely brilliant. It provides fantastic racing, and these GT cars seem suited to it really, really well. And yeah, we're bubbling up nicely towards the end of this race, seeing who's going to come out on top. It's very much still up in the air.
It really, really is. So to remind you of where we are then, Yuri Petrichenko in the lead of the race at the moment then for the number 14 Unicorns of Love outfit, 11.5 seconds ahead of Michael Kundatsioglu in the number 211 Sidemax Motorworks FFS Racing outfit. The big news, of course, is that Sidemax Motorworks no longer an esports team, but the drivers holding on to the name for the rest of the SimGrid World Cup season. It is then Amir Hosseini in third place then for Sim Racing Masterclass in the Bentley, doing a cracking job in the final podium position. It's Igor Ogorodnikov in fourth place then for Simware.pro in the Aston Martin, looking very, very menacing as well. In fifth place is Chris Hook in the number 9 Lamborghini for Renville and Pro Team. Sixth place is James Baldwin for Yazheat Pirelli in that McLaren, doing a great job of getting into the top 10 there. Nick Houben in the 33 Audi is in 7th position for Rutronic E-Racing. It's then Ismail Lebrec in 8th position in that Honda. They've just been doing absolutely fantastically in that 416. Starting to drop away a little bit just now into, thankfully, safety from Kevin Siclari, the 191 Racing Line Motorsports outfit in 9th position. And then in 10th position is the Audi, the 101 of Michael Capera for Silver Racing Team and Euro Wash as well. So that is your top 10 with 7 3/4 hours remaining. We're about half an hour away, I believe, from our next round of pit stops. But I mean, Ewan, it really has been a fantastic race. And as you said, Kyalami is a wonderful, wonderful circuit. It really lends itself to some classic GT3 racing here.
Yeah, we've seen that so far throughout the race, and it's thrown up some surprises as well. We've just seen Mike Noble get down the inside of the 21 Audi there. That's not so much of a surprise because he's been on an absolute tear in recent times. But notable absentees from the top 10. You were just doing that rundown there. You might be wondering, where's the 111 DV1 Triton Racing Bentley, because they're second place in the championship coming into this race, and expected to do really, really well, considering they've had 2 podiums. Included within that is a race win at Bathurst. Well, they had an issue very early on, in the first hour it was actually, first 45 minutes or so, dropping themselves way outside the top 30. They've recovered to 27th now, with Jakub Charko now driving that car. But yeah, notable absentees, and it just shows that this Kyalami circuit can throw up some surprises, some unpredictable racing in this race. It has done so far, and I'm sure there are more twists and turns around the corner.
For sure. Other noticeable absentees from that top 10, the 157, for instance, they're down in 19th place. What a great recovery drive from them in that, as I say that, they're down in the 20th position now. But Andrea Capoccia in that 157, GTWR Racing Team number 1, they had a disconnect when Jordan Sherritt was behind the wheel. So they are on a recovery drive now. They were like outside the top 30. They were in a really difficult position, but doing a cracking job of getting themselves on that recovery drive for just now. Then you see Andrea Capoccia behind the wheel there, and I believe that is Conrad just behind him in that 125 Aston Martin. So good recovery drive there in 22nd place, but we have had a couple of retirements as well. Vasily Anufriev and the number 38 machine, the Dalkin Community Car, they retired earlier on. Mia Rose in the 787 JASA Cup car has retired from the race, and it looks like the number 5 Williams Esports of Dare McCormack, Martin Stefanko and Jack Keithley, despite an early good running into the top 10 for them, they have retired from the race as well. But it really is a race of what could have been. We've now got only 19 cars in the top in the same lap as the leader there, Michael Romagnoli there for the 164 GTWR Racing Team outfit. Still the last car on that remaining on the lead lap there, and 7 hours 45 minutes left to go there. I mean, it's still anybody's race given how close the racing has been, Ewan, so far.
It certainly still is anybody's race. There's a lot of things still to play out here, notably the strategy, I think, which is going to be very important. We think that, we've mentioned it before, but it's worth reiterating, we think there's going to be 10 stints during this race, if you've really got your fuel strategy right and your fuel saving and whatever, but you've only got 9 sets of tyres to actually do that in, so if you do manage to do that 10 stint target, then you will have to double stint once, but only once, and it's all about when you take that, really. I was expecting a lot more actually in the very opening part of this race, because we started at like 7 a.m. in the morning in terms of the in-game time at Kyalami. It was about 7 a.m. That's when the track's going to be coolest it will be all day. If you're trying to do double stints, then it might be the best chance to do it there. In my opinion anyway. We'll see. Well, it turns out that not many decided to do so, so we're looking out for that, looking out for different double stints and different strategies, really, and who's going to be able to make it on that 10 stint kind of fuel run, because you do have to be a little bit wary of it. You do have to be a little bit careful on fuel, and I know different cars are varying degrees of ability in terms of being able to save the fuel, so it is something to watch throughout the day, but yeah, there's still a long way to go, a lot of strategy to play out and a lot of things to happen, like this actually. Capoccia just going down the inside and brushing past, quite literally, one of the McLarens there into the left-hander.
I'm just I'm trying to get my head around that one, because that was a little bit of it was a little bit more aggressive, shall we say, from both of them. From Mikhail Nowakowski in the 720 with Andrea Capoccia behind the wheel of that one. Still, they managed to separate themselves and get themselves out of the issue here. Now, Marco Bischoff here for ambassadors for Renville, and onto the back quickly of the number 27 of Kamil Pawlowski. Now, this was one of the cars that Michael Hamlet behind the scenes in our production team was saying to keep an eye out from, and it's almost as if exactly on cue that car's been fallen like a stone out of the top 10 then. So I do wonder if there's some double stinting on the tyres at this moment in time, because Pawlowski was certainly making some big moves, or rather the Jean Lacey Esports Academy team was making big moves into the top 10, and it's kind of fallen by the wayside into that top 15 just now. So Marco Bischoff is going to be the next man trying to get his way past that Ferrari right now, but Ewan, on the face of it, Ferrari really not doing too well on this race here, as is the BMWs.
Yeah, the BMWs especially are really running down the order, I'm afraid, in this one. But yeah, I was a little bit surprised to see Ferrari struggling so much. This is the best placed of them on your screens right now, and it's just all about picking a car for a season, really, isn't it, and hoping for the best throughout the different races. There's going to be circuits where you're not going to be fantastic at, and there's going to be circuits where you're going to be absolutely flying. That's just the way that BOP works and GT3 racing works, really, and so you've just got to kind of take your medicine here and get the best result that you can out of it. I think that's exactly what Jean Lacey Esports are doing right now, and they're doing it quite effectively as well. They're having a decent season up there at the moment, and the Remvelten car having an okay season as well. Benefited a little bit from the Aston Martin's sublime pace at Spa, managed a 5th place at the Spa 24 Hours, which is a great result for them. But top 10 might be the limit for them here today. They've got a big job to get past the Ferrari though, because even though they haven't quite got the pace right now, they're running about half a second down on the leaders maybe. They're still holding off cars quite well. We saw a bit of a train involving Mark Noble was in there, and Fly, Behrendt, all of these guys you see in front of him now, we're all stuck in behind him for really quite a long time. So he is defending well, Kamil Pawlowski, here, even though his pace is lacking ever so slightly.
Yeah, it really is, but doing a cracking job as Pawlowski of making that car as wide as it possibly can, making sure the Ferrari leaves no room for Marco Bischoff to even think about sending it up the inside here. Little flash of the lights there from Marco Bischoff then for Ambassadors of Renfelten. It's going to be last of the late breaks. It's a lunge up into turn one, but the Ferrari is going to have it covered. Surely there's going to be contact. No, they go side by side into turn number two, and the Ferrari is going to have the cutback, gets the move done, and the Aston Martin tries to pull it round the inside. What a move from the Aston out of absolutely nowhere, but they're still going to be side by side then as they run through the second half of the circuit. Then this is on the run up towards sunset. Then the Ferrari pulls it up the inside of the right hander there, and that is a move and a half to keep that position from Kamil Pawlowski. Marco Bischoff though had absolutely no right in sending it up the inside of the Juxke sweep there, but yeah, got it done. I mean, that is a huge manoeuvre there for the Ambassadors for Renfelten car. But he's going to have to think about that again, try and regroup, and that Ferrari is maybe going to be a little bit wiser this time round.
Yeah, maybe. I'm surprised to not see more of that dive bomb into barbecue actually, because it does open itself up quite nicely when you go through those sweepers. You do have to go to the right quite a long way, and it does invite the dive bomb, like it does down here as well, into the Crocodiles at turn 13. So there are places on this circuit where it kind of opens itself out to that kind of dive bomb. A little bit surprising we haven't seen more of that so far in this race, but Marco Bischoff clearly getting a little bit less patient with Pawlowski now. He wants to get through, but this Ferrari is very wide indeed, and he's got a very wise driver as well, defending extremely well. It's maybe not the most beneficial for either of them at this point, battling like this, but it is entertaining, and it's also, I guess, helping Pawlowski a little bit in that while he's going a little bit slower, he's kind of bringing other cars down with him, and that may help them a little bit down the line.
Yeah, we'll see how that one pans out, but again, normally the consensus is you want to be trying to push that car forward. Marco Bischoff there, 143.6, and Kamil Pawlowski 143.5. So again, you're absolutely right. Gerard Martinez Amir in the 121 is about 8 seconds behind him for Odox Motorsport. They're going to have to keep an eye on that, because that is going to come down very quickly unless that Aston Martin can get past that Ferrari. That is going to come down very quickly indeed. Just having a look here at Capoccia, who is bouncing about all over the place on the timing screens. That's in error because it was accidentally showing him up into 9th place, but unfortunately that's Kevin Siclari that has a firm grasp on that 9th place there just now. But we're going to keep an eye on this battle further up the field in the top 10 then. It is all very calm and collected until you get to the fact that Michael Kondatsioglu with Amir Hosseini, the gap to them, I believe, is only what's that, about 0.8 of a second, 0.9 of a second. So battle for second place is absolutely fantastic. So yeah, I believe we've got teammate 4 Amir Hosseini in the 777 in with us just now. So Zahir, good afternoon, my friend, from the Sim Racing Masterclass team. I mean, it's been an epic race, but you guys surely couldn't have believed you were going to be in 3rd position at this point in the race.
We weren't entirely sure. When we were testing, we saw our race pace was really good. So it was all dependent on how qualifying went. So starting from P7, we at least upped the grid. And then it was a clean start, so we knew we just need to keep chipping away, and then our race pace is there.
but you don't really seem to be in any trouble right now. If anything, you're all over the back of Mikhail Kundatsioglu in the 211 Sidemax Motorworks. What's going to be the script with this? Are you going to be pushing for that second place, or are you happy sitting behind him and forcing an issue?
Well, when you're on Discord with Amir Husseini, you're welcome to try to tell him to hold back. He's got a plan of his own, and he's giving us heart failure a lot of the time. But look, Amir will be Amir. We trust him in how he does things, but we keep on heading for the front. We keep pushing.
You must be absolutely delighted with that, because obviously we did have a chat just before the race got underway with your teammate, and it was a fantastic thing to hear, and a brand new welcoming into the world for them. But how much has Raymond's departure from the team on this race affected the team? Has it affected you guys at all?
He's been on in the background, so he hasn't been able to test anything really. But strategizing and things like that, we usually get our heads together. So in that sense, he's still been around, he's still been helping, but obviously he can't get into the seat. But that's all good.
Yeah. Finally, it's 7.5 hours left to here. I want to know, what is the Sim Racing Masterclass's top super secret strategy for the remaining race?
Remainder of the race. Should I reveal it, or should we wait?
Mate, it's just me, you, and the 250 watching online.
Now let's see. The strategy is going good. We're sticking to our guns. I'm sure you can see we're putting later than the others. So let's see what happens at the end.
Best of luck to here. We're all rooting for you. And look forward to having a chat with you later on. Best of luck.
Cheers, David. Bye.
There we go then. Zahir Essa from Sim Racing Masterclass. And I was just getting hauled over the coals from our production team there for Ewan for letting him away with what was pretty much a politician's answer for that one. That was very neutral, wasn't it?
Yeah, there was no real information at all in that, was there really? But you can't expect them to give too much away, I guess. I especially liked his answer when you asked him what you're telling your driver in the car. He said, you're welcome to try and tell him to hold back, but at the end of the day, they're racing drivers, and they just go for it. So I thought that was a pretty good answer, and it's probably very true as well. All of these guys are pushing very hard indeed, and it's great to hear from them nevertheless. But this is clearly having struggles on getting their drivers to just take things a little bit easy, because they don't really know what that means.
Well, racing drivers are going to race and drive, are they? It's a difficult one to do from a serious point in sim racing circles, because again, having brief experience in a real life race car, I can absolutely confirm that it's exactly the same in a real life car as it is in the sim racing car, in terms of that urge to just, I'm going to take that place. I need to take that place. Even if you don't need that place, you need to take that place. That little bit inside you, that little voice is constantly telling you, Ewan, that you need to make that position, and that it is a life or death situation. So, I can imagine that they're very unsuccessfully trying to reel him in on that one. But look, 7.5 hours left to go. And we've got Yuri Petrochenko up in the lead, and looking very convincing up in the lead of this race as well. What do you think could be in store as we look towards the next round of pit stops?
Well, more battling like we're seeing on the screen right now, but I really don't think it's over for the lead of the race. 15 seconds is not a big margin or 14 seconds as it is right now. It's not a big margin when you consider there's 7.5 hours to go, and especially the two chasing on from behind, the 211 and the 777. We just heard from the Sim Racing Masterclass team, and the 211 Sidemax Motorsport car wanting to do very well indeed for their own sake. So those guys are going to be very motivated to get back in and try to challenge for the lead. So it's definitely not over for the lead, but we're certainly starting to see it kind of narrow down in terms of who can actually still win this race. In fifth place now, Chris Hoke is now 42 seconds adrift from the lead of this race. Is that going too far away at this point? I don't think so, but what I do think is that the gap's going the wrong way. He needs to start bringing it back down again. There's a long way to go still in this race, and anything can happen. But some of these guys who are heading towards over a minute back, if they have serious designs on winning the race, then the gaps need to stop going out for them, and they need to start bringing themselves back towards the leader at this point.
Yeah, the crazy thing for me is the fact that we're 4.5 hours into this race and the gap is still, you've got, what's that? Let's have a look here. You've got 18 cars on the lead lap right now. That is just, if that was me out there racing Ewan, I'd be at least 15 laps behind at this point. I'd be a bit of a mobile chicane. But again, it just shows you, it is testament to the absolute pace that all of these drivers are really giving right now. Up to about 18th place, they're still all really lapping in the 141s. And that's just an absurd amount of skill and performance.
Yeah, it really is, and it was demonstrated in qualifying. I think it was 38 cars separated by a second or something like that. I can't quite remember, but it was an awful lot of cars, and we saw that and thought, well, this is going to be a very close race, and it's being proved so, and there's no surprises there really. We've seen so far in the World Cup that it's been very, very close indeed throughout all of the races so far, and there's no reason to suggest why this race would have been any different, and it's proven to be that way, that it's just another really close race here once again. So yeah, thoroughly enjoyable, but it can't say it's too much of a surprise.
It really is, and again, the other thing that I was away to say there, Ewan, is that again, one of the things that we mentioned on the run-up to the show is how topsy-turvy this season has been, how inconsistent the performances from the different teams has been, and yet again, for the most part, it's kind of proven that way as well. With the exception of the Simware.pro team, the 41 outfit of Igor Ogorodnikov, Yaroslav Shevritilov and Denis Grabowski, it's been another completely turned on its head top 10. And with 7.5 hours left to go, you can't really put it past the realms of the possibility that it could all completely change on its head again. We had our race leader who was out by about maybe 15-20 seconds before they disconnected from the race. Then we had second place disconnecting from the race as well. So really we've had our fair share of ups and downs in this race.
Yeah, we absolutely have, and that fits in with the season, as you say, because not a single car in this field has finished in the top 10 3 times so far, and the ballast and whatever is surely going to be playing a part in that. But yeah, it's been a remarkable season, really. You look at the championship leader coming into this, Simware.pro, one win, but then 15th and a 16th. You wouldn't expect to see that from a championship leader, but that's keeping things very, very close indeed, because that win came at the 24-hour race where they actually got a haul of points at 12 hours, and then they got a haul of points obviously at the 24-hour at the end as well. So it was a very good race for them to win, basically, and it's helped them along to a championship lead for the moment. So yeah, it's all about kind of almost where you're quick as well as just being quick at the same time. And you look at second place, they've had a first place and a second, but 17th at the 24-hour. That's really cost them, and they're going to have to do a much better 24-hour here. The 111 car I'm talking about, by the way, is going to have to do a lot better 24-hour at the Nurburgring when that rolls around for the final race of the season. So yeah, there's a lot resting on the final race here. There's going to be no championship winner after this race. There's no doubt about that. We're going to see a finale.
So just watching the cars coming round here, and again we're back to this battle between the Ferrari here and the Aston Martin of the Jean Lacy Esports Academy, where we've got Kamil Pavlovsky, and this now looks like it could be the moment for the Aston Martin. Marco Bischoff runs side by side across the start-finish line. The Ferrari's going to be pushed to the outside, but the Aston Martin has the pace on the run down to the corner. It's going to be into turn one. The Ferrari trying to break as late as he can. The Aston Martin pushing it as wide as he can, and that is going to be a textbook move for Marco Bischoff. Takes the position and costs the Ferrari a tiny little bit of time as well. You've got to say that has been coming for lap after lap after lap there, Ewan.
Yeah, it's been coming for a very long time, and finally he got that all-important drive off of the final turn to be able to get down the inside. He's done that once before in the last half an hour or so. However, Pavlovsky was able to hold it right round the outside, and that Ferrari is pretty good on the outside line, can sweep round there very nicely, get a good drive off, and then take it back into the sweepers. But this time around, Bischoff sent it a little bit wider. He broke a little bit later, went deeper into the braking zone, didn't really hit the apex in the way that you normally would if you were just hot lapping on your own, and just blocked off that exit for the 27, just made sure there was no right of reply there, and that was absolutely textbook. Very, very impressive indeed.
So 7 hours 25 minutes left to go in this penultimate race of the championship for the SimGrid VCO World Cup, the 12 hours of Kyalami, the Coach Dave Academy 12 hours of Kyalami. And as always, we've been saying this throughout the race, check out the 20% off discount code for Coach Dave Academy. It's TSGXVCO20. You'll see a little pop-up at the bottom right of the screen whenever that comes up. You can check that out. But this is the live team standings as it is just now. 12 points is the gap between Simware.pro, as they are now known. They were entered as Lada Sport Rosneft. They are ahead by 12 points of Unicorns of Love in that second place. So a huge gain for Unicorns of Love. DV1 Triton Racing into third place there with that 190 points there, but again they were in second. They're not going to be happy with the outcome of the race today. Racing Line Motorsport 191 in fourth place with 183 points there, and Sidemax Motorworks on 176. But the big thing is, Ewan, with 120 points on offer at that final round alone, I mean, everything still rests on that final race.
Yeah, it's important to put yourself in good stead for that final race, but then you do need a really fantastic final one as well. You can pick up 40 points at 12 hours and then a full 80 points at the 24-hour mark. So you can certainly take it all at that point, and then you'd have a hard time beating someone who's just finished first at 12 hours and first at 24, but that's somewhat unlikely to happen, I suppose. Just keeping yourself in touch here is a good idea, but he could be leading at the end. A lot of I was about to call them the other team name, Simware.pro, are going to be leading. Well, if things stay as they are, they're going to be leading going into the final race. But if you have a rubbish 24-hour race at the end, then you can forget about it. They're not going to win because even if they come in with a 40-point margin, they're not going to win with a poor 24-hour race. It's heavily weighted towards these longer races in the World Cup this year. And it does make them very, very important indeed. So obviously we've got to see how that plays out. But just for now, you've got to focus on the job at hand here at Kyalami, and putting yourself in the best place possible is what you need to do. And you can only do that really by running your own race, focusing on what you need to do at this point, and not worrying about that Nurburgring race at the end of the year.
And that's exactly the point, is every race is taken on its own individual merits, and that's what we are seeing precisely unfolding here today. So, as we have mentioned before, it is still Unicorns of Love out in front by a commanding 14.4 seconds from Michael Concessioglu in the 211 machine, that Sidemax Motorworks FFS Racing. But I mean, the gap between Hosseini and Concessioglu now is, I mean, it's paper thin. We'll hopefully jump to watching them in just a second, but I do wonder if Hosseini is just kind of keeping to the back of that car. I know what was said by his teammate there, but the fact is that he's had opportunity after opportunity to get past that car, and he's not either been able to do it, or he's not been willing to do it. And I wonder if it's a case of he's just wanting to see how the dice rolls, and then if he can keep it within sight, give it an hour, give it 2 hours, and see what can happen out of that.
Yeah, quite possibly. I think the pressure's really on at the front of the field right now. Petrochenko's putting down some really fast laps, and to keep up, these two kind of need to do this really, in terms of just running nose to tail and not really battling with each other, just so that they can help each other along and try and get towards the front, because obviously both teams have got designs on winning this race, but if they battle really hard for P2 with still over 7 hours to go, then they're not going to be able to do that. if we've got 19 minutes to go, then maybe they would be fighting all guns blazing at this stage. But there's still a long way to go here, and there's no real point, in my opinion, Hosseini even trying to go for a move under any circumstances, unless the 211 has an off in front, which is unlikely, or indeed a moment in traffic may be. But I think for both of them, given that they want to win the race, it's probably best this way.
I think you're absolutely spot on there, Ewan, because the pace that both second and third place have got is still faster than the leader by about 0.3 of a second, consistently lap after lap. So Hosseini is in a good position to keep the pressure up on Competizione, but without actually having to make a move and take any risks here. So I've got to be honest, I completely agree with that. I think all the chips are in the corner of second and third place right now. Especially, we're going to be getting some pit stops coming in, I think, in the next 10 minutes or so with our next batch of pit stops. But this is Michael Capera for Silver Racing Team Eurowash in the 101 machine, trying to catch on to the back of Ismail Lebrec, and Lebrec trying to go up the inside of one of the McLarens there. I think that's the 720, isn't it, of Florian Fleur. Behind the wheel of that one, but that has compromised him massively. And look at Michael Capera now. He's got a huge run on that 416 onto the back of Lebrec here. And again, we've said it so often, it just shows how quickly momentum can swing from one car to another, and Capera fires it up the inside. Surely that's going to be the move done and dusted. It is. He shows the Honda to the outside there, and that is how you get a position done and dusted, and that Honda is going to be absolutely furious right now.
Well, yeah, it was very aggressive, but nothing wrong with that for me from Capera. Very, very impressive indeed. The Honda's just been dropping back loads in the last few moments, really off the pace, and we're wondering maybe they are double stinting their tyres there so far off the pace, but let's hope they can pick it back up after the next pit stops. But this battle for second place is now starting to hot up a little bit. The McLaren in the background, I think that's the 22 car, has just closed things up a little bit for us for second place. So yeah, it's battles starting to happen, crop up all over the places. Nurburgring gets quite close to Lebrec as well for ninth. It's all going on up and down the field.
Fantastic action here, and there was a little bit of a heart-stopping moment there for Michael Competizione for Sidemax Motorworks FFS Racing, because he was in traffic and Amir Hosseini was catching up quite rapidly to the back of it. But again, it just not being able to actually make anything do that with that pace. Now, is that the Bentley of the 111, the DV1 Triton Racing? That would be very unfortunate if it was the case. But look at how wide Hosseini takes that corner coming down in towards Crocodile. I mean, he is so wide into the corner there, really sets himself for a great exit down through into Cheetah, and he's looking very, very menacing. Amir Hosseini, I take it all back, Ewan. I don't think there's any question of Amir Hosseini leaving anything on the table here right now, and it could very well be a move on the inside into to turn one, so I'll keep an eye on that one. In fact, here we go. The Bentley moves from one side to the other, late onto the brakes there, but it's the Aston Martin that gets the better of him there. This is fascinating stuff. And again, with pit stops just around the corner here, you really get the feeling that it's going to be a case of who blinks first.
Yeah, it could well be. At the end, we'll wait and see really who's in a better position in terms of the fuel. First of all, because you can only go as far as the fuel is going to take you by the end of this. So they've got to be a little bit careful of that. But yeah, the battle is starting to happen there. A little bit surprising to me, but maybe the Bentley deciding that you can go a little bit quicker without the Aston Martin. That is indeed the 111 just in front of them as well, by the way. And I'm a little bit surprised that he hasn't let them through here, Jacob Charcot, because it would really help him if those two actually got up to the unicorns of Luft car and passed it to take points off of the 14, which would help the 111 later down the line in the championship. But then again, that may put the 777 and 211 in championship contention themselves, so maybe it's not the best thing, but who knows. It certainly is I wouldn't say in the way just yet, but just in front, just a little bit of an annoyance maybe for the 211 in its defence of Hosseini in behind.
It's brilliant stuff to see, and you get the feeling that it is just boiling over very nicely. Amir Hosseini gets a great run out the final corner. The Bentley jinx from left to right as he fervently tries to get the power down, but it's not to be, and that allows Mikhail Kondratzioglu a little bit of a gap, a little bit of an advantage here. And yeah, that is exactly who it is. That is the 111 of DV1 Triton Racing. Would you believe it? Second in the championship, and that's Jacob Charcot behind the wheel, and they're doing 141.991. So yeah, not shabby pace, but it is going to very quickly start to hold up Kondratzioglu and that 211 Sidemax Motorworks FFS racing machine. So we'll see how that one pans out. And again, we will obviously want to try and give as much attention to all of the other cars on this, but you just get the feeling that something's got to give very soon, don't you?
You kind of do feel like there's a bit of a pressure cooker going on for second place at the moment. I guess you'd throw the 111 in there as well, given that not on the same lap. I think it's 2 laps down now, actually, that car. 28th position, it is indeed. So yeah, it's definitely pressure's on, and the 777's got a nice run out of turn 10 this time, down the hill. Not quite enough to get alongside. He's so close, though, there might be a dive into 13 here.
Oh, he does. Just late on the brakes then for Amir Hosseini. They're side by side coming through Crocodiles then as a little bit of contact as the Aston Martin gets shown to the grass there. But it's through and it's done and it's dusted for Amir Hosseini to take second place on the grid then. And Kondratzioglu, I mean, that was a valiant fight there. He held off as long as he could, but you can't help feeling now that Amir Hosseini is going to stretch off into the sunset.
It was a valiant fight, but in the end, there was only going to be one winner, really, in that one. The Hosseini car is looking very good right now, that 777. They have cost themselves a couple of seconds, and that's why the Bentley was holding off on this fight for so long, because they knew that it was going to cost the both of them, and was so trying to put it off for as long as possible. They've finally realised now that they can go a little bit quicker without the Sidemax Motorsport car in front of them. So Hosseini's going to go off on his own now, presumably leave the Aston Martin behind. But is this just a case of the Aston Martin going through its tyres a little bit too early on this stint? Are they feeling the effects of going out too hard at the early part of this stint? It's impossible to say, really. But yeah, it was a good fight between them. Aggressive, certainly, because the Aston Martin was pushed out very wide through 13 there. But in the end, I think it was just about fair enough.
Yeah, for sure. And they're caught up in all sorts of traffic here. And have a look at this, because the gap and the benefit that Amir Hosseini had here might almost be wiped out there, as we've got two cars coming through side by side, and the 211 almost wiped out off the face of the earth there. Kondratzioglu, though, gets it going again. And this is the problem now. Hosseini, while he's cleared Kondratzioglu, has still got the 111 in front of him of Jacob Charcot. So it's out the frying pan and into the fire, because Jacob is on the same pace as these guys, so he's not bound to move over. You know, racing etiquette would say, yeah, don't get in their way. But I mean, if he's on their pace, then Hosseini might actually like to just stick in behind him and maybe save even more fuel.
Yeah, I think Hosseini's a little bit quicker right now, and he'll want to get through personally. But well, let's wait and see. Really, what if Charcot can maybe respond here at this point with that little bit of pressure from behind? Might just bump him along a little bit to go a little bit quicker. But yeah, certainly Charcot has been an instrumental part of the DV1 Triton Racing's success so far. Obviously, winning the Bathurst race to open off this season for 2021. He's been a real big part of all of that. And now he's starting to get in the way just that little bit of his fellow Bentley behind because of these issues earlier on in the race. You might suspect, you know, when you drop down the order, when you're so used to running up the front, fighting for podiums and whatever, and then suddenly you find yourself right outside of the top 20, you do lose that little bit of motivation, and with that comes a little bit of pace as well, you might be able to imagine. So yeah, I think Hosseini is going to want to get through here as quickly as possible, because I think he is quicker and he will be able to go quicker once he's cleared him.
Well, kind of watch that one unfold already, because look at Amir Hosseini. He is absolutely flying right now in the Sim Racing Masterclass 777 Bentley. Just a reminder then, as you saw there, you've got a 20% off code for Coach Dave Academy through the entirety of the SimGrid VCO World Cup. As Michael Romagnoli, is he going to get that car stopped? He does in time. And there you go, there's your 20% off voucher code TSGXVCO20. That's TSGXVCO20 for 20% off of Coach Dave Academy. As always, we have to say a huge thank you to our other official partners as well, to Thrustmaster for their continued support, and to AK Informatica as well. Right, let's keep this going, because I mean, they've cleared him, so they've cleared the 111 of Jacob Sharcott. So now, if I'm right in saying, Ewan, I think honestly Amir is just going to go off into the distance in this one.
I think that is going to be the case. Yeah, we really didn't see. Well, we did see a pretty big defence, but from the 211. But in the end, I think the pace is starting to drop off for them now, and it would be best for them to just let the 777 go off up the road at this point. So I think that's what's going to happen. But I guess you never know. They'll try and stick there for as long as possible. Been very impressed by Petrichenko's pace in the last few laps, though, because he's really started to extend out the lead, and he's good 3 or 4 attempts quicker a lap than the cars behind, and he's extending that now to over 17 seconds as he now comes into the pit lane. But clearly left that little bit extra in the tyres to really go away from the second place battle, as there's another battle now for 9th place as some pit stops cycle through. Romagnoli has been on a charge in the last hour or so, and he's looking to try and get through on another one of these cars, the 194 Bentley on this occasion. Couldn't quite do it into turn 1, though, maybe on the exit.
Yeah, he gets a great exit out turn 1 there, but it's not to be. Akos Getvan putting up a spirited defence in that Bentley that is just in front of him just now. They're through Barbecue. This is on the run up towards Sunset then. And again, it's a case of Romagnoli having to recoup, rethink and replan how he's going to try and make this move up into 9th place, and whether or not it's, what he's willing to risk, basically, to get that position done and dusted. But with just over 7 hours left to go in the race, then we're starting to see our next batch of pit stops coming through, as we see Amir Hosseini jumps provisionally into the lead of the race. But have a look at that, Ewan. Yiger Ogorodnikov for Simware.pro, 2nd place provisionally, while we're in the middle of doing pit stops. But I mean, he would be happy if that was a result for the race.
Yeah, absolutely. He'd be very happy with that indeed, especially considering where they started, which is way down the field. Then 2nd place, they would grab that with 2 hands, you would say. It's looking like a top 5 result for them for the moment, and even so, that's still a very good result for them, as Romagnoli smashes that curb and gets all over the gravel, which is really costly for him. Actually, he's lost a good few seconds there, but Ogorodnikov's driven very well. He was in there at the start of the race, flying through the order, making up some positions really very quickly, and so thoroughly deserved top 5 position for them at the moment, and on their way to a championship challenge, certainly in this season. At the moment, I think the gap will be around 15 points if things were to stay as they were before those pit stop cycles. Now Unicorns of Love are starting to get themselves into the frame, but it's certainly the Aston Martins who are fighting it out for this championship.
Yeah, they're doing a very good job up towards the top 20. Would you believe we've got a Bentley leading the race again provisionally while we cycle through the pit stops rather. But Amir Hosseini in the lead currently, 141.469 that last lap round. This is Paolo Moya in the 666AF Corsa outfit, of course teamed up with, that's Racing on 3, of Giovanni Izzo, Paolo Moya, Ruben Stefan and Michel Cesini, currently keeping themselves within the top 30 right now. But again, a huge battle right now, because Maxime Batifu, now that was the number 92 that was in 2nd place there, is in the battle as well there. So this is an interesting little battle here. But just looking as well at Chris Hook, is in third place at the moment. I think, from what we're being told, from the information we're being given by a production team, that could be in good contention for fighting for the podium after this stint here. So, with 7 hours left to go, this is... I keep referring, Ewan, to this as like a book. And like every single hour seems to be like a new chapter opening up, and this chapter probably is going to be one of the most curious yet, because you've got so many different things that have kind of been happening that we've not noticed over the past couple of hours. But it's looking very, very intriguing. Baldwin looking very close here, but from what we're being told, he should be into the pits this time round. He's not. So Baldwin goes again. He might be able to get this third position on track, but he's going to definitely be into to pit lane after this lap here. So Ewan, your first hour almost done and dusted. What are you thinking so far?
Yeah, already it's flown by pretty quickly, but yeah, the battles are starting to bubble up nicely. We've been watching and monitoring a few of them. It's been good so far. But yeah, now towards the front of the order, especially with this one between Lamborghini and McLaren right now. This is going to be around for fifth when it all cycles out, I believe. Anyway, so towards the front of the field now, we're starting to see those fights. We got that one for second a few minutes ago. So yeah, it's no longer just midfield battles now. It's right up towards the front, fifth place, second place. It's all going on there. So yeah, looking forward to the next couple of hours and seeing how they develop. But yeah, it's been a bit of a Bentley and Aston Martin fest up front of the field. So I'm glad to see that Lamborghini, Audi, McLaren all battling for these top 5 positions as well.
Yeah, that's a fantastic point, actually, because obviously the word going in to the weekend was how strong the Aston Martins have been, and there was a worry from previous races that the Aston Martins were going to be what the kids call OP, but it's not been that way at all. The Aston has been really good, but it's not been dominant in any sense of the word, and I think the combination, the Kunos BOP and the Simgrid VCO custom BOP has done wonders for the level of performances. Rightly predicted James Baldwin into the pits, so does Nick Huben in the Audi, so that just leaves Krasuka in the number 9 Renvelt Pro Team car out all by himself just now. But again, BOP is something that's often criticised by drivers when it doesn't go their way, but for us as spectators and commentators, the BOP this season has been absolutely magnificent.
Yeah, it's talked about all the time in all GT3 leagues and in real life as well. It's just talked about an awful lot. But no, it's been pretty good so far this season. We've seen a lot of different race winners in terms of the cars that have taken well. We have Bentley in Bathurst, Aston Martin at Spa, and BMW at Donington Park. So we've had 3 different manufacturers winning so far. But this time around, it looks like we are going to have a repeat with Aston Martin or Bentley, you'd imagine. You never know, something could happen as we're hearing in the battle for 5th place. James Baldwin may well have just been jumped by Huben as they come out of the pit lane right now. Jaroslav Honzik is now into that car. Driver change for them, and yeah, it's clearly cost them a fair amount of time because they're now out in behind us. The 2 battling Porsches are right upon him already.
Well, 2 things. One is that we get this awesome race for the Porsches. 2 is that hopefully we get to see that wonderful smiling face of Jardier. We normally do. We get to see a wee window with him grinning profusely, and I've got to be honest, that always cheers my day up. So yeah, great to see that if that is the case. But what a battle we've got on our hands. I mean, what a fight to come out in front of right now, because these Porsches are absolutely giving it the beans as they duke it out on track here. Mantis Pavlaitis for PPR Esports is really trying to do a number here on the 23 of Andre Herman in that 911, but they are all over the back of Jaroslav Honzik, and again Jaroslav under big pressure here, because again it takes time to get those tyres warmed up and get them to pressure. Those Porsches have been out for a couple of laps. They're already good to go. They're already chomping at the bit to get past that car right now. So yeah, it'll be very, very interesting to see how that one is going to pan out. But again, the other thing to remember is that from what I can remember here, they are actually on the no, they're not. They're not on the same lap. So just a little bit of a gap between this here. So this isn't actually anything to worry about right now because there's at least 13 positions between them. But the Porsches could cause an issue for Jardier because they're maybe going to think, well, hang on a minute, I don't want to be stuck behind this Ferrari. So while it's not first position, this McLaren, so they might think that, okay, they're maybe a lap down, but that doesn't stop them feeling a little bit bravado. There he is, Jaroslav Hontik. As always, do you know what? I say this, and I don't say this in jest whatsoever. I say a lot of jokey, funny things, but honestly, that guy is an absolute treasure to the sim racing community. He is always so happy, always so cheery, and it's just awesome to have him part of our races here. And yeah, so some of the communities that you have are a little bit aggressive. They're a little bit fighty for their guys, but yeah, his lot seem quite nice actually, quite friendly, Ewan.
Yeah, it's somewhat rare to see sometimes in any walk of life actually, not just sim racing, but yeah, it's always nice to have a kind of positive person like him to brighten things up, and yeah, he's certainly doing that right now. It looks like he's got himself up to temperature in terms of his tyres now as well. He was being hounded by those Porsches a few moments ago, which was causing him a few problems actually. We saw down into turn 13 last time around that he was in a bit of trouble actually with the Porsches still up to temperature and going quite quickly, but then, you know, having a dive at the McLaren because it was still a little bit cold coming out of the pit lane. But now that's all sorted, and hopefully Honzik can settle himself into the rhythm and maybe track down the number 33 up in front, currently being driven by René Sievert. So yeah, that may be a brewing battle to watch out for over the next stint or so. And of course, when that number 9 comes out of the pit lane and see where they're going to be, maybe there'll be a bit of a battle brewing there between the three of them.
Yeah, we'll see exactly how that one pans out, but Alberto Garcia tried to catch on to the back of the 995. That is Eunice van der Ruijten, I believe that is just in front of him. Indeed it is. Time screen certainly confirms that one. And Eunice has, it's safe to say, had a bit of a... now where did Michael Capera go there for Silver Racing Team Eurovosh? That was, not the best. Right, Competizione has just gone through on Bashir Jadwat. So, Sim Racing Masterclass, they've not really had the best of laps there. So, what has happened there? Because Jadwat, just out of pits, comes out. Now, that has actually, Ewan, caused a lot of problems because the 777, they've been extending their stint and they've been pushing that car as long as possible, but that all seems for nothing if they come out, and granted that's their first lap, and the tyres obviously, as we said, take time to get up to temperature, but if Competizione has just undone all of that work of staying out late, then that's going to be a bit of a head scratcher, isn't it?
Yeah, it is indeed. It didn't seem that Jadwat was really with the pace of the 211 there actually at all into turn 13. But we'll see if he can stick with them now, because you never know what kind of pace he's going to start off at here. You know, you don't want to go out too hard and then suffer the effects of it later. So clearly just taking things a little bit easier on the first few laps. We'll see if he can stay with Competizione there in second place. And you know, maybe take it off him by the end of the stint. We'll wait and see. But this is a far more energised battle, I have to say, all over 8th position at the moment. There's 4 cars involved here, 2 Aston Martins, an Audi and a Honda. And into turn 1 last time, it was all kicking off. Looks like it nearly is here once again. There's very close racing going on with Malinowski currently heading this train.
Yeah, great battle there just now. And Aston tried to clear off into the sunset. Here's a replay then of the battle for second place, and the 777 just looks like it struggled to get the run that it needed because of the lack of pressure, the lack of heat in those tyres, and the Aston just had the run. It's going to move to the inside, and that is as clean and as easy as you like. And fair play to the Bentley. The Bentley didn't fight it too hard there, knowing that it's going to try and get that position back over the next couple of laps here. I think that the Bentley ultimately has the pace here. And if you have a look, is that the 191 that's just in front of them? It is. That's the 191 Racing Line Motorsport outfit of Maciej Malinowski. And what a baptism of fire it is for him, because he's just moved to that team for this race. So, yeah. But this is Mike Noble here, just ahead of Mikel Capera. And that Audi is... it's trying its best to catch up to Mike Noble. But again, this is all for position now, isn't it? So, they really have to get a move on right now.
Yeah, they really do. So let's wait and see if they can, really. Because it looks like Malinowski's defending fairly well. Certainly a way to introduce yourself to the World Cup, though, on a new team. Getting yourself dropped in right into the deep end here with the 1, 2, 3 right behind. Nothing doing really into turn 1 on that occasion. But yeah, having 3 cars stacked up behind you like this is, can't feel very nice, really. You've got a lot of pressure on you very early on in the stint here, and yeah, it's not the greatest way to ease yourself in. So he's going to be looking to hold on for the first few moments and then maybe try and get away from them, because as I mentioned, it can be where trouble brews, really. So in these kind of trains, so maybe he'll try and extricate himself in the next few moments, but it's going to be very, very difficult to. Mike Noble has been very impressive so far in this race for FFS Racing, and he's been marching up the field. He was about 15th when I first got onto here, and he's nearly or just over an hour later, he's inside the top 10, looking at 8th place maybe.
Yeah, for sure. And just watching Alberto Garcia then here for the 121 Odox Motorsport team, back with that battle then between him and Eunice van Druyten, the 995, still out in front just now. Ambassadors for Renvelt doing a decent job of getting themselves up into the top 15 just now, but for how much longer? And this is the thing about the Audi, is that it is fast, but it's inconsistent. It's very, very prone to snap oversteer, and that Odox Motorsport team seem to have a very, very good setup on that car. And the two of these are, they're kind of in their own little battle right now, fighting for that 15th and 16th position there. And what I love is that Garcia, he's almost stalking his prey. He's just waiting behind Eunice van Druyten, just waiting for Eunice to make a mistake. And we've seen that actually happen. But the two of these, the pace that these two have got is off of the cliff. I mean, the last lap round from Eunice van Druyten there was a 1:43.0, and the last lap there from Alberto Garcia, they've improved very slightly to a 1:42.0. But here comes Garcia late on the brakes into turn 1. Is it going to be a late lunge then? Is there going to be contact? No, the two of them allow room for the other, but the Audi has to think better of it coming through, and that is a big, big move up the inside. That was never going to work. Struggles to get the balance of the car right for Barbecue, but they keep going. And this is the fight then between, is that Mikel Capera and a back marker? I think that was Luca Lozio there in the 20. No, it wasn't the 27. But nothing to worry about too much there, just behind them. So Mikel Capera doing a decent job of trying to hold on to Ludovic Daust. But let's take a moment to notice the fact that Maciej Malinowski, Ludovic Daust, Mikel Capera, and Mike Noble all within about 3 seconds of each other here on track as we rapidly approach you in the halfway stage of the race.
Yeah, we saw this a few moments ago, but on that occasion, Mike Noble was right at the back of Malinowski, and Daust was on the back of this train of 4, so something has happened quite clearly, because Noble and Daust have swapped roles pretty much. And Malinowski's still leading, Capera still third, but there's been a bit of a swapping around going on. I wonder if there's been a bit of a coming together, maybe, a bit of an off track for somebody, because there's been some positional changes going on. There's no less pressure on that 191 car, though, defending really quite hard at the moment at this stage in the race, just holding others back so that he can come back to them a little bit later on in the day. But lap traffic as well, this stage it's pretty much a constant, not helping this battle either. It's a part of the game, but it does make things busy.
Yeah, for sure. 6 hours 50 left to go in round 4 then of the Simgrid VCO World Cup here from Kyalami. It's the Coach Dave Academy, 12 hours, David Christie and Ewan O'Leary taking you through all of the action. And it's Tobias Grunwald for Unicorns of Love in number 14, Aston Martin at the top of the field there, ahead of Mikhail Konstantioglu for the Sidemax Motorsports FFS Racing 211 outfits. Then the 777 of Sim Racing Massive Class of Bahir Jadvat in third place in the Bentley, and then it's Denis Krupowski in the 41 Simware.Pro machine in fourth place there. This is the battle then still for 15th place in Jonas van Druyten, still under massive pressure right now from Alberto Garcia for Odox Motorsport right now. And Ewan, again, we've said it all the way through, but with this battle especially, and you've got the, I believe that's the 194 Racing Line Motorsport of Ben Smachazi just in the background looming quite ominously there. It's a bit of now or never for these two as Alberto Garcia tries to fire up the inside. Surely that was never going to work. He's going to have the outside line through in towards the next corner here. Has to think better of it, but this is now starting to get a little bit desperate here.
Is a little bit Mattiassi trying to get involved now as well. The Bentley just sticking its nose in down the inside, the 194 car. Now there's a whole load of weaving going on. Alberto Garcia just too late on the brakes into turn 13 there. Didn't quite pull it up in time and wasn't able to make the move stick, but maybe there's another opportunity down here into turn 1. No, not quite for the moment. So he's a little bit stuck behind this Aston Martin, but a good exit off of turn 1 could yield something for him. He's going to have to go across that sausage curb if he wants to do it, and there he goes down the inside into turn 5. Oh, Mattiassi tries to go through as well. Van Druyten gets spun around, and that's going to be mightily disappointing for Ren Velten, just trying to stay out of that kind of incident, I think, and eventually managed to get themselves involved with it, unfortunately.
I'm sorry, but I have to. But KO! Jonas van Druyten absolutely knocked out into orbit there. No fault of his own whatsoever. Machazi, overly optimistic, went in for a move that was never on, and you can almost certainly guarantee that is going to be a drive-through penalty. Meanwhile, back to this battle then for 8th, 9th and 10th position. My goodness me, this is amazing stuff. We're almost halfway into a 12-hour race and we've still got frantic battling like it was the last lap there, because look at Ludovic Dals there for the Elvis Gratzen team in the Honda NSX then on the tail of the 191 Maciek Malinowski car. He's bringing Mikel Copera and Mike Noble into this battle as well. They move side by side. Are we going to have 3 wide into turn 1? No, we're not. The Honda's going to try and go around the outside late on their brakes. That is going to be amazing if he does that. He can't quite get it done. He's going to lose the position maybe to the Audi behind. It's all as you were, but I mean, this is just outrageous action. 6 hours almost into a 12-hour race. We're 5 hours and 15 minutes in, and this is sensational action, Ewan. You really cannot take your eyes off of this at all.
Yeah, it is absolutely fantastic. The 4 of them really stacked up together now, and something has got to give here. The pressure is starting to build up between the 4 of them, and yeah, surely something has got to give now. Malinowski is really hanging on to this 8th place by a thread. In the next 10 minutes or so, you wouldn't expect him to still be there anymore, because look at how feisty the 3 cars are in behind as Mike Noble goes to the outside into turn 10.
I'm just having a look at the 211 of Konstantioglu and the 777 of Bashir Jadvat, because Jadvat isn't actually dropping off anywhere near as much in that battle for second place, so we'll keep an eye on that as well. He's just half a second behind there, and he was up to 2 seconds there. This is the absolutely brutal knockout of Jonas van Druyten there. And do you know all that he's done wrong for the 194 is that he hit that curb on the inside, and Ben Smachazi had no choice. The car just pushed itself out towards him. Machazi had absolutely no no option with that. I mean, if it was me, I wouldn't have made that move because it's almost certainly going to be a drive-through penalty, but it is what it is. Back to the action then here for 8th, 9th, 10th and 11th place then, as Maciej Malinowski still just holding on to that 8th position for the 191 Racing Line Motorsport team. Look at the Honda absolutely shadowing every single move that he can in that Elvis Grattan team Honda NSX outfit. This is the run up towards sunset then. I mean, Ewan, I honestly don't know what more Ludovic Dals can do other than a crazy last-minute lunge into a corner here, because Maciej Malinowski just pulling a defensive driving masterclass right now.
It's going to have to be a late one, but in these GT3 cars, they come to expect that you do have to do that kind of. You almost have to get your elbows out most of the time as well to make the move on the brakes. So I think he's fully aware of that at this point. For Doust, he's just picking a moment and choosing where to go, and not doing something like we're just seeing from Mattiasi, which is almost certainly, as you say, going to get him a penalty there. A real shame for Van Druten after doing nothing wrong really. That will be resolved in due course, of course. But let's hope that this battle is a little bit cleaner, and it can all cycle through nicely. Dallas looked like he got a decent exit off of 13 there, but couldn't quite get through. Wonder if that's going to be the key for him, maybe off the final corner, or indeed turn 1. He can get a good exit and get alongside through the sweepers there. He can have a go into turn 5. So let's wait and see if he can get that exit he needs to make the move. Definitely not on this occasion though. Looks like he's too far back from the Aston Martin into turn 1 this time.
Well, we say that again, it's a very deceiving camera angle coming up in towards turn 1 there, but he's nowhere near. That was all because of that mistake on the exit of the second to last corner there that cost him a lot of time. That was obviously going in towards Cheetah. He ran very, very wide here, but look at the run that he's got on Maciej Malinowski as well. And not only that, have a look at Capera as well, just behind him. Capera drops back a little bit, but Ludovic Dalst here, he really has all of the ace cards, and look at how hard he's pushing. He is hustling that Honda NSX to within an inch of the tyres and an inch of its life, and this is awesome, awesome stuff to see. Still, 5 cars in this battle, only 4 cars on the same lap here. And all the options and all the momentum, you'd have to say, surely is in the hands of Ludovic Daust here, Ewan.
Yeah, absolutely. He certainly seems to be the most racy as well in this pack, I would say. Most looking like he's trying to get through on the car in front, definitely the most. As we look into turn 13, is there a chance? Maybe there is. Late under brakes again, but maybe not late enough, because that Aston Martin can just swing around the outside, pinch the Honda on the inside line, and get a good exit itself, and there's nothing that Ludovic Daust can do from that one, really. And now Daust is going to be under pressure from Capera into the final corner. This is the danger that the Honda has got. You can't go all out, all guns blazing on a move here, because there are 2 cars behind looking to take advantage.
Oh my goodness me, if this level of action and intensity keeps up, I'm going to be passed out from hyperventilating in about 15 minutes flat right now. A huge move up the inside for Ludovic Daust then into turn 1 with 6 hours 40 minutes left to go. The Aston Martin showing the door into the side, and maybe that's exactly what was needed from Ludovic Daust to get that done. It was firm, and it happened. It showed him off the track, got the move done, job is in the bag. This is René Sever all over the back of Victoria Thompson for the number 9 Renvelten Pro team. And again, Ewan, while all that has been kicking off, we've got battles all the way through the field as well. This one has been going for about maybe 6-7 laps now.
Yeah, this one's been slowly closing up. Sever looks to be a tad bit quicker, and to be fair, the gap wasn't big between the two of them when they came out, so it didn't take too much closing, but a lot of little attempts here and there, and finally Sever is right on the back, and now of course can't really go any faster because there's a big Lamborghini in the way, but let's wait and see if there's going to be a fight into turn 1. Not really on this occasion. Yeah, good move from Dalf there once again. Just needed that exit off of the final corner really, just to give himself get himself into range really for a late braking manoeuvre. Eventually he was, and it was very clean indeed. Malinowski didn't do anything stupid in defending, which is really what you want to see. And so that was all good in the end, and the battle will continue on between those four, but also further up towards the front of the field. It's really hard to know where to look at the moment, because we've seen the battle for second swap around in the last couple of moments as well. Jadvat was briefly in front again, but now he's behind again, so yeah, it is all changing indeed.
What a battle, what a race we have had today. We are absolutely spoiled with rounds. The outside trying to go round is Mike Noble. It's never going to work though, and the 1-2-3 has to filter back in behind behind 10th place there. So again, looking at Maciek Malinowski now starting to drop off the back a little bit of Ludovic Daust right here, leaves him very, very vulnerable here to Mikael Capera and to Mike Noble as well. And you really could see him out of the top 10 here. And there we go, Ben Smichazi getting a drive-through penalty. I don't even need to look at the penalties channel, Ewan, to know what that one was for.
Yeah, absolutely, slam dunk, you have to say, and very easy decision in my opinion. Just a little bit over-eager, putting his nose into somewhere where it shouldn't have been, and yeah, that's the result, I'm afraid. Drive-through penalty for him, but Mikael Capera under a little bit of pressure right now, it has to be said. Mike Noble is really starting to apply the pressure, and he'll be very disappointed that he's dropped back to this position, because let's not forget, he was up in 9th place applying the pressure to Malinowski not so long ago before he dropped a couple of places. If indeed he hadn't done that, I think he could have been away from all three of these guys by now, but he's been dragged into this fight and is struggling to make his way through.
Yeah, really, really is though, as we come in towards the latter half of the race here with 40 minutes left to go. It's just, I mean, it's almost spellbinding. We use that word an awful lot during sim racing, but given that, as I said, we're nearly 6 hours into a race and we've still got cars on the same lap as each other, 4 or 5 cars deep, within about a second and a half of each other, and still fighting like it was the final lap of the race. You get some races where, unfortunately, it can just be, the gaps are very, very big and the racing starts to spread out a bit. But this is just, I mean, there's always something to watch right now, isn't there?
Yeah, there absolutely is. We've seen battles throughout the entirety of the race so far. There's been always something going on, less than a second between a couple of cars, and that was the case. And when I was here for the 24 hours of Spa, even 24-hour race, it was like this for the entirety of it. So 5.5 hours in now, we're really just scratching the surface as to what this race is going to provide for us. Still a fair amount to go. And plenty more battles like this you have to imagine, because as you said not so long ago, nearly 5.5 hours into this race, but we've got battles like this on your screen right now. The 3-car battle, it was a 4-car battle, and lap traffic involved as well. It's a very busy part of the track, as you can see in the background there, so it's plenty going on, plenty to be watching.
Yeah, for sure. If you've just joined us, a very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to round 4 of the SimGrid VCO World Cup, the Coach Dave Academy 12 hours of Kyalami. It's David Christie and Ewan O'Leary with you for this part of the race. We are here for another 2.5 hours. Then we hand over the commentary reins to Lewis McGlade and to Laura Luft for the final 4 hours. So stick around for that, as if you're going to be going anywhere else this afternoon. So, Tobias Grunwald for Unicorns of Love still in the lead of the race then from the 211 FFS Racing Sidemax Motorworks of Michael Kunzatzioglu there. The gap now looking very, very strong indeed between those two, up to about 20 seconds. But to be honest with you, that gap down to third place between Bashir Jadvat and Michael Kunzatzioglu then still just about that 1 second, June. And given that it is just a second in this early stage of the race, it's still way too close to call, isn't it?
Yeah, it is still too close to call it in many of these fights, including the one for the race lead. Really, we've just got to wait and see how it plays out. There's not a lot that we can kind of predict from this point. I wouldn't have said it's still very much up for debate, all of these fights really, including the one for second seen right now. Jadvat doesn't look like he's quite got the pace of Kontaknioglu up in front, and neither of them look like they've got the pace of Tobias Grunwald up in front either. He did a 41.8 last time around, a good couple of tenths quicker than the 2:11. So yeah, one to watch out for, but certainly starting to pull away the Unicorns of Lovecast. So yeah, we'll be keeping an eye on it, but also this fight as well for 9th place, which has been entertaining us for the last half an hour or so.
Yeah, it's been absolutely brilliant. This is Maciej Malinowski trying desperately to hold on to that 9th position from Mikel Capera and Mike Noble, and you get the feeling that it is a losing battle, because look at how defensive Malinowski's having to go with that Aston Martin, that 191 going very, very wide on the exit of Barbecue there. Again, still a 4-car train, and they're going to have to watch, because they're now starting to think about getting the number 28 involved behind them as well. That is the WPS racing team of Julian Beck that is in the controls of that one just now. Just 3 seconds behind that battle for them just now. But yeah, Mike Noble really putting all the pressure onto Capera. And Ewan, this is the point I was trying to make earlier on, is the fact that Capera, you know, he's got the pace to get past Malinowski, or at least match Malinowski, but having the pace is one thing, but actually being able to make the move stick is completely different, isn't it?
You've got to have that just a little bit extra to try and push you on past, because it's quite difficult to overtake in these cars. They're so well matched that it can be fairly difficult, especially at Kyalami. I'll say this is one of the circuits where it will be most difficult, not like Spa where there are millions of overtaking opportunities. Here they're fairly limited really, especially considering how close the cars are, so you do have to have that little bit extra, but that little bit extra can come from just a bit of driving skill and racecraft. So that's how we could very well see a move from one of these guys. They definitely need to, though, because they're seeing Ludovic Daust get up the order now, go up the road just a little bit, and they're going to want to chase after him, because obviously they're going to believe that they have the same pace, so they're going to try and get through, as indeed Capera is doing right now.
Yeah, that is absolutely the case. So as you see here, it's still nose to tail beside these cars. Then Maciej Malinowski under huge pressure, and have a look at Mike Noble, though. He fancies a little move on the outside then as they come through Barbecue, forced out to make sure that doesn't happen. Have a look at the Ferrari behind them as well. I'm going to get an ID on that car that's actually behind them, because that is a lap down right now as well. And it's just been there. It's just been absolutely solid. In terms of being stuck on the tail of that little group there. It's the 666 car. So that is Paulo Moya in 27th position there. I tell you what, there's worse places to be, Ewan, because they are a fast travelling group right now. And Moya, that last lap round, 142.1. So, I mean, that's not amazing pace that they're doing, but it's still fast enough. But the thing is they are getting caught up by Julian Beck. Julian Beck is slowly starting to bring that gap down. It was 3.5 seconds, it's now 2.4 seconds. So within 2-3 laps, we're now going to go from a 3-car battle for 10th position, for 9th position, to a 4-car battle for 9th position, maybe even to a 5-car battle, because just behind them is the number 21, the WPS racing team of Nicholas Arncus. So again, they're so focused on what they're doing just now that they're not noticing what's behind them.
Yeah, absolutely. It's hard to focus on looking behind. Really, I wouldn't be worrying about the guys catching on from behind personally, especially with Capera, because you know the only guy in front is Malinowski. Obviously, you've got to be careful of that you don't let Noble in and let him through. By trying to overtake the car in front, but I really wouldn't be worried about the likes of Beck and Armkey if I was them. However, they may still be a little bit concerned because they're losing pace on everybody around them right now. You know, the battle is you can't get away from the fact that battling will cost you a bit of time. Ludovic Daust did a 41.8 on the last lap, which is a good 8 tenths quicker than what Capera did. So you know this is the kind of margins we're talking here, 8 tenths a lap and things like that. So they really do have to be a little bit careful that they don't lose too much more time. But it is unavoidable at this point with the fight that they are in. there's no getting away from the fact you're going to have to lose time to get through.
Yeah, you certainly are. And have a look at Ludovic Daust in 8th position there. He is absolutely away up the road there. The pace that he's got is fantastic to see this early into the session. 141.8 was his last lap round there, and Jaroslav Hondig doing 142.1s. So is René Sever. In fact, 4th to 8th place there are doing 142s. This group here are doing 142s. But Ludovic Daust is actually doing a 141.8, so he's actually catching up on them. However, there's about 23 seconds to catch up on, so I wouldn't get your hopes up too much, but it's still something to keep your eye on in the background. Meanwhile, am I seeing things, or is Mikhail Kandatsioglu actually being reeled back in by Bashir Jadvat? That gap was 1.1 seconds. It's now down to 7/10 of a second. We saw this on the last stint. The Bentley comes into its own halfway through the stint. Once it's got its tyres up to speed, once it's got about 15 minutes, 20 minutes scrubbed off of the tyres, the car just comes to life, and that's exactly what we're seeing here, Ewan.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen this gap ebb and flow really throughout the entirety of this stint. It's just what we've come used to seeing from them. With the 211 goes away, then 777 comes back and was in front for a brief time, and then behind again, fell away again. So it just keeps it ebbing and flowing really at this point. And it's one to look out for. But they're both losing time to Grunwald up front, which is the most important one, I would say. The gap now over 20 seconds for the first time I remember all race really, other than the GTWR car being out front. That was pretty wild pace that they had. But since the 14 has taken the lead, it's the gap's not quite been this large. So it's certainly something to look out for. But there's not a lot that they can do about it, seemingly. They've not been fighting, especially. They've not been nose to tail very much. It's just the raw pace. It doesn't look like they quite have it compared to the Unicorns of Love car in front, for now anyway.
Yeah, it's been an exemplary performance by the 14 of Tobias Grunwald, Jura Petrochenko, and we'll see in the final stint Jan Marcel Dietrich taking over the wheel on that as well. 21 seconds is the gap that they have over into second place there. But also, I mean, the implications for the championship are absolutely monumental. That now, if I remember rightly from looking at the championship scoreboard, brings the gap down to about 12 points between the 41 Similar.pro team, who are in the lead of the championship, ahead of the 14 Unicorns of Love. So going into Nurburgring, it's too close to call. It's paper width of a gap in the championship.
Yeah, I think you're right. It is going to be about 12 points if things stay as they are, but there's still a long way to go. And I wouldn't put Grabowski and the 41 team being able to get up the order even just by their own accord because of the pace that they've shown so far this season. But let's wait and see. It's certainly shaping up to be a fantastic final 24-hour race because we've got a lot of points on offer. And you need a very strong end to the season. Nobody's going to hang on for this championship, let's put it that way. You're going to have to go out and win it in the final race. But this one, all about setting yourself in good stead for that one. And that's what everyone's trying to do right now as we go back to this battle again, because it's hotting up once again. This time traffic from in front is starting to interfere with Malinowski a little bit.
It absolutely is, and he's kind of caught unaware that it moves over to the right-hand side there, or the closer side to pit wall. But has the damage been done? Because have a look at the three cars here on their way down in towards turn one then, and this is probably the closest that the Audi behind has been of Mikael Capera, and it's around the outside of turn one then. It's not going to happen, but have a look at the Aston behind. Keeps it going, and wow, this is nail biting stuff. This is starting to get a little bit sketchy towards this part of the stint here. We're about 40 minutes away from seeing our next round of pit stops, and again, the pit stops really have been quite uneventful. They've not really thrown any massive spanners in the work here, but Mike Noble, I honestly think, is well within the position to get a top 9 finish out of this part of the stint as well. He's really got good pace in that car. But there you go, there is the number 28. Behind there is Julian Beck, who is just 2 seconds away from catching onto this group here. You can see him just in the background in that blue and white 28 car, and that is very, very wide for Maciej Malinowski. Opens up a little bit of the door there for Michael Capera, but it's not enough to make a move here. Is it going to be a case of jinking to the outside for it? And Malinowski trying to go one way or the other. What a great job this is from Malinowski of defending that position, of just putting that car exactly where it needs to be at the right time.
Yeah, he's doing a really fantastic job because Capera's only able to go around the outside, as the 666 actually involved in an incident there with the 44. They were battling over position outside of the top 20, but yeah, Malinowski's doing a really good job of defending here. Capera going around the outside can work, but he's being held at this kind of distance to his front wheels can only get to the rear wheel of Malinowski here, really, and the 191 car just holding the Audi there, just kind of keeping him at arm's length, and that's the best way to defend, really, especially of a car going around the outside. You just got to keep them at arm's length, and that's exactly what Malinowski's doing. He's doing it very well indeed, not letting that car do him around the outside. So yeah, it's very smart driving indeed, and yeah, very impressive here once again for him to hold on to ninth place. They're continuing to lose out to Doust here, but Malinowski just going a bit slower in this stint. He won't mind this battle at all.
He really won't, and it's just epic to see. I'm also watching the battle there for 15th, 16th and 17th position there, because behind Machazi was Jonas van Druyten, who's now starting to catch back up to that battle. So it's Lotso, Machazi and Tarato all fighting out for 15th, 16th and 17th position. Audi of Michael Capera for Silver Racing Team Eurowash just dropping down a little bit there onto the back of Maciej Malinowski, but with 6 hours 25 minutes left to go, again it might be a case of he's just waiting to see what happens.
Yeah, exactly. That might not be the worst policy at this point, because we've seen these battles so far get sometimes a little bit too close for comfort. We've seen 1 or 2 incidents throughout the race so far, so maybe biding your time that little bit is not the worst idea, especially in a fight like this as well, maybe with Mattiassi. I believe that incident we saw with Van Druten is still being reviewed, because they appealed the penalty. I think it's still being reviewed, so yeah, there's still well, we've not heard the end of it, put it that way, but still trying to make their way up the order, really pushing that behind. That's the best mentality you can have, really, as a driver. Just push any incidents behind you, even if they were your fault, or if you believe they were or believe they weren't, or whatever. You just got to push it behind you and try and push on forward up the order. Mattiassi seems to have been doing that very well indeed.
Yeah, he certainly has. Thank you very much for sticking with us, ladies and gentlemen. It has been a fantastic race so far, and we're very nearly approaching the halfway mark as we see Michael Capera still on this battle here. He's really caught in between a rock and a hard place right now, because, I mean, the pace is struggling with this, the more that they battle, but he doesn't have a choice. He has to keep trying to push Malinowski to the nth degree. And when he does, Malinowski closes the door, he loses that pace, and he's forced to defend from Mike Noble. It's going to be a move up the inside. Is this it going to be it done and dusted? Because Malinowski's going to try and get the power out the corner, and they're side by side, a little bit of contact again, and Capera's going to have the inside line, but that looks like Malinowski's going to have that done. And now you're starting to see the frustration. Now the tempers are starting to flare, and this is getting a little bit of handbags at dawn now, I fear.
It may well do. It's very impressive around the outside of 14 there from Malinowski. You don't often see cars getting around the outside there, but he managed it this time. Defends fairly late into turn 1, but Capera's able to go further to the inside. Can Noble take them both, maybe? Capera's got Malinowski. Noble's going to try and follow him through on his fellow Aston Martin, and he does that absolutely perfectly. Good driving from Noble just to wait in the wings and then strike when Malinowski was at his weakest, but now out. Malinowski's on the outside again into the sweepers, looking to try and take that position back once again. Although on the outside line, he doesn't look like he has the tie grip for doing that. So in the end, Capera and Noble both get through, although it's not over yet.
My goodness me, I almost choked on a Haribo there trying to watch this battle right now. If you're honestly telling me Maciej Malinowski has held on to that position, take a bow, son, because that was incredible action there from Maciej Malinowski to hold on all the way around the outside of 5 corners, but up the inside is going to try and go. Capera again. Oh my goodness me, this is just crazy stuff going on. In fact, no, that's Beck, isn't it? That's Beck that's just moved up the inside there. So Noble is down into 12th place there. Oh my goodness me, it's all been kicking off there. So Capera is up ahead. So it's Mike Noble that's lost out there big time and been sent to the outside. So Beck, who we thought was hiding at the background there, has managed to keep going there. And that is that would look like a rather unceremoniously boot to the backside of the Lamborghini of Victoria Thompson. And we're seeing the 33 of Rennie Seaver. What's happened? Who's put something in the water here? Because now suddenly all hell is kicking off and we've got drivers literally fighting 1v1 on the server here. This is incredible stuff. And look at Jaroslav Honzik trying to make a move up the inside the Lamborghini. Contact there, gets it done. Absolute opportunism there for the Yas Heat driver. And Ewan, I'm glad I've got a fresh cup of coffee now.
Very aggressive racing, especially from Jaroslav Honzik there to follow Seaver through on Thompson. So they've both got through into 5th and 6th position. The number 9 Lamborghini pushed down to 7th. And Victoria Thompson going to be very disappointed with that run of events, I'm afraid. But Honzik is going to be delighted because they've fought quite hard. He's been able to get involved, but not actually slowed down by any of it. So things have worked out pretty much perfectly for Yas Heat in that situation, but things not working out for Mike Noble particularly perfectly on this occasion because, as you say, he was trying to get through on Malinowski, looking at 10th place, and then all of a sudden back down to 12th. As he was pushed out wide through the sweepers by Malinowski. Beck was able to get involved, got himself through in a very similar way to what we just saw Honzik do there as well. So, interesting racing going on up towards the front. And, Noble's going to be the most frustrated person in this field, you'd imagine.
Yeah, he certainly is. He's went from being on the cusp of taking 2 places to losing 2 places in the space of a lap. However, it's all about this little battle here because up in 5th place then, Rennie Seaver has got a little bit of lap traffic up in front of him. In fact, look at Mike Noble here trying to take, that is going to be Beck on the inside into turn 1. So he's got that place back very, very quickly and quite honestly made that look a little bit easy. So Maciej Malinowski is going to be next up on the hit list here. But look, Mike Noble, I mean, that is a spirited effort for the FFS Racing machine in that 1-2-3. And Malinowski is well and truly within his sights.
Yeah, quite possibly the fact that Mike Noble's just been slowed down by everything here, and maybe Beck doesn't quite have the pace of that Aston Martin to really cope, and that's why that move was so easy. But you never really know what's going on here. It's hard to work out the pace of these guys because of the battles that are going on. It kind of masks it a little bit, so it's difficult to work out, to say the very least, as Mattiasi has his penalty reduced to a 15-second time penalty after previously receiving a drive-through, so I guess that appeal was somewhat successful.
Well, that's what it looks like then. We've got the 416 teams Ismail Lebrec in for an interview, so let's have a little chat with Ismail. Ismail, good afternoon. Welcome to the commentary booth. 8th place on track at the moment. Has been a fantastic outing for the Honda today.
Yeah, thank you guys. Good to be here.
Tell me about that stint for yourself then, because there were some wild moves that you had to pull in that Honda. And we were saying beforehand, it was almost like you were listening, because I'd said it was a bit disappointing that we don't see the Honda being more competitive. Obviously, you had that, I think it was 6th place at the opening race, but you heard that and you just started charging through the field.
Yeah, obviously the car is just much better on the DLC tracks. Kyalami, we did good at Bathurst. We were a bit disappointed with our performance in Donington, but these kind of things happen in racing, so we expected to be a bit off the pace in Spa, and we should be as well in Nurburgring, but the car is pretty good overall still.
And obviously, in the last hour, you've been held up behind Maciek Malinowski. What was it like as soon as you got past him and Ludovic was released into some fresh air there?
Yeah, I think the crazy thing is you could see that 3-car battle with Kopera, Malinowski, and Noble. It's still going on, but we just came through there. We cleared the 3 cars in 10 minutes, and we're just gone now. That's what the Honda can do here. It's the fastest car in the straight, even though it's a really hard track to overtake on. But it's the kind of things we just can do with this car, you know.
So realistically, with 6 hours and 15 minutes left to go, what is the aim for today? Do you think you've got the pace and potential to maybe get a top 5? Is it a podium?
I don't want to jinx ourselves. I'm not gonna say anything. It's looking good so far. No bad lucks, no incidents. So hope it stays that way.
Well, while we've got you for a couple of more minutes, Ismail, tell us a little bit about how the team have prepared for this race and the effort that's gone into the preparation.
Honestly, most of it was done at Donington, because it's the same base setup we're using here, and we kind of left it at that until yesterday. Actually, we worked on that a couple hours just to make sure the car felt good during an entire stint. So we found some issues with the car, just fixed it all together, the four guys, and we're all very happy with the result. The car feels really good, so everybody's comfortable in it, and we pretty much match each other's pace. So it's been a good race so far for us.
Now, is that actually a good thing then, I take it, Ismail, with the fact that you've said you've taken that base setup from Donington? Is it nice knowing that you guys all feel comfortable with the car, you know what to expect, you know what it does, and does that make it easier to take that from race to race?
Yeah, I think so. Obviously, I guess we were all used to it already, so there was quite a lot of tweaks done to it, but still the base is still the same. So yeah, I mean, even though we didn't practice maybe as much for this one as we did for the previous races, we're still, it's probably the race where we're the most comfortable with the car so far.
Excellent stuff. Well, listen, thank you so much for coming and joining us in the virtual commentary booth, Ismail. We'll look forward to catching up with you and the rest of the Elvis Grattan team throughout the race.
Thank you, guys.
So there we go then. That is Ismail Labreck then from the Elvis Grattan team, the number 416 outfit, currently being driven by Ludovic Daust in 8th place just now. But we're watching this battle at the moment, Ewan, with Mike Noble, who has wasted no time whatsoever getting straight back onto the tail end of Maciek Malinowski. And it's what we just saw there with Kopera, because he's got Malinowski in front of him, but now he's got Johan Beck just behind him in the 28. Sorry, Julian Beck behind him in the 28, and it's all about making that opportunity work, isn't it?
Yeah, while we were away there, Mike Noble was just trying to create a few opportunities for himself, applying the pressure to Malinowski. None of them were really successful. He got closest up here last time around into turn 10, but this time not really looking to the inside line, and Malinowski a little bit more ready for it as well. So definitely being frustrated right now, Mike Noble, and the fact that Beck is here as well is going to be pretty annoying for him, because when you're just in a 2-car battle and you're behind, you can kind of do what you like to attack. You can use all kinds of different lines, but when you're in this 3-car battle, when you're in the middle of a 3, you've got to be really very careful about what lines you use, because that car from behind could try and get themselves involved when you don't really want them to. So yeah, got to be very, very careful as Mike Noble in a very precarious situation right now, I think it's fair to say.
That is absolutely the case. We're watching Karim Matea there for Kulash Sim Racing. Now, Kulash have had their fair share of issues through this race as well. If I remember rightly, they did get a penalty early on for collision with one of the other teams. Ironically, that is the 25 Pink Performance outfit that is Chris Hartveld. Sorry, no, that's not. That's Ferrier that's actually in the car there, because Chris Hartveld is behind the wheel of V32 GTWR Ferrari right now. But so Karim Matea has not had the easiest of races right now in that 25th position car. He's currently behind Paulo Moya in the 666 Ferrari right now. But what has surprised me more, I'll be honest with you, Ewan, is Niles Noyox. 23rd position in the 62 BMW G2 Esports. He was nowhere. He was in an uncompetitive car at the back of the grids, or like 40th or something like that, and he's up into P23. That is a remarkable performance from a car that is quite clearly in a lot of pain right now.
Yeah, and it's a heavy car as well. They won last time around at Donington Park, let's not forget. That's given them the full 30 kilograms of ballast for this race, which is definitely hurting them right now. But as you say, it's been a good recovery. They were absolutely nowhere a little bit earlier on. They've made a real good in the last few moments as well. It's almost like in the last pit stop they've just taken the ballast out, because suddenly they're flying again, and they've just found something with this BMW. This is the battle for 10th place going on just up in front, and he's closing on all of them. So yeah, really very impressive driving. 24 seconds up to the next car of Burrows in the 125. There's no reason to suggest that a top 20 is out of the question for this team now, and well, maybe even beyond that as well. So all of a sudden they're driving like the BMW G2 Esports team that we are used to seeing, really.
That's absolutely the case, and some big points if they can get themselves into the top 20 as well. So yeah, I've got to say I'm really impressed with that performance from them just now. But back to the battle for P24 right now then, and this is Paulo Moya. Again, the 129, if anything, just kind of falling away a little bit away from this battle right now with that Ferrari. The Ferrari seems to have a little bit of pace right now over that Aston Martin. With 6 hours 8 minutes left to go in the race, it's still currently looking like this then. It is still Tobias Grunwald for Unicorns of Love in the number 14 Aston Martin out front and in charge quite considerably and quite handsomely as well. 24.1 seconds ahead of the 211 Sidemax Motorworks FFS Racing outfit, with Michael Kundatsioglu behind the wheel of that one. Just about 2.8 seconds behind that is Bashir Jadvat for the 777 Sim Racing Masterclass outfit after their own team didn't really give them much of a chance. They didn't think there was much going on with that 777 car as well. And then Simware.pro, number 41 of Denis Grabowski in 4th place. Just now 5th place for the number 33 of Rutronic E-Racing, currently being driven by Rennie Sever. It's the Yaz Heats 149 McLaren of Jaroslav Honzik in 6th place. 7th place for the number 9 Renvelt and Pro Team of Victoria Thompson in 7th. It's Ludovic Daust from the 416 team in 8th position, as we spoke earlier to the Elvis Grassen team. And then in 9th position is the 101 Silver Racing Team Eurowash Audi of Michael Capera, and it rounding out top 10 Maciek Malinowski for the 191 Racing Line Motorsport outfit just now. So I mean, again, Ewan, we're coming up to another hour in the books, and this one I would say has been explosive to say the least.
It's been very entertaining so far, yeah, and it's certainly not over just yet. There's a lot of battles still going on, but yeah, I said it at the start, and I'm really glad that Kyalami is back on GT Racing calendar and kind of almost back on the lips of the F1 community as well. I'm hoping that there is going to be an F1 race here soon, here once again, because it's a classic circuit that used to be on the calendar a long time ago, and a race in Africa would be brilliant for F1, I think, or for any series really. So yeah, I hope it gets back on. We're kind of demonstrating that it can provide fantastic racing, as if we didn't know already. We've seen the races in real life here, and that was enough to me to suggest that this was going to be a brilliant race, because it's the World Cup and it normally is. So we're certainly seeing that right now, and it's not ending. This 4-car battle for 10th is continually just entertaining us.
Yeah, just watching up the inside, tries to go Mike Noble. It's not going to happen. Masik Malinowski still holding off and still dealing with all of this pressure. Again, that's a brilliant point that you bring up, is the fact that, I mean, what are we on? 206 laps in the book. And almost every single one of those laps has been at a massive, massive pace, right? We're talking like top 90% of sim racing drivers being able to do a 141, top 10% of sim racing drivers being able to do a 141, if that. And Eunice van Druyten then hit with that drive-through penalty after all, comes into pit lane. And that is going to be all the way down for the number 995 on that one. And I mean, the point I was trying to make there, Ewan, is the fact that it takes a certain level of ability, both physical and mental, to be able to do the performance, that sort of lap time, lap after lap after lap after lap, and having it expected of you. That's the difference with these pro teams, isn't it? The fact that this is almost their job. In fact, for some of them, this is their job. This is what's expected of them several times a week in different competitions, and they have to deliver, don't they?
Yeah, absolutely. It's the consistency really that is mind-boggling. It's the pace can be distributed quite widely, but in terms of consistency, you don't often see that in racing at all. So that's really what you need, and that's what a lot of these guys have actually got. But Malinowski's just come into the pit lane there, by the way, while we were talking about that, and Mike Noble's finally been released after an hour of being stuck in complete misery. He's now finally on his own, and he's able to set his own pace at this point, and this battle's just going to kind of extend out just a little bit, which is certainly a good thing for Mike Noble at least. But Malinowski a little bit early there in terms of making this 10 stint strategy work. He's a little bit early, so a little bit more fuel saving needed throughout the rest of the race.
Yeah, that is absolutely the case there. Well, 6 hours left to go. We are just moments away from the halfway mark of this race here. This is the SimGrid VCO World Cup Round 4 here, the Coach Dave Academy 12 hours of Kyalami. Huge thank you to VCO as always, as well as AK Informatica. We are going to take a very short commercial break and take a little immersion break as well. Get a cup of coffee, recharge the batteries, and we'll be back in 5 minutes.
Virtual.
So a very warm welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We've hit the halfway stage of the race, and what a race it's been. If you've just tuned in, where on earth have you been? Hope you've not been watching that little tiny race going on in France. It's David Christie and Ewan O'Leary here with live coverage of the SimGrid VCO World Cup Round 4, the coach Dave Academy 12 hours of Kyalami. Right, we have got big news. While we were off making a cup of coffee and recharging the batteries for our final 2 hours on the stint, the 416 has taken all that great work that they did early on, the Elvis Grattan team, and they've kind of thrown it down in the bin because they took a very long pit stop, and they're now out into 16th position. So after all that hard work getting themselves up into P8, they are dropped down like a stone to P16. Now that is not the end of the world, given that we've still got half the race to go, but given that they've put so much work into it, Ewan, that is not exactly the best outcome after a pit stop.
Yeah, not at all. It's a real disaster for them, really, after battling up towards 8th place, knocking on the door maybe of a top 5. Yeah, it's very disappointing for them to have that long stop and drop themselves all the way down. I don't think this is fully cycled through just yet. I think there's still a couple of more people to change tyres and go into the pit lane. However, still a long way down, 16th position. We hear it. The reason I was pausing there, I was trying to listen and talk at the same time. It's quite difficult. We believe they've had a preemptive brake change after only 6 hours, so they think they will need to change brakes throughout this 12 hours. They're splitting it down the middle, so they got maximum performance throughout the race, which is something that we really don't often see, and especially in 12-hour races, you don't often see that at all.
Yeah, but the thing with it is, especially here at Kyalami, and especially in the heavy traffic that they're in, there's a lot of heat going into the brakes. That could be a proper 3000 IQ strategy that we're seeing unfolding right there from that team there, because they're taking a chance on something happening. And let's face it, I mean, you know, they're into 15th place, right? I agree that, you know, it's maybe an unusual look for a 12-hour race, but the thing is, it can happen. We've seen it happen in shorter time frames than 12 hours, brake failing. Especially, we don't know what the drivers are like, how heavy they are. Do they trail brake? Do they trail their foot on the accelerator? What, just to keep that little bit of extra stability in the car? We don't know. Again, give it an hour and we'll see how that car goes back up. Again, we know it's got pace. We know that it's got a lot of potential in that NSX GT3 body, so we'll just have to keep an eye. But they are at the moment in 15th place then in the 416. But 5 hours 48 left to go. And I mean, the first 2 hours have been, like, for you, have been absolutely amazing. We've got another 2 hours together, then we hand things over to Lewis McGlade and to Laura Luft. But in all essence, I mean, if we get another 6 hours like the 6 hours we've just had, I mean, our viewers at home are going to be absolutely spoiled today, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely. Should be in for a fantastic end to the race, final second half of the race. There's been a lot going on as well, as you can see from the right-hand side at the moment. There has been a fair few things happening. Just warnings and no further actions and stuff like that, really. So no penalties being given out just for the moment. But yeah, there's been a lot of battling going on, and you're bound to see those kind of incidents from time to time. Because of what we've seen so far. So yeah, let's wait and see what the final 6 hours will bring for us.
Yeah, for sure. We'll have a look as we see Jaroslav Hondig into the pits then. And it is Bashir Jadvat that is currently in the lead of this race. And Denis Grabowski into second there. That means that Mikhail Kondatsioglu then down into 5th position there, and I'm trying to have a look there because he's pit a few laps ago, so I wonder if they're maybe trying to get ahead of the stint. So Kondatsioglu then one of the first to jump in for this new stint, and again you're seeing the strategy really playing out on this final 5 3/4 hours here.
Yeah, I think a fair few drivers have actually come in under the... well, we were just away there for a few moments' time. There's been a fair few pit stops. It's just all about the strategy and trying to get an advantage. It's not only about getting to the end of the race, but it's trying to get past different cars and whatever while you're in the event. So, yeah, let's wait and see if it's going to work out and things like that, because we just don't know at this point. But it's much easier to know what's going on with these battles, really. The 111 car struggling to still... battling for 22nd place, not where they were wanted to see themselves. They would have been liking to be up inside the top 4, like the guys we were just talking about a few moments ago.
Yeah, that's actually a very, very good point. Right, I'm trying to get my head round this, Ewan, and we're hearing this from our production team at the same time as each other. But our race leader was the Unicorns of Love. Was the number 14, and the Unicorns of Love is now Tobias Grunwald is shown down in 30th position, so 29th position, and it's shown as a potential disconnect. So that is, I mean, that is a bombshell for the Unicorns of Love, and that is another feather in the cap from the 41 Simware.pro team.
Yeah, that is pretty unbelievable, really, to see another race leader falling by the wayside. It seems that it doesn't bring you very much luck, actually, leading in these races. So, yeah, very, very strange for Unicorns of Love to see that. And yeah, very, very bizarre indeed. Another disconnect from the lead of the race, I'm afraid. So Unicorns of Love down the order now, as are these guys also fighting for the championship. So that's 2 of the championship contenders really falling by the wayside outside of the top 20 in this race so far. And now we're left with the number 41 Simware.pro car, which is going to be well, they're going to be loving this, aren't they, really? Because you know, they're miles out in front in the championship now. The points will have changed around an awful lot, and so they're going to have a big lead.
Oh, you absolutely hate to say it. It is just gut-wrenching to see that happen. And this is the thing to explain, is that what I'm trying to get my head around is that obviously the first thing that comes out in chat usually is that it's, that there's something wrong with the server. And the thing to explain is that that's not how networks work. So without going all geeky on you and without boring you to death and losing all our viewers, if it was a server issue, everybody would be affected, and that has happened in different games where there's been, say, like a block to the server or something like that, and all the players get disconnected. But to target someone specifically, that can't happen unless it was somebody going after someone directly. So it's not a server side issue; it is an issue between that person and the connection to the server. So there we go. It's a client-side issue. I was trying to avoid all the technical jargon, but client-side is the one that I'll be able to sneak in. Anyway, it is what it is. They just have to suck it up. We've had 2 or 3 of them having that over the past 6 hours. And we're currently back watching Mateusz Tiskovic for DV1 Triton Racing. I'm going to give them credit where it's due. The fact they are in 23rd position, bear in mind they might be out of cycle with pit stops. 23rd position, that is absolutely fantastic. Right, this is, let's have a look, that is the number 41 into the pits. Oh no, oh no, not like this, not like this. To be fair, look, that's fairly minor. I hope they didn't get a speeding in pit lane infringement, but yeah, that is unfortunate, isn't it, Ewan?
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate, bit of a misjudgment there going into pit lane and just a bit of a spin around, but hopefully that's not cost them too much time for Dennis Dabrowski. He's in 3rd place at the moment with a couple in front, and that does all make sense because of the disconnection we've had for the 14 car. They will now be 3rd and on the podium in this race from now on. But yeah, a little bit of a clumsy moment. He won't want to watch that one back.
It is, and with 5 hours 40 minutes left to go in the race, and Chris Hartwell gets a drive through as well. I don't know if I've just noticed that late to the party on that one, but that's going to be track limits on that one for Chris Hartfeld, so that is an automatically assigned penalty on that one. So yeah, difficult to say, but there is, oh my goodness me, who was that? Was that Unisalv-Leinen in the number 11? It was. Griphack's Engineering off the track and almost certainly going to lose that position, you would think, to Simon Demore for the 34 team of Zenith. That is, yeah. Let's have a look then up the inside, and as predicted, yep, hung out to dry, goes Griphack's Engineering, and that is kind of their own fault on that one. Unisalv-Leinen, that's not the sort of mistake that we see from that driver, but it's fine. There might have been contacts involved, but we'll just pretend that we didn't see anything there at all. So Ewan, 5 hours 40 left to go. Yeah, this has not been a bad day out at the races, has it?
It's been a good race so far. Yeah, lots of action, including that move that we just saw there, Simon Demore getting through and taking advantage really on the slide for the Mercedes there, and that's all he needed really. Saw the invitation that he needed to get down the inside, and in the end it was quite simple. But yeah, they're turning out to be a bit in the way of people. It's quite busy part of the track, and they're in a bit of traffic right now. But here's another side-by-side battle going on for 21st position this time. Another 3-car battle. We've not been seeing very many 2-car battles actually. We've seen more trains of 3 and 4 in the last few hours, and that's certainly very entertaining for us. Jordan Burrows trying to defend now from the 111 Triton racing car, which is going to be important for the championship, but obviously that Bentley's going to want to get through on both of them and gain those points.
And you wouldn't bet against it, would you? Because the Bentley has got such a great grunt coming out the corner, but Jordan Burrows just great on the brakes into towards turn 1 in the Aston Martin there. That Bentley is harassing it like nobody's business right now. So fantastic little battle. This is exactly what we were saying though about the fact that 20th, 21st and 22nd, sorry, 21st, 22nd and 23rd, you know, fighting like it's for first, second and third place, fighting for the podium there. Just a reminder, ladies and gentlemen, that Coach Dave Academy are offering all viewers 20% off during the World Cup if you head over to their website and use that code TSGXVCO20. That's TSGXVCO20 to get 20% off their sim packs and sim racing setups. So here's a little bit of a stat for you. Here's a little bit of a nerdy one. Amir Hussaini's taken over the 777 again. Now Bashir Jadwa, he averaged a lap time of 142.2 per lap in the last stint, but Kundatsioglu was averaging 141.9. So he was losing on average 0.3 of a lap every single lap. It was a 42 lap stint from Jadwa in the 777. That means that he lost 13.4 seconds over the stint, and that's why the 211 has a healthy lead there from the 777. So huge stats there from behind the scenes in our production team. Huge thank you to Michael Hamlet for that one. But Ewan, 13 seconds. I mean, I keep saying about the level of performance, but that's not quite what I expected.
Yeah, that is a really big amount of time to be losing, and that's why Jadvat has been pulled out of that car now, you would imagine, because they can't afford to lose 13 seconds a stint if they want to try and win this race. It just seems that he didn't quite have the pace of the car in front, so yeah, well, he was sticking with them for a little while. Eventually, the pace really came to the fore, and unfortunately he dropped back quite a lot in this one, so they've just got to be careful with that and manage that from now on with Jadvat, because it seems that unless he picks up the pace in the next stint, he's not going to quite have the pace of the leaders when he gets into that car, so they're going to have to manage that throughout their race. If indeed they want to get him another stint in the car, maybe they'll just maybe they'll cover the rest of the race themselves. I'm not entirely sure, but it would be a little bit difficult to leave him out after only doing 1 hour in the car.
Yeah, and that is a big thing coming into the final 5.5 hours is, you know, the drivers and the stints that they've got left is the case of, you know, who are your fast drivers? Do you want to completely leave your fastest driver with, you know, a clear run towards the end of the race? There's a lot of sensible money going on that strategy. for some of the drivers, or do you want to try and mix it up and try and get at least an hour out of them so they get a lay of the land early on? It's a difficult one, and it almost changes by the hour as the teams are driving here. But we're still watching Jordan Burrows in the 1-2-5 at the moment then for Ubik Events Racing here, trying desperately to make things work. But the number 1 car of Cody Blanton into pit lane then, and that leaves Burrows and Tiskovic to fight themselves on their own. But Robin Pigaro's starting to bring himself into that little battle as well, making it another little 3-car mix that they've got on. So it's Burrows, Tiskovic and Robin Pigaro. But given the fact that Tiskovic, that 111 car, that Triton racing car, had such a disastrous opening hour where they got sent to the back of the field, the fact that they're competing to get into the top 20, it just blows my mind right now.
It's very impressive indeed, but they really need to do it to stay in contention for this championship. But it also may be a little bit of a blessing in disguise, because let's not forget the top 10 get ballast for the next race, and it doesn't look like DV1 Triton Racing are going to be able to make it there. Obviously they'd like to get more points, be inside the top 10, but if they can't manage that, then they won't have any ballast on board, whereas their main rivals, the 41 Simware Pro team, will have some ballast on. At the moment they'd have 24 kilos on their car for the well, not quite, I think 25, something like that anyway, on their car for the final race of the season, which is very, very important because you get 120 points available on that day. So maybe it's a bit of a blessing in disguise for them if they can get up the order just a little bit more, get that little bit closer to the 41 in the standings, finish 11th or something, then I think they would be in good stead to do very well in this championship, maybe even win it.
Of course, top 10 are the drivers that are going to get ballast for the next race. It was top 15, I believe, before, but now because of the changes that Kunos have made in the BOP, it's now been changed to the top 10 only that get that. And again, going into Nurburgring, that 24-hour race, that is going to be another massive unknown as well, because there's no saying that Kunos might decide, well, we need to change something else in the BOP and change things even more. So it's a bit of a lottery, isn't it, with these drivers, because there's only so much preparation that they can do up until the actual event itself.
Yeah, absolutely. You can only prepare so much, but a lot of things you've got to keep... or a lot of things you can't predict or can't plan for. DV1 Triton Racing have experienced one of those here today. Being this far down this early on in the race is not in their plans, certainly. And Unicorns of Love have also experienced some changes to their plans as well. So it's the nature of racing, really. You've got to just get on with it at this point and just control what you can do at this point, with your pace, your strategy, and so on, and not really worry about those unknowns.
And I'm just trying to get my head round as we see another drive-through penalty, this time for the 720 McLaren, and that is Mikhail Nowakowski. It's safe to see that the drive-throughs coming through just now are really for track limits, and I guess that now shows the layout of the field. We do have, some split battles all across where you've got maybe 2-3 cars, but for the most part, it's track limit battles and track limit warnings that these drivers are getting themselves into trouble with. But just watching then, as we've got a little over 5.5 hours left to go in the race here, I'm also trying to get my head around the fact that now means that Mateusz Tiskovic in the 111 DV1 Triton racing car is now in front of the Unicorns of Love car. When you consider what happened to that DB1 Triton car, that just gives you an idea of how bad that pit stop was for the Unicorns of Love car.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a big change in this race, but they may well still get up the order in a real big way here, because the gaps in front of them are not that large, really. When you think about it, looking up towards the next few drivers. They're really quite close in this order. A couple of seconds and he might be able to get into 27th, and then a few more seconds, 8 seconds to the next car, then 7 seconds. So 25th place is not that far away, and it's a very realistic possibility for Gromode and Unicorns of Love.
Absolutely. So, what a race we have had so far. It's been really, really entertaining. And we do have a driver to have a chat with. And let's bring in a very special guest, a very good afternoon to just another random, really. James Baldwin. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. How are we doing?
It's been a bit entertaining so far. I mean, the 149 Yas Heat, you guys have really knocked it out of the park. We kind of wondered how this was going to go, but did you think when you started this race you were going to get up into the top 5?
I feel like we knew it could happen if everything went well. And honestly, right, this race has probably been the smoothest endurance race I've ever done so far. Anyway, touch wood.
I was about to say, are you touching a desk while you just say that?
I'm not that superstitious, but yeah, I mean, I think if we optimised everything, we'd probably be 5 or 6 seconds down the road. We've nailed everything, so that's why we are where we are. The McLaren, as we all know, is not like the best car around Kyalami, especially with loads of Audis and Astons to kind of deal with, but we're getting the most out of it, and we're on the up. I mean, the pace looks good. Like, we're eyeing up a podium now, so yeah, fingers crossed. Anything can happen. Still a long way to go.
And obviously, talk us through the early stages of the race, because the first half of the race has been absolutely sensational for the Yas Heat team, and obviously you're going to be playing a bigger part in that over the next 5.5 hours. But I mean, what is going through the mind of the team right now? What's the voice chat like?
It's chilled. I mean, we all know what we're doing. We've done the practice. We all know the setup. We know the strategy. We're working well. I mean, we've got a new addition to the team in George Boothby, who's been rapid in the 2 stints he's done. So, yeah, I mean, Yas Heat, as a rule of thumb, fairly new to this ACC endurance racing. So, the more we do it, the better we're getting. And yeah, I mean, at the start of the race, we were cautious. I was cautious and just kind of wanted to stay out of trouble. And that approach seems to have worked. I mean, people are just falling off by the wayside, like disconnecting, crashing, penalties, and we're just not doing that. So, yeah, it just works in endurance racing, that approach.
Now, obviously, you've just touched about one of the biggest stories for the team, and that's George Boothby coming on board. How easy has it been? Because it looks from the outset that it's just been a case of almost plug and play. George has just dropped into the team, and he's already started banging out the performances that we know him for. What has the onboarding been like for the team for him?
I mean, he's a very easy guy to get along with, so it's not difficult. Like, he just slots in, gets to know everyone, practices with us, helped develop the setup a bit as well. He was already quick on the game in that car, so it's not as if he's got to get up to speed. So it's been very easy, and I don't want to speak too soon because there's still 5.5 hours to go, but it's all going very well at the moment. Usually at this point, for me anyway, in endurance races recently, like, something happens and we end up 20th or a lap down or whatever, but it's all going very well, and fingers crossed it continues.
I was just about to touch on that, because from what we've seen lately is that Yas Heat have amazing pace for the first couple of hours, and then about a third into the race or 2/3 into the race, something happens. But mentally that must be so frustrating, because individually you're all incredibly fast sim racing drivers. How difficult is it to keep the head up and keep the motivation going when something like that strikes?
It's hard. It's hard. The more it happens as well, if it's every race, it does get frustrating. So I think that's why you've seen a few changes with Yas Heat. Something clearly wasn't working, because yeah, you're right. We'd be doing very well at the start of a race, like Donington. We were leading by 20 seconds after a couple of hours, and we ended up having a disaster of a race. So that happening time and time again, obviously we had to change something, so the way we approach these races, and obviously George coming in as well, and it's working now. So not saying it's perfect, but I honestly think we've got the most out of the McLaren at Kyalami this particular race. So yeah, Nurburgring after this as well. I mean, yeah, so far it's working.
I do like how diplomatic that was. Actually, that was a really nice answer, James. I do like that. Oh, one last thing I want to ask you before I let you go, and I'm trying to sort of pull the curtain back on what it's like as a professional sim racer, because obviously for a lot of spectators out there who maybe don't take part in this and maybe just watch it, they don't really grasp that this is like a full-time job for you guys. And what is expected of you? I can imagine that there's so much pressure from the team behind Yas Heat, but what is involved on a sort of day-to-day basis for the team at Yas Heat? Because I know obviously you do multiple different championships.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of Yas Heat, they have obviously different drivers for different platforms, and I think with this particular event, SimGrid World Cup, it's very easy to overlook it. The level of it, it's the best drivers and the best teams on ACC, give or take a few names that aren't on the grid. So, I think a lot of people from the outside maybe look at the prize pool, look at the viewership, and assume it's maybe not as competitive as it is, and it really is. Our job as a driver for Yas Heat for this particular event, you gotta just crack the car, break the setup on the car to make it ridiculously fast, because the level on this grid's insane. So if you're going to stand out, you need to find something special, and that doesn't just happen, in the evening doing it for a couple of hours. You've got to spend a lot of time on it. So that's the main reason why this is our job. And obviously there's loads of different events, different championships on different games. So yeah, I mean, it's a really cool job to have. Very thankful for it, and I think we're all enjoying it at the moment. So, yeah.
Awesome stuff, James Baldwin. Thank you so much for your time. Look forward to having a chat with you later on with the guys at Yas Heat, and best luck for the rest of the race.
Cheers, David.
So there we go. A fascinating insight behind the curtain there, Ewan, on what it's like to be involved in the team. And again, a very diplomatic answer there, but obviously some big changes over at Yas Heat, and it must be difficult with personnel coming in and coming out to find that balance, to find that perfect mix.
Yeah, that's not something we don't often see a lot of in sim racing, actually. You just kind of get together with a few mates normally and just make a team and thought, yeah, we'll give this a go. There's not really, we don't really talk about changes like that being made, but he was talking about bringing new drivers in and changing a couple of things at Yas Heat to make things work. It clearly is working right now. But yeah, it's something we don't often see in sim racing. Good to see, good to hear about it though, because it gives us a bit of an insight as to what the team is like, etc. But it just demonstrates to me that the standards that they have at Yas Heat. They've won the Endurance Cup before here at the Sim Grid. They came second this season in the Endurance Cup that wrapped up a few weeks ago, and now they're going for really race results in the World Cup. They're not really having the best season, as you said, but still, even they had that DNF at Spa, which has cost them dearly in the points. There's no getting away from that. However, they got 9th and 13th in the other two races. Not bad results whatsoever. A top 10, which is very difficult to do, and then finishing it comfortably inside the top half at Donington Park as well, despite leading the race early on. So that just shows to me, despite those decent results, they're still wanting more, and it just shows the class of the team and the expectations on that team.
Yeah, it really, really does. And to kind of answer the other side of the question, obviously the personnel that left them was Tobias Pfeffer. And in all fairness, he's not a slow coach either. He started the race for the 157 team and slapped in some of the fastest laps of the race. And it was just a fantastic effort on that. But it's the thing, isn't it? It's people come and people go, and it's how the team moves on from that. To move on and get on that. And of course, sorry, I meant it was Andrea Capoccia that was at Yas Heat there. But again, like it said, I mean, he is not a slow driver. He is one of the fastest people on the grid here. And coming from another bit of experience from that, I'm obviously heavy into my esports of all different types, not just sim racing. And over other games like say Valorant or CSGO, you find a similar problem. You find a player that has got incredible stats on paper. They are one of the best players on there, but they get into a team and they just don't gel with the team. and for whatever reason it doesn't work, and they part ways and they go to another one, and then suddenly they are absolutely amazing again. So for whatever reason, all it's about for the team, for like Yas Heat, it's about finding that team that works for them, and for the drivers it's about finding a team that they gel with, that they bond with, and that they get the results, and somehow it works. Sometimes it even just comes down to luck and to things going your way. I've seen it before where drivers can join teams and they just have the most horrendous run of luck. They join another team and then suddenly they're winning races left, right and centre, and it's very difficult from a sort of factual, scientific-based view to put that down to anything.
Yeah, very strange, really. But it's difficult to kind of work out where you are in that situation. But it's one of those things, really, in all forms of team sport, really, where things just don't work out in certain situations. We've seen it in GT racing in the past. Often we see drivers actually staying with one kind of mark throughout their entire career because it just works, and there's no real point going elsewhere because it probably won't work. And as we're seeing, an attempted move by Pfeiffer there would have been impressive, but not quite. I think it was Marco Bortolotti who moved from Lamborghini to Audi briefly, and then decided that actually wasn't great because, as you say in there, sometimes it just doesn't work with the team. You've got to work with the team as well as getting on with the car and whatever. And when you're moving around like that, it's just a whole different situation. And so you've got to find the right team. And sometimes it just doesn't work out. But yeah, there we are. It's one of these things that they have to think about in not just sim racing, not just esports, but sport as a whole, really.
Yeah, really is. And just on that note, I mean, looking at the Audi here, I think of Gordon Shedden from the British Touring Cars, went from the Honda team to the Audi World TCR event, and really just couldn't gel with the car, with the team, didn't have the results there, came back to Touring Cars, and he's almost back to the form that he left with straight away. So yeah, it's just it's a very, very strange one to explain, but it's once you get it, once you find that place to bond with, that's exactly where you want to be. But coming on in leaps and bounds then is the Yas Heat's Pirelli team of Eamon Murphy, tries to look to the outside again of Mark Balzer there, and Balzer can't quite do enough there on that turn one. He does manage to block it off completely, but for how long? Because that McLaren looking very, very fiery indeed, and it's surely not going to be long before that move is done and dusted and gets past the Audi of Mark Balzer. I mean, it's a fascinating thing to watch here, but again, we've brought this up time and time again here. You know, it's great for Eamon to harass that car in front, but realistically, is he actually wanting to make a move and stick his nose in here, or is he just wanting to force Balzer into making a mistake here? That's the $1 million question, given the fact that the Yas Heat team are riding high on luck that they really haven't had this season so far. Do you think that, if push came to shove, they would be happy with that 5th place?
I think they would be happy to get through it in any situation on this occasion. If it was coming down to the end and 4th place is like 10 seconds up the road with 18 minutes to go or something, then, they'd be fine and settle for 5th place, I think. But now that the 4th place is just in front of them, I think they are going to push and try and get through on this one to get up the order as much as possible, really. That is what they're here for after all. And talking of getting up the order, Unicorns will love trying to do the same, but not being too successful for the moment behind the one car, and struggling to get through just for the moment. It can get difficult in the midfield. We sometimes kind of dismiss the lower teams in the order as because they're not quite up towards the front, that they're slow drivers, but that's by no means the case. You've seen the former race leader right now struggling in the lower 20s in terms of the position. It just shows how close it is and how competitive it is right the way through this field.
It really is. 5 hours, 17 minutes left to go in the race, and we are really starting to crack our way down towards the business end of this race. as much as I'm a positive and an optimistic person, I cannot help looking at that Unicorns of Love number 14 car and feeling just absolute dejection and despair for how well that car was doing, and now they're all the way down outside the top 25. It is absolutely heartbreaking to see, but just a long line of bad luck, basically, for anybody that's in the lead of the race. So I guess we're now just counting down the laps until something happens to the 211 of Competizione for Sidemax Motorworks FFS Racing. I hope not, because they are on their swan song this season as a esports team. Remember, of course, that esports team is no more. It's the drivers that have chosen to keep that name going for the final 2 races. But we're back with Eamon Murphy, and again he's just on to the back of the 33 of Mark Balzer there. That's the 995 of Marco Bischoff, looking very menacingly in the background as well. Now Bischoff isn't even on that lap, but again it just shows the pace there. And one thing to actually remind us here, and we've mentioned this a couple of times, that we look at the spread between the field, and there's a couple of laps, say, to the 40th position. But when we talk about slowness and slow drivers, what we have to remember is that in qualifying, the top 40 teams were split by about a second. I mean, in any form of sim racing, in any form of racing, if you tell me that you're going to have 40 cars that are separated by a second, it just absolutely says everything you could possibly want to know about the level of performance that is on show here. And look, it's all these little mistakes, it's all these little niggling errors, it's all those missed apexes, or running wide, or going over the curb and losing some tyre pressure, and then you've got understeer for like half a lap. It's all of these things that add up as Eamon Murphy still trying to make a nuisance of himself over Mark Balzer there. And Marco Bischoff as well is just holding himself in the background there, Ewan.
Yeah, he is indeed 17th place, so he's no slouch by any stretch of the imagination either. He's actually got a bit of pressure from Python in behind. So that's 2 fights going on in one camera shot here almost. One for 4th place and one for 17th. So yeah, we've got to watch out for both of these. But yeah, this field is just incredibly close, and we expected this kind of situation in qualifying because of how close it was, and now it's kind of coming true in the race. Because of the length of the race, the field just gets stretched out. But there are still plenty of battles going on, and they will continue to go on throughout the rest of the race. And as you said, it says absolutely everything that you need to know about the World Cup here on show right now. As down the inside goes the former race leader, not quite for Pfeiffer there. He gave it a look, but not quite. So yeah, it's not really been the season that the reigning champions would have wanted after winning 3 races last year. It's gone downhill quite quickly this year, but top 20 performance at the moment after their disconnects a little bit earlier on. I can't say they'd be too disappointed with it, considering everything that's gone on.
Yeah, decent little recovery drive on the cards for the 157, but again, it's a recovery drive that you've got to say they should admit. That's the issue with that. So the 157 ahead of the 111 DV1 Triton Racing outfit at the moment, but that also means now that Dennis Grabowski in that 41 is in the final podium position. So the Simware.pro team having an absolute blinder of a race, and this is the one thing that has always frustrated me about that team. They were in such a delicate position because that contact early on with Igor Ogorodnikov, and honestly my eyes glazed over thinking, oh god, here we go again. But it did, thankfully nothing came of that. But the fact is, they are an incredibly strong sim racing team. The pace they have on their day, if they can get things hooked up, is absolutely amazing. But it's like we saw with one of the other motorsports with Maverick Vinales. If something goes against them or something doesn't go their way, then equally all 3-4 drivers, maybe Igor Ogorodnikov a little bit more than most, are likely to have a bit of a reaction and possibly cause even more issue than was there in the first place. But they have massively changed it. They have massively turned the corner. Even if it's only in the SimGrid VCO World Cup, it doesn't matter. They have proven the pace they've got, the consistency they've got in this World Cup, and the fact that they are in such a strong position for this championship. I mean, I am over the moon to see them actually turning that corner, Ewan.
I mean, yeah, if you do have that problem, then there is only one way to fix it, really, and that's lead and do well off the starts. To kind of prevent that situation. That's exactly what they've done, really. What you need to do as a challenging team to Simware.pro is kind of get in front of them, and then you'll start to get into kind of trying to get in front of them. You know, you'll have more of a chance then as Pfeiffer gets through on Bischoff just in the background there. Yeah, just get in front and annoy them a little bit, and you know you might get a bit of a reaction. Then you know you might get yourself a good result at the end of it all. So yeah, that's I guess that's the one way to do it. But you know, they're so quick in qualifying, so quick early on in races, that it is difficult to get in front of them. And we've seen that they are starting to turn the corner. They won the Endurance Cup Season 3 here very recently on the SimGrid, so they clinched that one at Mazzano with a great drive. You know, doing exactly what I just said there, getting in front and then holding on to that. In terms of the championship, in terms of the race as well, they did really well in that. So yeah, they're really starting to do very well indeed, and yeah, they need to be challenged. Let's put it that way. And at the moment, there is no challenger to them really. There's still a long 24 hours to come, but for the moment, they are in a class of their own in the championship.
Oh, I don't know about you, Ewan, but I got a very uneasy feeling as I saw Tobias Pfeffer signalling about 3 corners earlier that he was going to be making a move up the inside of that Yas Heat McLaren. And look, the McLaren knows exactly what to do here. It's like, right, you want that place, you have it. I am not interested. I'm not fighting you for position here. You just drag me around. And if anything, that now puts a lot of pressure to the Audi in front of Mark Balzer, whether or not he realises what could be happening here, because Murphy could be setting himself up to have a decent run out of that, but he does have a bit of a late exit from that corner, and that McLaren, I don't know if he's had a little bit of a nudge or something, but the pace has suddenly seemed to drop away from that car. Maybe it's the tyres starting to give up on that car, but certainly the pace that Eamon Murphy had on this last lap has vanished into almost thin air there. But have a look at Pfeffer up front there. He is definitely wanting to try his very best to unlap himself as much as he can. You get the feeling, though, that if he's a little bit over-eager to unlap himself, there could be something quite unfortunate happening here.
Yeah, absolutely, but for the moment it doesn't seem to be doing anything too erratic. Let's not forget how quick that 157 car was at the start of the... Oh my goodness me, look at this. Yeah, and don't forget how quickly they were going earlier on in the race. They were winning this one by nearly 30 seconds a little bit earlier on, so they've definitely got the pace. It's just about getting yourself through traffic at this point, as it is indeed in this fight with Stefani and Goltz, who seem to be fighting very closely indeed in the Ferrari, and Aston Martin just in behind. Pawlowski, who's really been dropping back ever since we hailed him as going to be the next guy to get inside the top 10 and really show everybody else who's boss. He's not really been able to do that, I'm afraid. So yeah, it's been a little bit disappointing for him. But yeah, sometimes when you get these lap cars around, that we just saw with Eamon Murphy there, if you let a lap car through, sometimes you can just break the rhythm a little bit, and that's what it looked like what happened to Murphy there, because he dropped off the back 4th placed Audi just a little bit there. And you know, rhythm's a very important thing, especially in endurance racing, and anything that can break it is a hindrance to you. Looks like Eamon Murphy was just suffering with that for a few corners there.
Yeah, that's exactly what it looked like just now. But let's take you for a recap then of the top 10 just now. It's Michael Kunzakcioglu then in the 211, Sidemax Motorworks, FFS Racing Machine, Aston Martin in first place, ahead of Amir Hosseini in the 777 Bentley for Sim Racing Masterclass. It's then the Simware.pro 41 Aston Martin of Denis Grabowski in third place. Fourth place is the number 33 Rutronic E Racing outfit of Mark Baltzer, currently behind the wheel. 149 Yaz Heats McLaren is in fifth place. It's the Renfelten Pro team in sixth place in the number 9 Lamborghini. In seventh place is Alexander Novikov in the 101 Silver Racing Team Eurowash outfits in the Audi. The 8th place is the Aston Martin of Philippe Simard in the 123 FFS Racing, and then 9th place is the 28 Audi of Julian Beck, doing a cracking job for WPS Racing Team 28. Then in 10th place, round out top 10, Niels van de Kekelt for the Raceline Motorsport 191 Aston Martin, and doing a decent job of holding on to that top 10. But it all could change very, very quickly, because, as I say, we're watching here, this is now a 3-car battle for 4th place, because this is now Mark Baltzer, Eamon Murphy and Chris Hook that are in this little fight just now. And I've got to be honest, I don't know which way this is going to go right now, because Eamon Murphy has got the pace, but he just doesn't seem to have any way past Mark Baltzer.
Yeah, not for the moment. It's a little bit of a strange one, really, because he's really hounding the back of Baltzer, but one knock at the rhythm there, and he was going backwards a little bit, and just maybe a moment of inconsistency there, but he's right back onto it now. And the problem that Chris Hook has got is, well, you can see it just in front there. The Aston Martin is really getting in the way. I think that's the 995 of Marco Bischoff. Yes, it is. Just reading the number there. He's pretty much on his own here. Just got past Matthias. So he's not got no real pressure behind him. I'm a little bit surprised that Chris Hook has not been able to work his way through yet, or Bischoff's not let him through, either or. So there's interesting moment here, but about to become a 3-car battle. I think Hook has paced this stint very well indeed. He's not gone out too hard on those tyres. He's starting to come into his own now as we get into the final 10 or 15, maybe 20 minutes of these stints.
Yeah, and it's fascinating to see how this has panned out over the past 6 3/4 hours here as we come to the tail end of our number 7. It's just been a fascinating race to watch, see how it unfolds, but it is really all been about Mikhail Kondratsioğlu up in front. However, that gap was starting to come down a little bit, but Emir Hosseini not able to make huge inroads on that last lap round. He's just coming out of the final corner here. 14.2 was the gap last time round, but I think that Kondratsioğlu has actually got Giorgio Simonini just behind him. So, wow, that was about about 1.3 seconds that Emir Hosseini has just taken off Mikhail Kondratsioğlu on that last lap there. 12.8 seconds up to the leader. And yeah, this is again, we just don't know how this is going to pan out. There's too much at stake with such a small amount of time and such small margins as well. I mean, look, that's a drive-through penalty that could completely turn that on its head right now. But this is back to the battle for 4th, 5th and 6th position there. The 995, Marco Bischoff is into behind the car there, and that is confirmation then. And my stomach absolutely drops saying this. For anyone on pitwall.live has seen this. So the official line is that the Unicorns of Love, the 3rd place in the championship, who were looking to move themselves up into 2nd place in the championship, have disconnected again, and that is now a formal retirement for the number 14. I'm absolutely devastated by that, because that was they're a well-loved team. They were doing brilliantly, but it just all went wrong.
Yeah, it just wasn't their day in the end. Really unfortunate to have more than one disconnect in one go here. Such a shame to see, and they're out of the race now. Very unfortunate. Could have been 2nd place in the championship and winning this race all in one go, but unfortunately, in neither of those things are going to happen. They're going to be out of championship contention now. Realistically, they're going to have to come again at the Nurburgring 24-hour at the end of the year. But nothing you can say can really console them at this point. They'll be very, very disappointed with how this race has gone, but sometimes it just isn't your day, and unfortunately, today it's them.
Yeah, it's horrible, horrible stuff to say. So we are coming into the tail end of the race. If you just joined us, ladies and gentlemen, it's the SimGrid VCO World Cup, round 4, the Coach Dave Academy 12 hours of Kyalami. We're going to move to part 2. We'll take a very short commercial break. Hit the link in chat below to keep on watching, and we will be back with you in a couple of minutes' time for part 2 and the final 5 hours of the race.
Virtual